every epic journey leads to a final showdown. And just like how every video game has its final boss, this is the final stage in building Vivid. In our last video, we started building an AI-powered SaaS presentation builder that can build layouts, designs, images, and write copy for your presentations. And today, we will be facing the finish line, our final part in this two-part series. Without further ado, let's get started. What's up, Prodigies? How's it going? Now, before we get started, really quick, I'm building my first premium SaaS course, okay? And I'm super excited about it because I've spent like 5 months on this. And this is just the design, just the mock-up. And the reason why I'm publicly sharing this right now is I need your feedback because I want to build the best course on the internet, okay? And so this project is going to have almost every single feature you will need in a production-grade SaaS application. And so I need your feedback, guys, and you can give me feedback on my Twitter page at The Web Prodigies, okay? I'm literally sharing real feedback, real insights into the app idea, taking notes, and putting down the best possible options so that you guys get the course, okay? And my goal here is to build a product that everybody loves. I don't want it to be another YouTube video. And so everything you will find in here is something that has taken me a lot of trial and error. If you want to give feedback and have this product built exactly for you, then you can do so by going to my Twitter page, following my Twitter page, and then you can leave comments in here and tell me exactly what you want for me to build inside this application, and we will try our best to make it work, okay? And for those who are still staying, if you want to get notified and be the first person to get access to the course when it comes out, there's going to be a secret button on my website, okay? It's called Secret Telegram Channel. It's not really a secret anymore, but if you click on that, it's going to take you into my Telegram waitlist where I literally record voice notes and drop it in there, and also share some free value to help you guys in building your SaaS and launching it and getting your first customer, okay? Thank you guys so much for being a part of this journey. This is everything I've been working towards, and I'm so excited because I put my heart and soul into this project, and I know for a fact you guys are going to love it, okay? So go ahead, follow my Twitter, and I'll see you inside the waitlist onto the project. All right, guys, welcome back to part 2 of this series. Now, if you are someone who is not very good at coding, or you are just new to development, and you usually face a lot of bugs when you code, I highly, highly recommend you go to the description. You're going to find a link where you can grab the entire code base. Now, not only do you get everything done for you, you also get additional amazing features that you will not find in this entire YouTube video, okay? Those are premium features only available to people who grab the code base. And it's on a launch discount. That means if you grabbed it today, you will get it at 50% off, okay? Now, this is only for a limited time. So if you're watching this video in the future and you don't find the discount, I'm sorry, it was just offered because we're launching this new course today, all right? So please go to the description. You're going to need it while building this. That way you don't face any bugs. And at the same time, you can rely on a code base by looking at what we have typed because there's code comments in there as well, okay? So if you have any other questions, you can reach out in the Discord. And again, if you don't want to do it, it's completely fine. You will learn a lot from this course anyways, but I just recommend you get the code base so it helps you while building this application, okay? Let's get started, guys. And inside this div, I'm going to have another div. And this div is going to have the following class name and style. All right. Awesome. And then inside this, we're going to have an H3. Very straightforward stuff. Just making it look great. So don't want to waste too much time. And then we're going to have an unordered list. Okay. With the following class names and the style and some list items. And then after this, after the div right here, I'm going to hit enter. This div, sorry, not the last one. I'm going to create a button. And I'm going to say explore features, the exact same thing that I have as the secondary button. Okay, nice. And then finally, we have the third one, the third card. Okay, so for the third card, I'm going to do actually, guys, this is not the third card. This is right card. We're already done. This is the right card. So now we have to combine everything. So return, I'm going to say not fragment, div. And this div is going to have the following class names and styles. Now, you may ask, why do we need these styles? Well, the reason why we need this is Tailwind CSS is, it's basically built when everything is compiled, okay? It's not real time in the browser, so you can't really change it. And so the style object here is the only way for you to change the style, okay? Now, you can use cn function. That's one way to do that. But I'm just saying this is another easier way, and it also has a higher priority because we're using the style tag, okay? So this way we can overwrite all of the styles that Tailwind classes have, and that way we know a source of all truth. It's going to look like this no matter what. That's pretty much it. Now inside this div, I'm going to hit enter, and here we're going to have the scrollable preview panel. Okay, so you can scroll and look at the elements. So I'm going to create a div like this, and inside this div, I'm going to create another div with the following class names. And first, I'm going to have a button. So I'm going to say button like this. And inside the button, I'm going to have an arrow left icon. So let's grab that first. And then I'm going to say back. Okay. Now in here, I'm just going to pass some props. So pause and please type this out. Okay. Outline, class name, size, style, and on click, we're going to do router.push to /create page. Okay. So it's going to go to the create page. And then from there, we're going to render out whatever we have to, okay? So basically we're coming back to this page. Think about it that way, okay? And then the states under the hood will render out which exact page to see, whether it's this one or the build from scratch. Now, after this button, I'm going to hit enter. Actually, sorry, after, so I have this div in here. Okay, so after this button, hit enter and create another div. And now this div is going to have the following class names as well. So let's go ahead and set those. Okay, awesome. And then after that, we're going to create a component called theme card like this. Okay, so this theme card is basically a new component. So open up your folder structure, and inside this components, you want to say theme card.tsx, return and rename. Okay, theme card. Awesome. Now this is going to need a couple props. So let's go ahead and grab those. Okay. And I'm also going to change and import all of this. All right. And let's go ahead and destructure all these values. And we need variant as well. Awesome. And now down in here, there's a bunch of stuff we need to do. So please just pause and type. These are just like constant objects. Okay. Nothing else crazy. So I'm going to say const variance. Okay, and we're going to have left, right, and main, right? So 3 different variants. And the reason why we're doing this is we want to create custom animations for each of these cards, okay? And so that's why we need these variants, and then we can attach that onto the motion.div, okay? So what we're going to do here is first I'm going to create left like this, okay? And inside this we'll have something, and then I need right. And then finally, I need main. Okay, 3 of them. So for left, I'm going to do the following. So I'm going to copy something and paste. Please pause the screen and type all of this. Okay, it's just an animation sequence. So go ahead, pause and type for left. And now for right, we're going to have the following. So I'm going to say right, set to these. Okay, and then for main, finally, I have one more. So I'm going to say this right here. Okay, awesome. So now we have created those variants. Now we can go ahead and create the cards. So first thing I need is motion from framer motion. So let's scroll up top, and I'm also going to bring in motion from here. And I'm going to scroll down and say motion.div. And inside the motion.div, I'm going to first pass an initial and set it to hidden, and then we need animate. We're going to pass in the controls, and then variants are going to be set to variants at this specific variant, okay? And this will be passed in as a prop. So it's kind of like this object is treated like an array, right? And so we can pull that out from here. Next, we're going to pass in the class names and the style as well. Awesome. Now, inside this, we're going to need to pass in the card component. And this is the regular Shatsian card component, okay? So you want to say card from components UI. And inside this, I'm going to pass in a class name like this. And then we also have some styles. So I'm going to say styles and background color and border, okay? Now, we also have this right here. So I think we can go for it, guys. We can try to generate so we can see what this looks like, so we can build as we go, right? So let's go ahead and hit generate, and let's just see what happens. Okay, so generate. All right, so something's happening wrong. Let's go ahead and try to fix this. So I'm going to look up generate, and then I find this right here. So let's see what's going on. So we have handle generate on click. So outlines.length. Let's refresh this page first. Okay, that's why. So bun run dev, and let's refresh this. And now let's scroll to the bottom and click on generate. Okay, theme card is not defined. All right, awesome. Looks great. Now let's go back to theme card. Okay, so I'm going to say theme card like this, and I want to go back in here, and I'm going to import theme card. Okay, slide background color cannot be red. That's because I'm not passing in anything. So for now, I'm just going to pass everything I have. So theme card, quick start, etc., whatever. And this is the default theme, right? So that's why I'm seeing this. Now if I click back, it takes me back here. Okay, awesome. Now I can click on this. You see edit, it takes me in here, and I can jump into editing from here itself. So click on generate, boom, takes me in here, and now I can continue. So let's go back into the theme card and let's scroll to the bottom. And now we have this card right here. So let's continue from this card component. Okay, so inside the card component, I'm going to hit enter, and I'm going to render out another div like this. And inside that, we're going to have the card content component. So let's import that one as well. And inside the card content component, we're going to have a div inside this. Okay. And inside this div, we're going to have a paragraph and h2. So h2 first, and then paragraph. Okay, so kind of like this. There we go. Let me just refresh this and see. Okay, so it just kind of scrolls in place, right? All right, awesome. Now, after this, after div, I'm going to say content like this. So everything shows up in here. All right, looks awesome. Yeah, it's more like a desktop experience, right? And then after that, we're going to have a div after card content. So we're going to say div. Class name is going to be as follows. So let me copy that. And we're going to need to say class names like this. Okay. And inside this, we're going to need to pass in something. So in here, I'm going to pass in an image. Okay. So I'm going to hit enter. I'm going to say image from next image. And this image is going to have a source that comes from Unsplash. So you can copy whatever you want. I'm just going to bring something I like. All right. Just go to Unsplash and pull out an image and get the link and paste it in here. Now, we need to actually set this inside our inside our next config file. I think that's where, yeah, inside our next config file. So open up your next config, scroll all the way to the bottom. And now in here, we're going to need to set these configurations. So first thing is we need images, which is going to be an object. And that's going to have remote patterns, which is going to be an array. And inside this, I'm going to have first this one. Okay. So I'm going to say like this, and the path name can be anything. And then the next one is I'm going to have placeholder. So let's hit comma here. Okay. Like this. And I just have a bunch, guys. I'm just going to copy these. I don't know if we need this one, but might as well do this right now. So please pause and type all of this, okay? So these are just for images and other links to pretty much access our stuff and all that kind of stuff, all right? So let's go one more. Place image. And then we have this one finally. So let's bring that in as well. Now let's refresh. Okay, there we go. Awesome. And now you can see the image, all right? Great job. Now, let's go back here. And after our image, I think we are pretty much done. Let me just take a quick look. Yep, we have div card. Okay, this looks good. Now we need to create the other theme cards. So I'm going to duplicate this theme card. Or actually, I'm just going to do this. So theme card, and I'm going to change these props as follows. And then I finally need one more. So I'm going to get that as well and put that in here. And now if you refresh, there you go. Now you have 3 beautiful theme cards that show you what the theme looks like. and you're pretty much getting a really nice animation as well. How awesome is that, guys? Oh, that looks really nice. Let me do that once more. Yo, that is so satisfying. Okay, great job. Now, the next thing we need is we rendered out the left side, which is the theme cards itself. Now we need the theme picker, right? So 1, 2, 3. After this, hit enter, and we're going to say theme picker like this. And let's copy this component. And then we're going to open up our folder structure. And in here, I'm going to create the theme picker.tsx. And let's go ahead and return a component from here. Okay. Now this is going to need some props. So let's actually first let's go ahead and import this so it doesn't scream. Okay, let's go back into this component. And then now we're going to need some props. So let's bring that in. And the props are going to have selected theme, which is this one. And then the themes are as follows. And then finally on theme selected is going to be an arrow function that returns void. And finally, let's destructure this from here. Awesome. And now in here, we can first let's grab router. So I'm going to say router, const router like this from next navigation. Then I'm going to need to create the slide store. So I'm going to grab that as well. Slide store, and I want project, set slides, and current theme. And then I need a loading animation as well. So I'm going to get a loading state for that. And then finally, I also need use params. So let's grab use params. Okay, awesome. All right. Now down here, let me also move this. Okay. All right. Okay, so you see theme picker right there, right? Nice. Now, let's scroll down here, and I'm going to create this div, but it's going to have the following class names. Okay. And then after this, we're going to have a style. And this style is going to be as follows. Okay. Next, it's going to have another div inside this. And this div is going to have another div inside this div. What seems to be the error here? So let's paste this. Let's refresh. Sidebar color. Well, okay, that's because we haven't passed in. So let's pass anything in. So let's go back here and let's go to theme picker and let's just quickly pass in all the props it needs. All right. So we need the selected theme. We need themes, which comes from our constants file. And we also need apply theme. And this apply theme is going to be an arrow function. It's a helper function. So I'm going to say apply theme is going to be an arrow function that sets the selected theme to that theme and set the current theme as well to that theme. Okay. So let's go back down and let's go into this theme picker. Okay. And then down here, now we can continue. So after this div, I'm going to hit enter. And inside this, I'm going to create an H2 and a paragraph. And the H2 is going to say pick a theme. And the paragraph is going to say pick from these themes. Okay, just like this. Nice. Now, inside this, let's also keep a good distance here so we can see both together. Okay, this is good enough. Now, after this paragraph, after this div, hit enter. And you're going to need to create a button. Okay, so I'm going to say button like this. And this button is going to have the following class names. And then inside this, we're going to have a style tag. All right, and this style tag is going to overwrite all of the settings. And I noticed it's not showing anything in here. That's because, okay, it is showing. Not sure what was happening there. So in here, I'm going to say, okay, we have to set a bunch of stuff inside this button. So let's do that in just a second. But we're going to need an on-click handler, okay? And this on-click handler is not going to, well, it has a lot of stuff. So what I'll do first is let's set what's inside here. And so first I'm going to say if it's loading, do something else here, or do something else here, okay? And in here, I'm going to return a loading icon, if that's the case. So return loading to with the following class names. And if this is true, then we're going to return a wand icon, okay? So return wand to and import that, okay? It looks like that, looks nice. And then after the wand, down here, if we're loading again, return a paragraph and say generating. If not, say generate theme, like this, okay? If you click on this, of course, it's not going to do anything because we haven't set that up. But once you do click, inside the handler, we're going to set the loading state. So then it's going to show that, okay? So let's grab the on handle generate themes. So right here, I'm going to say const handle generate themes, handle generate layouts, and inside this, first, let's change this to an async function, and let's refresh this something. Okay, there we go. And then I'm going to say set loading to true. Okay, and then in here, we're going to say if not selected theme, then we're going to return a toast, not tornado, toast from sonar dot error. And I'm going to invoke this, and I'm going to say error, and then pass in a description. I'm going to say please select a theme. Okay, and so if they click, hello, oh, I have to pass in the click handler. Genius me. On click. Okay, now if you click, it says generating because we set loading to true. And is there a selected theme by default? Oh, there is a selected theme. All right, that's cool. I think because we had a default selected theme. That's why. You see this? This is the default selected theme, right? So that's why it's successful. So after this, inside this bracket, I'm also going to return once this if condition is successful. So we'll return right here. And then after that, I'm going to say if the project ID is equal to nothing, then I'm going to show another toast saying, hey, something's wrong. Okay, please create a project. So I'm going to remove this and say, please create a project. And then down here, I'm going to send the user back to the, I'm going to do router.push and send them to the create page. And then we can return from here. Okay. Then down here, now we can create the try catch. So I'm going to say try catch statement like this. And now I'm going to say const res equal await generate layouts, which is another server action. Okay. And we're going to invoke, oh, not this one. We're going to invoke this and now copy this and open up your folder structure. And let's go to ChatGPT and let's scroll to the bottom. And I'm going to say the following. So export const generate layouts like this. And inside this, first, let's change this to an async component. And this is going to say project ID. We're going to set this to string. And theme, we're going to set this to string as well. And then I'm going to set this to try catch. And then in here, we're going to say if project ID does not exist, then return 400 and say error project ID is required. Okay. Next, we're going to verify the user. So I'm going to say current user like this. And let's invoke this from Nextjs server. And if there's no user, we want to return 403. Okay, so return status 403 and error user not authenticated. Next, we're going to go into the database and we're going to find the user. So I'm going to say client.user.findUnique where for this Clerk ID. Now, once we have the user, then we'll get the project. But if we don't have the user or the user does not have a subscription, then we have to return 403. Okay, we're preventing them from also trying to go around it and mess with stuff, right? So send a 403 and say user does not have a subscription and return this error. Okay, awesome. Now, if this is still if we pass this, we're going to say go ahead and grab the project. So project client project.findUnique for this ID and is deleted set to false. Okay, because if it's deleted, then we don't want to give the user the ability to edit that. Next, if we don't have the project, we're going to return 404 and say project not found. And then if we don't have any outlines or the length is 0, we're going to return 404 and say there's no outlines. Now, if everything is successful so far, then we're going to generate the layouts in JSON. Okay. Now, this is a massive prompt. Again, I think, actually, I don't think it's that bad. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me take a look if I can improve this. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to have it inside the Discord, right? And you guys can just copy it from there. All right. So first thing you're going to do in here is, let me go ahead and, okay. So you're going to say const layouts equal to await. It's called get generate layout JSON. And we're going to need to pass in the project.outlines. Okay. So now this is going to essentially create all of the JSON stuff for us for our slides, okay? And if the status is not equal to 200, then we're just going to return from here, okay? But if everything is good, then we'll say client project.update for this ID. We're going to set its slides to the layout.data, and the theme name is going to be theme. Okay, here we don't have to return layout. Actually, that's fine. We can. But that's what we're going to do right here. Okay, and then once everything is successful, we will just return 200 and send that data to the user, to the front end. Now down here, if there was any errors, we'll show console error, and we'll show we'll return this object with the status set to 500, saying internal server error. Now let's go ahead and complete this server action. So what does this do? Let's scroll all the way to the bottom. Actually, we have to scroll on top. Okay, I'm going to say export const. This is a server action as well, and this is going to be an async function. Oops, sorry guys. Async function like this. And then inside this function, we're going to do the following. So I'm going to say const prompt, okay? And this is from the Discord. So join the Discord. I'll put this inside there so you can just copy and paste it. For some reason, if Discord does not work in your country, then, oh my God, you're going to need to type everything, man. I don't want you to do that, all right? But this is what we're telling it to do. So you are an AI that generates JSON-based layouts for presentations, whatever, right, etc., etc. Then down here, we're giving it guidelines saying what you need to do. So we're telling it use diverse, and engaging designs and copy unique image placeholders, all that kind of stuff. All right. Then what we're doing here is we're giving them an example. Now for this example, this is another massive object, okay? And I spent forever to do this, so I'll put it in the description. You need this. If you don't have this, your AI is gonna bug, okay? So not in description, guys, sorry. I'll put this inside the Discord, okay? So it's going to be this 400-line object with all the things that we need, okay? It's just an example, so it knows what to do. And now I'm going to import v4. So let me go ahead and import this first. Just give me 1 second. So I'm going to scroll all the way up top, and I'm going to say v4 as UUID v4, and then content type comes from our libs folder. That's it. So it's just an example with how this works. And if you watch the demo and the explanation and the architecture breakdown, you will know what this is. So I'm not going to walk you through every single thing. All right. It's just a master recursive component that has content within content within content, and based on the type of the element, it's going to return another component. And if that component has content, it's going to loop over that and return the same component, which will do the same exact thing iteratively. All right. So let's go back all the way down here. And the next thing we need is the outline array. So for the outline array, let me grab this as well. So the outline array is going to come from our right here, okay, as an argument. So I'm going to say string. It's going to be a string array, and that gets passed in down in here. Where is that? Right here. Okay, awesome. Now, after we create this prompt, now we're going to need to send this. I'm going to say try catch. And first, I'm just going to have some console messages saying generating the layout. And then I'm going to invoke OpenAI. Okay, and now to invoke OpenAI, we need to create the instance. So I'm going to go up top and say OpenAI equal new OpenAI. And I'm going to put in the OpenAI key. Okay, and then let's go down. We have to go all the way down here. Okay, what seems to be the problem here? Status? Something is... Okay, that's because we're not returning... Yeah, we're not returning anything. That's probably why. Okay. So after we do this, I'm going to say the following. So right here, I'm going to say completion equal await openai.chat completions.create the GPT-4o model, and make sure you put the specific date. And then down here, I'm going to say messages. We're going to say role system. You generate JSON layouts for your presentations, and the role content, and put the prompt. Okay. Max token set to 5,000 and temperature 0.7. Next, after this, we're going to get the response. So I'm going to say const response content equal completions.choices at 0.message.content. If there is nothing, we'll return 400 like this. And then we're going to create, we're going to also store the JSON response. So I'm going to say let JSON response. And then I'm going to create a try catch block. And I'm going to say JSON response equal JSON.parse. We're going to pass this content. We're going to replace JSON or things that we're just replacing this stuff. Okay, just regular expressions. And then down here, I'm going to say await promise.all JSON response.map. And we're going to say replace image placeholders, because this one is going to have a placeholder once the prompt is completed. Okay, and now we have to remove that and create images for it. And these images are also AI generated. So we're going to scroll up top right here. I'm going to say const replace image placeholders. And this is going to be an arrow function with layout set to slide. Let's go ahead and import this. Okay, and inside this, first I'm going to say const image components equal find image components. Okay, and now this function is going to basically find what are all the images inside that. So down here, I'm going to say const find image components. This is equal to an arrow function. Okay, and in here, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to check if the layout.type is image, and this layout comes from here. So layout is going to be content item. Okay, and this is going to return content item, which is an array like this. Okay, what seems to be the problem here? Neither okay. What is going on here, guys? Just give me a second. Okay, not entirely sure. Okay, it's just telling us we need to return. I thought something was wrong with this. All right, so in here, first we're going to create an array called images. Okay, and then next I'm going to say if the layout type dot images is layout type is an image, then we're going to say image.push, and we're going to push that layout in there. Okay, so those layouts are basically image based. Then after that, once we have it in this array, then we're going to pull all of that and replace them. Okay, next down here, I'm going to say if array.isArray layout.content. If it is an array, that means it has a content property inside it. Okay, and now we're going to check its type basically. So I'm going to say layout.content.forEach. We're going to get the child. We're going to say images.push, and everything. We're going to essentially invoke this, and we're going to pass in that content itself, that item. Okay, pass it back in here, and it's going to look again, and it's going to keep pushing all those layouts that have that type, this image type. We're going to keep pushing that in here. That's pretty much it. Okay. Finally, else if it's an object. So else if layout.content and type of the content is an object, then we're going to say the following. So push this, and we're going to say layout.content. Okay. So if you want to understand this better, just please watch the architecture. Okay. If you don't watch the architecture, don't watch this video. So pause, go back and watch that. All right. So once all of this is done, we'll return the images. And guys, by the way, if you did get the code base from the description, all the code comments will help you. Like, take a look at this. I've explained each and every single line in great detail. All right. So that way you have absolutely no confusion and everything makes more sense. Now, down here, we're returning the images. That's great. And now we need to complete from right here. Okay. So we got the images, we got all the image components, and then we're saying, hey, found them. And now for each of them, right, we're basically saying component.content, and then we're going to generate an image for each of them. Okay. So to generate the image URL, I'm going to copy this. We're going to scroll up top. We're going to say const generate this equal to an async arrow function. And this is going to have prompt in here set to a string. And this is going to have promise, and it's going to return us a string. Okay. Now in here, I'm going to have a try catch. I want my snippets. Okay. And this is going to be another prompt. So please copy this prompt from the Discord. Okay. And I'm going to say the following. So improved prompt, and we're going to pass in all of this. So you are going to create an image based on this, yada, 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 whatever. All right. And so this one is going to help create a photorealistic image based on the prompt that we just have. Now down here, I'm going to basically say openai.images.generate. I'm going to pass in that improved prompt, number 1, so we only want 1, and the size as well. Next, if everything is successful, we'll just say image generated, and then we're going to return this response. So DALL-E response.data, if it exists, get the URL, or we're just going to return a placeholder. Okay, now inside this catch block, if there was an error, I'm just going to print the error and I'm going to return this image right here. So in no way is it going to fail. Okay, all right. Now I think we're done with this. That was a massive server action. Feels like I've been coding forever. So let's take a quick break, guys. Go ahead, do some push-ups. All right. And then we'll get back to this. See you soon. Now open up your folder structure and you want to go back into the theme picker component. And then down here, now we can import our generate layouts server action. Next, let's go ahead and say params.presentationID. And we're going to say as string. And then we also have to pass in the current theme. So current theme.name. Okay, awesome. Then after this, I'm going to hit enter here. And then I'm going to check for the response. And if it's not 200, I'm going to throw an error. Okay, so I'm going to say if the response, something seems to be wrong here. Let's go back into this function and let's just quickly take a look at everything and verify to make it's all good to go. So this is good. We are checking the current user. And then after that, we're returning 403 if something happens. If not, we're going to go ahead and find the user first. And then we need to check if they exist or they don't have any subscription and then return in here as well. And after that, we're going to find the project. Okay, this looks good. And then we're going to say if there's no project, return 404. Okay, then down here, we're going to say if this is, if outlines.length is 0, then also return. Then we want to generate the layout JSON using that action. And then in here, we're going to get layouts.status. So something is wrong in here. So let's go into this server action and let's verify this one as well. So we have our beautiful prompt. And then at the bottom here, okay, this looks good. And then first thing we're doing here is we're saying await OpenAI. We're just creating that. And then down here, we're saying choices.message.content. Okay, perfect. Now, if there's nothing there, return 400. And then we're going to create a JSON response. And then we're going to say the following. So we're going to create another try catch. And then we're going to parse this. And then we're going to use promise.all and get all of this done here. This is fine as well. If there's an error, we're going to return this. There we go. So if there's an error here, then we're going to show error and we're going to throw the error. But now we have to also return that back, right? So I'm just going to print a console message saying layouts generated successfully. And then I also want to return status 200. And for data, I want to return the JSON response, okay? And inside the error block, I'm just going to print our standard error message like this, okay? All right, awesome. So this is done. And now I know we have one more. I might as well verify that right now. So we did generate layouts. Okay, this one looks good so far. Okay, and now if we go back to our theme picker, that should solve that bug for us. Okay, there we go. So now we're going to have res of status if it's not equal to 200. Then we'll throw an error. And then we're going to show a toast message. So I'm going to copy this toast here, paste the toast here. And for this message, I'm going to say, I'm going to actually change this to success like this. And then I'm going to say success here. And then I'll say layouts generated successfully. Next, we have to push the user to that specific router page. To that specific presentation page. So I'm going to say router.push/presentation/presentation ID. Okay, awesome. And then after that, we're going to also set our slides to res.data, to the response that we just received. Next, inside this catch block, we're going to return another toast. So let's scroll up top. Let's copy this toast. And down here, I'm going to say toast error failed to generate layouts. Okay. And then after this, I'm going to have a finally block. And in this block, I'm going to say set loading to false. Great job.
Now let's scroll down here and till where you find this wand and the button that we just created, right? And after this div, we're going to say scroll area, and we're going to import this component. And then this is going to have the following class names. So let's go ahead and set that as well. And now inside this, we're going to have a div. So I'm going to create a div. And inside this, we're essentially going to loop over all of the themes that we have. And for each of them, we're going to show a theme card. Okay? So kind of like the one you see on the right. Okay? Kind of like that. So let's scroll down here. Let me shrink this a little bit more. Okay? I'm going to say themes.map, and we're going to invoke that. And for each of these, so we're going to get a theme here. For each of them, we're going to return motion.div. So I'm going to say motion.div like this. And this is going to need the key prop, which is going to be theme.name. And then inside this, we also have to provide the animation itself. So I'm going to say while hover, scale, while tap, scale. Okay. And then inside this, I'm going to create a button. And we also have to import this motion component. So I'm going to scroll up top and I'm going to say the following. So I'm going to say import motion from motion. Okay. Now inside this button, I'm going to have the key and I'm going to set it to the following. Okay. Actually, we don't really need the key here. We only need key in here. So that's fine. And then in here, we're going to have an on click. All right. And this on click is just going to set our theme, the current theme that we have that the user is trying to set. It's just going to set it locally inside this state, okay, which is happening right here. Let's go back down. And then next, we're going to have some styling. So I'm going to say styling like this. Okay. And then after this, I'm also going to have the style tag to override it with any sort of, design that, the theme itself, right? So you see we have different themes like this now. Okay, and now inside this button, I'm going to hit enter. We're going to have a div. So please pause and type all of this with me, okay? So we're going to have a div in here. And inside this div, we're going to have the title, so the name of the theme and the color, and then another div to show some design. So I'll show you what I mean. So first have the span, which will show the theme itself. So you see all the fonts, everything change accordingly, right? And then after that, after this span, we're going to hit enter, and then we're going to create a div here, and we're going to say class name, and then we have a style, which is background color, theme, accent color, okay? Then after this, hit enter here, create another div, and this div is going to have the following styles. So we're going to say this, and then inside this, we're going to have just some placeholder stuff. So I'm going to have another div with the accent color like this, and I'm going to have the theme accent color, and I'm going to say the following for the class names, and then I'm going to say title in here, and then I'm also going to get another div after this div. So hit enter here, and then I'm going to say body and title. So now you get more information than what we initially had. Okay, so this can give the user kind of like a preview of what the theme could look like before they select it. Great job. All right, guys, so now for the moment of truth. So if you click on any one of these themes, they should apply to our cards. There you go. Take a look at that. Looks awesome, right? So if you want to select a minimalist mono design, it's going to show like that. Maybe neon lights. This looks really nice as well. And yeah, that's pretty much, it's that simple to create themes inside this presentation. And awesome. Now let's move on to the next stage. So now go ahead and open up your folder structure right here. And how we're going to do this is this presentation. So presentation ID, and then we're going to have the select theme page, right? And then we also have some other pages we would like. So for example, this page presentation here is going to allow us to have the sidebar to edit the presentation itself and the presentation layout preview, okay? But then we're going to have another route in here called share, and that page is what I'm going to use to essentially share presentations between people to people, all right? So you can share something publicly as well. So we're not going to put that inside this component right here, okay? What we're going to do inside here instead is this page.tsx is essentially going to have our entire editor set up. So something similar to this, not exactly this, but something almost around this, okay? So let's go back here, and I just want to verify how much of this did we complete. So inside the presentation ID, we already completed till the loading states, right? So now we have to create all of these here with the sidebar to show all of these elements, the main layout preview, and then the editor. So this is going to be navbar. This will be layout preview, and this will we'll call this the editor sidebar. Okay, awesome. Actually, this one I might call the this one might be the editor. Okay, so I'm going to call this one editor because it is the editor. And I'll call this one layout preview because it's a preview of everything. And this will be the nav bar, okay? And then this, yeah, we'll just keep it as editor sidebar. So let's go back here. And yep, let's proceed now. So the first thing I'm going to do down here is I'm going to use a DND provider, okay? Because everything inside this component is basically, you know, we can use the DND providers, the droppers, and the draggable components. And for that, we need this provider to wrap that entire layout. And that's why it's okay to put it right here, okay? Then we also have to pass in this prop, guys. Now, this is needed for this thing to just work. I'm not entirely sure what they want here, or I'm not sure why they need this here, but we're going to need to pass this as backend, okay? And we already installed that package. So I'm going to scroll up top, and I'm going to say import HTML5 backend from React DND HTML5 backend, okay? Now let's go back down. And then after this, inside this component, I'm going to hit enter, and I'm going to create a div, okay? And now inside here, we're going to have 3 sections, okay? Basically 2 sections, sorry. First, we're going to have the navbar, which is on top. Then we're going to have the layout stuff, which is at the bottom, okay? So now, technically speaking, if I just select one of these themes, okay, I'm just going to select something for now. Let's see what's nice. Wow, these themes look really nice. Okay, I'm just going to pick this one for now. Let's click on generate theme, and that should push us to this page. Okay, so let's generate the theme. Okay, let's, fingers crossed, let's make sure everything's working. All right, and there you go. Now, this probably would have taken some time for you as well, and that's totally fine, okay? We're basically generating a lot of stuff here. So what you can do is maybe you can add to this and create like a little progress bar, right? To show how much of the slides are done. But I can verify that the slides are done because I can go inside Prisma Studio, and I see this right here, which is all of the slides, and the JSON is already created for us. Okay, great job, guys. So now I'm on this I'm on the presentation/presentation ID page. If I refresh here, it's going to show loading, and it's basically returning this because everything is successful. All right, so is loading is set to false again. So this means this page is also working. We're able to fetch all the info, and now we can render whatever we want down here. Okay, great job. So after this, I'm going to return another div. And inside this, I'm going to create a component called navbar. So open up your folder structure, and we're going to go in here. Let me expand this a little bit more. And inside presentation ID, we're going to create our components folder. And in here, I'm going to say navbar, and inside that, navbar.tsx. Okay, now let's return a component like this. Awesome. And this is going to need the presentation ID. So I'm going to first bring that in from here. So presentation ID is going to be a string, okay? And then down here, presentation ID is just going to be destructured from here. So now I'm going to change this to a use client component because I need some stuff from the store as well, right? So I need the current theme and stuff like that. So first, let's go ahead and grab that. So I'm going to say current theme, and we're going to bring that in. Okay, awesome. And then once we get this from here, I'm going to create another state called is presentation mode and set presentation mode. Okay, that way the user can click on this from the navbar and present the screen. So to do that, I'm going to say is presentation mode and set presentation equal use state, just like this. I'm going to set it to false by default. Okay, nice. Now down here, let's remove this and let's return a nav component. And then I'm going to have a class name, and we're going to set the class name to the following. Okay, awesome. Okay, I just realized one more thing, guys. So let's go into our, where is this? So create page. Where are you? Pages, dashboard, create page. Let's go into page.tsx. Okay, so you see here how we are letting the user basically reach this route even if they don't have a subscription, and that's not nice. I just realized that, right? Now, the way to solve this is very straightforward. You just have to authenticate the user, check if they're signed in, of course, and check if they have a subscription. And if they do, proceed. That's literally it. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that first. So I'm going to say const check user equal await on authenticate user, and let's invoke this. And this needs to become an async component now. And then after this, if check user is not existent, then we're going to say return redirect using next navigation. I'm going to redirect the user to sign-in page. Okay, and now I'm going to copy this down here. And down here, we're going to say if the user does not have a subscription. So check user dot subscription does not exist, then we'll redirect them to the dashboard page. Okay, dashboard. So this way they cannot hit this endpoint and just, kind of play the system. All right. And you can do this anywhere else if you want to protect the route or you want to protect only subscription routes. This is a good way to do that. Okay. You can also redirect the user here, and you can also show a toast message. That's another thing you can do. All right. So let's go back here now, and let's continue from this navigation. So go ahead and provide the following class names. Don't forget. And now we're going to apply our styles as well, right? The themes. So I'm going to say style here, like this, inside this, is going to have the following background color from the current theme, and the color is going to be as follows. Okay. Next, we're going to have a link component down here. So I'm going to say link from next link. And inside this, actually, I made a small error. Let's bring this down here. There we go. And for href, I'm going to set this to /dashboard. Okay. And then I'm going to say pass href in here. And so it basically forces a link to send the href property to its children items. Okay. And then down here, we're going to have a button element. So let's bring in that button component and let's import it. Awesome. And then this is going to need to have the variant first. I'm just going to say variant outline. And then down here, we'll return some class names. Okay. Now, before we proceed, let's also go back and import our navbar. So let's go back here. And where is this component? Okay, right here, I'm going to say navbar like this. And let's render that out. And there you go. Now we can see the nav bar up top. Okay. Let me zoom out a little bit more. I'm way too zoomed in. And now I'm going to have the presentation ID because that's required here. So I'm going to say params.presentation ID as string like this. Okay. And now let's go back into this nav bar. And now we can proceed so we can see what we're building as well. Now, in this button section in here, we're also going to need to pass in the theme, right? So I'm going to do the exact same thing that I did up here, and I'm going to set the background color to current theme.background color, okay? Then I'm going to have a home icon. So let's bring in the home icon inside this button, and I'm going to say home icon like this that comes from maybe app page. That one should be better. So let me see what seems to be the error here. Let's refresh that. Something is wrong here. Okay, what is this? Okay. So let's change this to, okay, we were returning app page. We don't want that. Let's see what this icon looks like. Okay, it looks like this. Up to you, whatever you want to do. I might just keep this icon here, okay? So, class name, I don't think we even need this anymore. Okay, that should be good. If we didn't use this component, let's see what the other home icon from Lucid React would look like. Okay, that looks, yeah, it's up to you guys. All right, I'm just going to leave it up to you. I like my beautiful icons that I created, so I'm just going to import that one. Okay, and this is not needed, so let's remove that. Then after this, I'm going to have a span and say return home like this. Okay, awesome. And then after that, down here, we're going to hit enter after this link. And then we're going to create a link icon as well. Not link icon, guys. Sorry, we're going to have another link down here. And this link is another button. So actually, now that I think about this, all right, I'm just going to use that. I'm just going to use the regular home icon. All right, so I'm going to say home. Where is this? Let's go to this home icon up top here. And let's go back down. And let's import it from Lucid React. Okay, just want to match the theme here. Okay, all right. Then after this link, I'm going to hit enter, and I'm going to say link like this. And inside this, we're going to need to pass in the following. So At first, I'm going to say href is presentation template market. Okay. And then after that, I'm going to have class name. I'm going to say something in here. And then let's put some text in to see what this looks like. Okay. So it's basically the title, right? And so for now, what I'm going to do is, let me see here. Okay. So for now, I'm just going to say presentation editor, but you guys can render the title from here. Okay, send the title as a prop and then just render it. We don't have time, so I'm just going to push through this. After that, I'm going to have a div here, and I'm going to say flex items dash center in gap of 4. And then inside here, I'm going to create a button component, and this button is going to have the following styles. So let's go ahead and say button style like this with the background color, and then also a variant. So I'm going to say variant is outline. And when you click on this, what is this button? Well, this is the share icon, right? So when you click on this, we want to handle copying that to the clipboard. So I'm going to create an on click, and we're going to set this to handle copy. And let's scroll up top, and I'm going to say const handle copy equal to an arrow function. And in here, I'm going to say navigator dot clipboard dot write text. Okay, write text. We're going to invoke this, and inside this, I'm going to use backticks, and we're going to say window dot location dot origin dot slash, or we can put slash after this. So slash share slash again presentation ID like this, and that's pretty much it. Okay, so now that gets copied, and we can also show a toast message. So toast import toast from sonar dot success, and I'm going to say link copied. Okay, and then I can have a description. Sure, why not? All right, so I'm going to say the link has been copied to your clipboard. Okay, so if I copy that, there you go. Now I have that all sorted. So let's scroll down here, and now let's create the stuff inside this button. So inside the button, I'm going to have a share icon. So let's go ahead and grab the share icon like this, and let's import it from icons slash share. And that does not go with the theme, so I'm going to leave it up to you. If you want to use share from Lucid React, it's going to go with the theme. Okay, so I'm just going to use this one for now. So we'll have the share icon like that, and then after the share icon down here, after the button, we're going to hit we're going to hit enter, and then in here we're going to have a button called sell template. So basically, the user will have the ability to sell this template from here, and they can get LemonSqueezy and plug it in here, and now they can sell it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create this sell template like this, and I'm going to hide this. I'm going to create another note and say work in progress, add LemonSqueezy sell templates. Okay, awesome. Now let's go down here. And after this template, we're going to have a button component. Okay, and inside this button, we're going to have a variant, and I'm going to set this variant to default. And after this, we're going to have a class name, and I'm going to add this in here. And finally, I'm going to need to set the presentation mode to true when the button is clicked, because this button is going to say present in here. Okay, so something like this. So when you click on that, it's going to turn it to true. Now, let's make this look a little nicer. So I'm going to have a play button in here, a play icon from Lucid React. Okay, like that. And then I think I also have one from mine. Let me see what mine looks like. All right, let's just use the one from Lucid React, because that way we can change it according to the theme. All right. And then down here, I'm going to have present inside a span. Okay, please put the following class names, and then it will disappear on mobile devices. Nice. Then after this down here, hit enter. We're going to say if it is presentation mode, and this is true, then we want to do the following. So in here, I'm going to render a component called presentation mode. Okay, like this. And inside this component, we'll also have a close button where they can close it. So for now, I'm going to hide this component, and I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to say work in progress, add presentation mode. Okay, nice, awesome. All right, now let's go back one page. We're done with the nav bar. We're pretty much all set. the nav bar, and where are we? Why is it not going back? There we go. So now let's go back, and now let's continue from here. So after this nav bar, now we're going to create the layout preview. So I'm going to say div, and this div is going to have the following class name. And then after this, we're going to have a style. So I'm going to say style like this. Okay, we're going to pass in all of these, which is the theme background color, the font, and the font color as well, font family as well. And then after this right here, we're going to have the layout preview component. Okay, so let's go ahead and say layout preview inside this div like this. And this layout preview is going to come from our folder. So open up your folder structure, and you want to go into components. And in here, you're going to create another component called editor dash sidebar. Okay. And then inside that, you want to create another folder called left sidebar. And then inside that, you want to say layout preview.tsx. Okay, just like this. So please follow the same folder structure. Okay, we're going to need to have the same thing so there's no errors on your side. So once this is done, right here, we're going to first get the order of the slides, right? So that way we can render them out. And also, let's just go back quickly and import this so it doesn't scream at me. Okay. And now let's go ahead and grab the order of the slides. Now this comes from use slide store. So const something here equal to use slide store, and let's import that and let's invoke it. And now this one is basically, let's see right here. Okay, so we have slides, but we don't have a way to get the order and to reorder them. Okay, so let's go ahead and create those two helpers. So first state is called, first we have a function here called get order slides. So I'm going to say get order slides like this, and this is going to return a slide array. Okay, and then finally we also have one more, which is reorder slides, and the reorder slides is going to return nothing, but it's going to reorder it from this index to this index. Okay, now if you scroll down here, you're going to see all kinds of beautiful errors. So first, let's go ahead and do the reorder slides. Okay, so down here, I'm going to say reorder. Why is it not letting me do that? Okay, it's supposed to be inside here. So reorder slides like this, and let's first do get reorder. So get reorder slides is going to be an arrow function, and inside this arrow function, we're going to do the following. So I'm going to say const state equal get, and let's invoke this. So now we have everything inside this, and we get from here. We get from here. Okay, so let's bring get from there. So now we can get the state. This is to set the state. All right. So now we have all of the previous state in here. Now we're going to return a new state. So I'm going to return everything that's inside state.slides. Okay, and we're going to sort them for the following. So I'm going to sort them by saying a comma b. All right, this means the first and you can read all of this if you want as well. So it's the first and the next elements, and we're going to say a dot slide order minus b dot slide order. Okay, so we're rearranging them here, and that should do the get order slides. The next one is reorder slides. So let's put this in here, reorder slides, and I'm going to remove this. Okay. And reorder slides is going to be an array. It's going to be an arrow function that's going to return nothing right here. So I'm just going to say this. Okay, awesome. And now down here, we're going to have another, we're going to get the from index. So I'm going to grab that, which is a number. And then the to index, which is going to be a number as well. And then in here, we're going to essentially call invoke set. So I'm going to say set, invoke that. And this takes an arrow function, which will give us the previous state. So let's grab that as well. And in here, I'm going to say const new slides equal to whatever's in state dot slides, and let's add that to that variable. And then removed. So the one we want to remove first is we're going to say const removed. We're going to say new slides dot splice from wherever to 1. Okay, and I think splice is not to 1, it's more, let's read this. So start, and this is delete count. So delete one of them, okay? And then after that, down here, we're going to say new slides.splice to index 0 and removed. Okay. Then after that, we're going to return a new object, and we're going to say slides is going to be equal to new slides.map. We're going to add our new slide in here, okay? And we're going to say its slide order is as follows. And so essentially what we're doing is we're just changing it. It's basically the same thing that we did for the outlines, okay? For the outlines. All right, awesome. So now let's go back. Now we can use this in here. So I'm gonna just import those two. Sorry, not like this. So I'm gonna say get order slides and reorder slides like this, and we're gonna grab that. Okay. Then I'm gonna say slides equal get ordered slides, and we're gonna invoke this. Okay. And then after that, down here, I'm gonna remove this inside, and I'm gonna add the following class names to this div. So let's say class names as follows. Okay. Awesome. And then in here, we're going to have scroll area. So I'm going to say scroll area, which comes from components UI. And this is going to have the following class name. So let's go ahead and provide that as well. And make sure you say suppress hydration warning inside this. Okay. And then in here, we're going to say loading, loading like this, which is another state that we need to create. So let's scroll up top, and I'm going to say loading and set loading equal useState. And then let's pass in if loading is true in here, then we're going to do something here. If not, we'll do something here. Okay. So now for the true block, we're going to return a div. And inside this div, we're going to have some skeleton loading stuff. Okay. So Jess, please pause and type this with me. Just same thing, just duplicate it thrice. Okay. So skeleton loading right here. And then after that, down here, so you see it's showing all the slides being loaded, right? And I also see something really weird with the design for this. So I think, just give me 1 second, guys. Okay, so for now, I think it's fine. If I need to change it later, I'll change it. But for now, I think this is okay. So in here, we're going to return another div, okay? And this div is going to have another div inside it with the following class names. And it's going to have an h2 called slides, just like this. And then down here, we're going to have a span. So I'm going to hit enter. I'm going to say span down here. And then after that, why is this loading not working? Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do here, guys, is I'm going to create a use effect. Okay. Like this, a use effect. And inside this, I'm going to say if type of window is not equal to undefined, then set loading to false. Okay. And put an empty dependency array in here. And there we go. All right, let's refresh this. Great. Now we are good to go. So down here, after this line right here where we're rendering slides, inside the span, we can show the number of slides. So I'm going to say slides.length. And right now we only have 6 slides. Okay. Then after that, we're going to need to render out the slides themselves. So down here, we're going to hit enter. And I'm going to say slides.map. And right here, we're going to render a component. But first, let's get the slide and the index from this. And now I'm going to say draggable slide preview. Okay, like this. And inside this, we're going to need to pass in the key and just some props. So for now, I'm just going to pass these in, which is the key, the slide itself, the index itself, and the move slide. Okay. So that way we can move them if the user clicks on this side and tries to move those elements as well. Now, this component is going to have some different, it's good. I mean, it's basically the same editor, just used as a preview version. So what we'll do is, again, I'm just going to comment this out, okay? And I'm going to say work in progress, add the draggable slide preview after you build the editor, something like this. Okay, great job. Now, down here, you see we have this div, right? You want to hit, okay, so hit enter after this. And actually, I think we're done with this. This should be fine. This is just a layout preview. So, all right, I think we're good to go with this one. So now let's go back one page and let's continue from our layout preview, okay? So after this down here, I'm going to say div, and I'm going to say flex -1, margin left of 64. padding right of 16. Okay, and inside this, we're going to create our beautiful editor component. Okay, so I'm going to call this editor like this. And now open up your folder structure. And you want to scroll down to where you find your components folder. And inside the components, you want to create an editor folder. Okay. And inside this editor dot, why did that do that? Okay. Inside this editor.tsx. And now let's return a component and change its name. Now, please follow with me. There's a lot of stuff in here. Okay. So first, we're going to have is editable set to a Boolean value. And let's go ahead and grab this. Okay. Guys, if you haven't watched the demo, stop right now and go watch the demo. Okay. Because I know some of you just push through and try to skip everything. Please watch the starting part of this entire course. It's very important. And we also made some announcements. So if you miss that section, nothing else will make sense from here on. Okay. So once we have this, it is editable. Down here, we're going to first need use slide store. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab that because we need, things like the slides, the project, then the order of the slides and stuff like that. So I'm going to go ahead and invoke this. And now there's three more values, three more states and helper functions that we need to create. The first one is current slide. So let's go in here and let's scroll up top. And after this current theme, I'm going to say current slide number. Okay, so current slide, which is a number, just like this. And then the other one we need is remove slide. And so let's go ahead and get the remove slide as well. So for remove slide, I'm going to put it maybe somewhere after this. So after this right here, let's put remove slide is going to be an arrow function that returns void. And in here, we're going to need the ID, which is a string. Okay, nice. And now let's go back. Finally, we have the add slide index. So I'm going to put that in here as well. So let's scroll down. Let's go into this. And I'm going to scroll down to the bottom here. And I'm going to say add slide index, which is going to be an arrow function. And this is going to have the slide itself. And index, which is going to be a number. And this should return void. Nice. And now I think we have everything sorted. Okay, awesome. But now we have to create these. So let's go ahead and quickly create them. So let's go back inside use slide store. And now let's scroll all the way to the bottom here and hit enter. And now let's complete whatever we missed out. So the first one I'm going to do, let's do this. Okay, so I see a couple of these. I'm not sure if we missed something here as well, but I'm seeing that we still have remove slide and a couple more to complete. So let's first go and do, let's do the remove slide right here. Okay, so remove slide is going to be an arrow function. Okay, and I want to make sure this is in the right place. I'm just going to put it above the reorder slide. So remove slide is going to be an arrow function, and this is going to give us the ID. And in here, we're going to say set. And right here, we're going to get the previous state. And I'm going to say return an object like this with slides set to state.slides.filter. Okay, we're going to invoke this and we're going to get the slide in here. So let's grab that. And in here, we're going to say where slide.id is not equal to ID. Okay, like this. Awesome. So now we're done with this one. Now the next one right here after this is add slide at index. So let's go ahead and do that one as well. So add slide at index. Where are you? Okay. So this is going to be another arrow function. And in here, we're going to get the following. So what seems to be the issue here? Let me remove this. Remove slide. Okay, let's put this after this. There we go. So add slide at index. In here, I'm going to get slide, which is slide, and then index, which is going to be a number. So let's grab that from our params. And first, I'm going to say set, get access to the previous state. And in here, we're going to do the following. So I'm going to say const new slides equal to new slides, which is slides state.slides. So we're just passing everything in here. And then I'm going to say the following. So I'm going to say new slides.splice from the index 0. And we're going to pass in this right here, okay, with UUID. So I'm going to say UUID or v4. This should be fine as well. Okay, it's not importing. So let me go ahead and import this manually. So scroll up top and you want to say v4 as UUID. Okay, and that should solve that problem. And let's go back to this UUID. Okay, awesome. And where is it? v4 UUID. Okay, there we go. So this is UUID v4, like this, okay? And then after this, I'm going to hit enter in here. And then I'm going to say new slide, like this, a new slide. Something is wrong here, guys. So I have this arrow function. Okay, we don't need this bracket here. So I'm just going to remove this. Or do we? Okay, if I remove this, okay, this is fine. All right. And now inside this, after I'm going to say new slide.for each, and we're going to say s.slideOrder equal to I. Okay, so we're adding that slide at that specific index. And now we also have to return this. All right, so I'm going to say return slides, which is going to be the new slides. Okay, and the current slide index, the current slide is going to be the one at this new index, like this. Okay, all right, that's it for this one. Let's see what else we have. We have the current slide left. So let's bring that as well. And current slide might just be a number. So I'm just going to set that to 0. So let's set 0. And that should solve all our errors. Now we can move these things to the top because there are states. And we can keep all of the other reducers at the bottom. Now let's go back here. And I'm going to go back to our page.tsx presentation ID. And I'm going to import my editor like this. And I'm going to set the editor is editable to true. Okay, let's go back in here. And what seems to be the issue? Okay, we just had to refresh. And there we go. Now we see our editor. Now let's go ahead and remove this div. We're going to have a div in here, okay, with the following class names. And in here, I'm going to say loading. If this is true, we're going to return the following like this. And this loading is going to come from a state. So let's go ahead and create that state. So I'm going to scroll up top and I'm going to say loading is loading like this and imported from useState. Okay. And then at the bottom here, now we can use this. So if it's loading, we're just going to show a skeleton. Okay. So I'm going to say div with full px for flex column space y of 6 and import skeleton. And I'm just going to say height 52 and just duplicate it 3 times. Okay. Nice. Now, after that, down here, I'm going to render a scroll area, okay, from Components UI. And this is going to have the following class name. So I'm going to say class name like this. And inside the scroll area, I'm going to return another div, okay? And I'm going to say if is editable, so like this is editable. If this is true, then I want to render out a component called drop zone. Okay, drop zone like this. Where is this drop zone? Making spelling errors. So let's say drop zone. Okay. Now this is another component, of course, and let's go ahead and create that. So open up your folder structure, and inside your editor folder, in the same editor.tsx, we're going to create all these components. Okay. So you want to scroll up top, and you want to say export const drop zone equal to, like this. You want to say react.functional component, and you're going to say drop zone props, which we're going to create in just a second. So let me go ahead and provide that in here. And then in here, we're going to say type or interface, that's fine too, interface, drop zone props. And in here, we're going to get the index, which is a number. Then we're going to have a function, a helper function called onDrop, okay? And this is going to need first the item, like this. It's going to need the item and then also drop index, which is a number. Now that item is going to have type string, layout type, the component itself, and this is another type we're going to create, and also the index, okay? Now for the layout slides, I'm going to go into my types folder right here, And all the way at the bottom, I'm going to say export interface layout slides, and I'm going to put the slide name, the content item, okay, which is of this type, right? We have all of these, and then we're going to have the type as well. So please pause and type, okay? Now let's go ahead and import the layout slides. Awesome. And at the bottom here, after this one, we're going to have is editable and set that to a Boolean. Now, down here, this is a function. So all we have to do here is destructure and say index, on drop, and is editable. And then inside this, now we can create that component. Okay. What seems to be the issue here? Okay, it just needs to return something. Yeah. So in here for now, I'm just going to return a React fragment like this so that error is resolved. And then the first thing I'm going to do is, instead of this, let me return a div. This is better. And now in this div, we're going to first pass in a class name, but I'm going to use cn for this. So please pause the screen and type this out. So I'm going to import cn. And then in here, we're going to have some states, and these states are going to help us render out some colors. Okay. So if it is over it, then we'll show this, based on that. Okay. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll up top right here, and I'm going to create a hook called use drop. Okay. So first let me say const like this, const equal to use drop, and we're going to invoke this use drop hook. And this use drop hook actually comes from React drag and drop. So let's go ahead and grab that. So I'm going to scroll up top and hit enter, and we're going to import that hook. Something seems to be wrong here. Okay, it's because we need to pass in the stuff inside this. So in here, we're going to first say accept, slide, and layout. Okay, and we're going to have another property here called drop. And for drop, we're going to say the following. So this is going to be an arrow function. And in here, this is going to give us access to the item, which is going to be of this type right here, this one. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it in here. Then inside here, we wanted to invoke the on drop that's coming in from our params, from our props. And inside, we're going to pass in the item and the index. Okay, there we go. Awesome. Next, after this, we're going to have can drop. These are just some settings, guys, okay? Don't get too confused. It is a complicated project, right? I told you. But these are just settings for the use drop hook. That's pretty much it. So it did take me a very long time to figure all of this out, all right? So hopefully it makes your life easier. So now after this, we're going to say collect, another one here, collect, and we're going to say isOver, which is monitor.isOver, okay? And this monitor comes from here, and can drop is monitor.canDrop. But this is the reverse. So we're converting this to a Boolean. So if you don't know how this works, it's some basic JavaScript concepts. It's fine. It doesn't really matter. But we're just converting this to a Boolean. Okay, think about it that way. So next, at the bottom, we're going to also render this out and say if is editable is not true, then return null. Okay. Now, the other thing we need to destructure from this hook. So this hook is going to return some stuff. So let's go ahead and say is over and can drop like this. And then we're also going to get a drop ref. So let's put that in this variable as well. Okay. So now we can use those to determine some styling. All right. Now, inside this div, we're going to hit enter. We're almost done with this component. Just have to hit enter. And now we're going to say if is over and can drop, then we're going to return a div that says drop here. Okay, so just basically creating a way for us to show that, hey, an element can be dropped inside this. Okay, awesome. Now let's scroll down here to our drop zone component and let's pass in those props. So first index is going to be 0. On drop is going to be a helper function that I'm going to create called handle drop. And then is editable is going to be a state in here called is editable. Okay. So that's already created for us. Is editable right here. It comes from the props, right? Now handle drop, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to scroll up here and I'm going to say the following. So I'm going to say const handle drop is going to be an arrow function. And in here, we're going to say item, which is going to be an object with these types, which is item, layout type, component type, layout slides, and the index. And then after this, we're going to have the drop index as well. So let's bring that in. I'm going to say drop. Actually, sorry guys, not here. It's after this object. Okay, drop index like this. Now, inside this, we're basically going to do the following. So I'm going to say is editable. If it's not true, then return. Okay, and then I'm going to say if item.type is equal to layout, then we're going to do the following in here. So we're going to invoke the add slide that we're getting from here, add slide at index, right? Because this is where we're dropping the element, right? And so think about it this way. We have 3 slides and we're dropping something somewhere, right? Or even if we're dropping it into the drop zone. If we're dropping it into the drop zone, if it's within that and if it's of type layout, that means what it's being dropped into, then we're going to add at that specific index, okay? That's all that function is doing. So I'm going to say add the slide at that index. So add slide at the index. And I'm going to need to pass in all the props it requires. So first thing is an object with everything inside item.component. And then I'm going to need to invoke import v4 from UUID. So let's go ahead and grab that as well. So I'm going to scroll up top and I'm going to create v4 as UUID. And let's change this to UUID v4. Okay, awesome. And now after this, I'm also going to need to pass in one more argument. And this is the drop index itself. So let's pass in the drop index. Awesome. Next, else if right here, we're going to say type is slide. Okay. And the item is not undefined. The item's index is not unidentified object. Too many UFOs. Okay. Undefined. Then inside here, we're going to move the slide to that specific index. So move slide to item.index. And we're going to say to that drop index. Okay. Now, scroll up here. And I'm going to create this function. This is very simple. I'm going to say const move slide equal to an arrow function. And we're going to need to have the drop index, which is going to be a number, and hover index, which is going to be a number as well. And in here, if is editable is true, then I'm going to reorder the slides. So I'm going to say reorder slides like this, and I'm going to invoke it and pass in the drag index, which is going to be, let me see where this is. Okay, this is right here. This is a drop. Okay, this is not drop index, guys. This is drag index. Okay, sorry about that. So drag index and then hover index like this. Great job. Now, let's scroll down here. Now we're moving this, right? And now one more thing I want to do is I want to have a use effect to essentially scroll the elements into view. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll down all the way to the bottom. And I'm going to say use effect like this. And this use effect is going to have a dependency array with current slide inside it. And then in here, I'm going to need to get the slide refs. Okay, so for that, we have to create something here. So scroll up top, and I'm going to say slide refs equal use ref, which is an HTML div element. And it's going to be null, but an array of these. Okay, and so by default, I'm going to set it to an empty array. And then down here in the use effect, all I'm doing is I'm saying slide.current at this. If this exists, then we're going to scroll into view, and we're going to put the behavior smooth and block to center. Okay, that's pretty much it. And then make sure you pass the current slide as a dependency in the dependency array. Great job. All right, there's a lot of stuff, so feel free to take a break right now and then come back to this. Maybe grab a coffee because I'm going to go grab my coffee as well. All right, and I will see you in a second. All right, now I just found a small bug that we can fix. If you click on return home, it shows this error, okay? And it says that it's an invalid type JSX. It's actually a very simple bug. All you want to do is go into projects, which is under, so components, global projects, index.tsx. And then up here, you want to change this to use client and then refresh, okay? And now if you do that, now you can see your project in your dashboard, okay? Of course, we don't have a preview for this because we did not build that editor component and the preview version of the editor component. But once everything is set, you'll see all the elements in here stacked side by side, okay? All right, let's proceed. Now, if you click on this, it's an easier way to go directly into the project. So let's see if that works. And also just to show you, recently open also works as well. You can click on that and it'll take you into the editor, or you can click on this and it'll take you into the editor as well. Great job. Now open up your folder structure. You want to go into components, editor, editor.tsx, and then scroll down here after the drop zone.
And now we're going to do the following right here. So first, I'm going to go to the top of this file. Okay, inside the editor component, not top of the file, sorry. And then I'm going to say const ordered slides equal to get ordered. Let me just copy this so I don't make any unnecessary spelling errors. And this is another hook that we already have. Oh, I'm sorry, this is not a hook, guys. This is coming from here, right? And so we're going to invoke that, and now we're just going to store the ordered slides in here. Then let's scroll back down, and after the drop zone, you're going to hit enter right here, and you're going to say ordered slides dot map. And for each of these slides, we're going to get the slide first and the index. And in here, we're going to return a react.fragment, okay? And we're going to give it a key of slide.id. And if that doesn't exist, we'll just say index in here. And then after this, inside this component, we're going to create another component called draggable slide. So let's go ahead and say draggable slide like this, okay? And I'm going to copy this draggable slide component. We're going to open up your folder structure, and you want to go into the same editor folder, and you're going to create, actually, we can put this in the same file. That's fine. So let's go up here, okay? And I'm going to say const draggable slide. I can export this as well. And this is going to be a react.functional component, and this is going to have some types, okay? And the types are as follows. So we have the slide itself, we have index number, move slide, handle, delete, and is editable, okay? And so now I'm going to pass that in here like this, okay? And this is going to be equal to an arrow function. So let's do this as well. And I want to refresh my browser. Okay, there we go. And this has to return something. So just return a fragment for now. Okay. Now, inside this component, we also need to destructure everything from the props right here. So I'm going to say destructure, and this is of type draggable slide props. Okay, nice. Or you don't have to, guys. Sorry, we're passing it in here, so we don't have to do this. So just destructure, and that should be good to go. All right. Now in here, first I'm going to create a ref. I'm just going to say ref equal use ref. Okay, and we're going to import this and invoke it and pass a null for now. And then we're going to need this ref inside our app, inside this design. So for now, don't worry about it. It's just for dragging and dropping stuff. Okay. And then after that, we're going to invoke our uSlide store, and we're going to import all of the stuff we need from there. So we need the set current slide and the update content item, which is two new functions. So let's go ahead and create that. So I'm going to go into my uSlide store right here, and up top, I'm going to create set current slide. And the other one I need is the update current item. Okay, content item, sorry. So I'm going to say update content item, and this is going to be an arrow function, okay? And this returns void. And in here, I'm going to get the slide ID, which is string. Sorry, let's redo this once more, like that. And then I'm going to have the content ID, which is a string as well. And then new content, which is string or string array, or it's a string array of arrays. Okay, awesome. Now, we need to also make sure we have everything. Okay, this is good to go. So now let's go ahead and complete these. So the first one we need here is the set current slides. So I'm going to go down here and I'm going to say set current slides. So just after this, I'm going to grab this one. Oh, not ChatGPT. Set current slides. So let's grab this. Okay. And this is going to be an arrow function, like I said. I'm going to put a comma after this as well. And in here, we're going to grab the index. Okay. And we're just going to set our current slide to that index. So current slide to index. That's it. Now I'm going to remove this curly bracket here. We don't need it. Okay, and that should solve that. Next, we need one more, which is update content item. So this is going to be an arrow function, and that's going to grab these values from the params. And then in here, also, you can make this an arrow function if you'd like. Okay, and then down in here, we're going to first get state. We're going to invoke state, and we're going to get, set, guys, not state. And this will give us the state. So let's grab that. And then in here, we're going to do the following. So first, I'm going to create something called update content recursively. So I'm going to say const update content recursively. And this is equal to an arrow function. And item is what we're going to get in here. And I'm just going to say content item like this. This is the type. And then this is going to return a content item for us. Okay. Now I've explained everything inside the repository and code comments in great detail. So I'm not going to sit and explain everything here.
But inside this, first I'm going to say if the item ID is equal to the content ID, then inside this, we're going to first return everything inside item, and the content will be set to new content like this. Okay. And I'm seeing some, okay, there's no errors here. So after this if statement, hit enter, and then you want to say if array.isArray item.content, you're going to pass that in there. Then, and item.content.every satisfies this, which is an arrow function like this. So pass this arrow function in here, and this takes I, and we're going to say type of I is not equal to string. Okay. And all right, and then if that is true, then inside this curly bracket, we're going to return a new object. Okay, so you're going to return everything inside item, and then I'm going to say content item dot content dot map, and then I'm going to say in here we're going to pass in the arrow function, and then I'm going to get our sub item, and then in here we're going to say if the type of this sub item is not equal to string, then we're going to return the same function again. Okay, we're going to return this, and we're going to pass in the sub item as content item. And the reason is because that means it's a recursive component. There's something inside that is recursive. Okay, and so we're going to need to pass this again, and it's going to do it for us again. Now, in here, after this if, I'm going to return sub item like this, and that should satisfy that error. And here, I'm going to need to say as content item and an array. Okay, and that should satisfy that error. Okay, and at the bottom here, that means all the way down here, I'm going to say return like this, return item. Something is wrong here. Let me see if it's, where should I put this? Okay, so after this function, guys, so right here, you're going to need to shrink this function, okay? And after this, or should I do it inside this? These brackets are so confusing. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so inside this, shrink this, then shrink this, and then after this, hit enter and return item in here. Okay, now that should satisfy that. Okay, awesome. Now after this blue bracket, I'm going to say return an object like this. We're going to say slides, which is going to be state.slides.map, and let's invoke this. And now we want to return an arrow function, and we're going to get slide from here. And then I'm going to say slide.id equal to slide ID. Okay. And then if this is true, do this. If not, do this. Now in here, I'm going to essentially say if this is true, return everything inside slide, but the content is going to be the update recursive content with the slide.content. And we're going to, I think that's pretty much it. It doesn't need a second parameter. And then down here, we're just going to return the slide. Okay. All right. That's pretty much it. Now, what's this ugly error here? Something is wrong in this state. Let's fix this one. All right, guys. So the bug right here is that in this place, we're not returning anything. Okay. So in the same thing, update content item in this reducer. If you scroll down here, you see we are passing this bracket. So just go ahead and remove that bracket, or instead of removing it, maybe we can, let's do it this way instead. So I'm going to remove it from here and remove it from here, and now save it, and that's it. Okay, that was the bug. Sorry about that. And now let's go back to our component, and now we should no longer see that error in here. Okay, great job. Now, I'm going to scroll down here, and I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to return a div, and we need to pass in that ref in here, so I'm going to pass the ref, and now I'm going to have some class names. So I'm going to say the following class names and set it to the following like this. And then now we're going to have, based on if this is the current slide, then we're going to show a ring around it, okay? And if it is dragging, then we'll show opacity 50. So if we're trying to drag something, then it will be transparent. If not, it'll have 100. So let's go ahead and create the isDragging state. And this is going to use the useDrag hook. So I'm going to say const like this equal to useDrag. We're going to invoke this. And now let's copy this, and we're going to go ahead and create this hook. Or actually, I think this hook comes from React drag and drop. use drag. Okay, it does. All right, there we go. So use drag, good to go. And now let's go ahead and populate the stuff in here. So inside this, I'm going to pass in an object. These are just instructions, okay? And we're going to say for slide, this is what you're going to do. You're going to set the item. So item is going to be index, okay? And then we're going to say type is slide. And then what should you collect? Well, you should only collect, actually, we're getting a monitor from this. So let's go ahead and grab that monitor, okay? And inside this, we're going to return an object like this and say is dragging, and is dragging, and we're going to set the state to, why did this have to go down? So is dragging like this. We're going to say monitor dot is dragging. Okay, so we have this updating in here. Then we're going to say can drag, and this is going to be is editable. So if this is true, then we'll pass that in here. Okay, then that means we can drag this component. Now, if this is dragging, so if the element is being dragged right now, then we'll return opacity 50 or opacity 100. And this is dragging comes from this hook. So we have to bring this out, destructure it, and then we're also going to get drag from here. And now we can pass that down here. Okay. And now after this, we're going to have the style. So I'm going to say style, background image, set to the following. And then we also have an on-click handler, okay? And this on-click handler is the set the current style handler right here. So I'm going to say on-click, like this, on-click. And then inside the, why is it saying that? On-click, there we go. And I'm just going to put the set current slide, invoke it, and pass in the index, okay? And that's pretty much it. Now, inside this div, I'm going to hit enter, okay? And then I'm going to say we're going to create a div in here, and I'm going to give it the following class name. So height full, width full, flex dash grow, overflow dash hidden. Okay. And then inside this, I'm going to create my master recursive component. Okay. So go ahead and say master recursive component, just like this. And now I'm going to open up my folder structure, and I'm going to create something in here called master recursive component.tsx. Okay, awesome. And then inside here, I'm going to return a component and just change the name. Now, this is a massive component, okay? But you need to understand how it works. Now, I hope you've already watched the intro, so I'm not going to explain this too much. But basically, imagine we have nested components within each other, right? We have an item like this, or let's say this is the item itself. It has a name and all other properties, right? So I'm just going to say header like this, for example. And now sometimes we might have other components that might have something like column, just as an example, right? And now clearly this column will have content inside it, right? And so that means it will have a property called content like this. And that's going to be another array with the same exact thing. So we might have a header inside that, right? Now, what if this has another column inside that column? So you see right here, we're going to have one more column. And so now this will also have more content. And now what if this has another column inside it? And then maybe it can have another header inside it. You see, this can be infinitely recursive, one within each other. And so as a result, we have to take that into consideration, which means how can we create a recursive component so that we have one master component that looks at what type it is, and then it decides whether it has to return a static component header or it has to return the master recursive component itself so that it can go back in here, go into contents, and then search for all these elements accordingly, and then decide whether that has to return the master recursive or the static element itself. So it just keeps going within each other. Now, if you want an even more in-depth explanation or something similar to this, you can watch Plura, which is a website builder course. And in that course, we did something similar to this. I'm not going to say it's exactly the same, but I explained it in great detail by breaking down, how a master recursive component works. And then that's going to make more sense eventually. Once you look at that, it might make more sense. Okay. But please watch the start of this video if you are confused, or play this over and over again so you understand what the master recursive component means. Okay. So now in here, we're going to have content, which is going to be content item. Okay. And then down here, we're going to say on content change. This is another function, so let's grab these from the props. It needs content ID and the new content itself, and then a few more props down here, which is preview, is editable, slide ID, and the index. And now, just like usual, I'm going to go ahead and destructure these from here like this. All right, awesome. And then down here, we are returning, let me make sure, so we have this component, okay, but we're gonna need to make some changes here, guys. So instead of calling this master recursive component, I'm gonna change this to content renderer, okay? Just please follow through with me. This is gonna make sense, I promise, right? So we're gonna say content renderer, and then we're gonna change this to react.functional component, and we're gonna pass in the props. So this prop is master recursive component props. So let's pass that in here. And then in here, I'm going to say react.memo, and I'm going to invoke this, okay? And let's also go ahead and copy all of this. Let's go back here, okay? And now inside react.memo, this is going to give us a callback function. So let's redo this once more. So react memo like this, and let's pass in this callback function. And this will give us access to these props. So I'm going to bring them in from here. And then this right here is going to return, okay, something seems wrong. No, this is fine. This looks good to me. And then in here, we're going to return and just return this like this, okay? So in here now, you can return a component, and this should satisfy this React TypeScript stuff, okay? So now in here, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have this element have a switch. Because how this works is based on the type of the content, it's going to decide whether to render static or the master recursive component itself, right? And so for that, we're going to need to render out a switch statement that can decide that. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say switch, and the condition is content.type, which comes from our props, okay? And then for the value here, we're going to change this to, see, we have so many, right? First, I'm going to do heading 1. Like this, so heading 1. And now if it's heading 1, then we can remove the breaks as well, because we're using return statements. We're going to return motion.div, okay? And now motion.div is going to come from our React Framework motion, so let's grab that real quick. And down here, I'm going to say motion.div, awesome. And then this is going to have a class name, so let's go ahead and pass that in as well. So class name like that. And now inside this, we're going to have our component for the editor, okay, which is the header 1 component. So open up your folder structure, and inside components here, where is that? Let me shrink everything. Source app or source components global, and then create another folder in here called editor, okay? And then inside this, you can create one more if you'd like, and just call it components. And then I'm going to create headings.tsx, not headers, headings.tsx. Okay. And now how this works is based on the string that's passed in. Let's say if it's header 1, we'll just basically create a function, right? And then based on that, we will decide whether we have to return an h1 tag or whatever. And then we'll have a text style on it. All right. I think I might just use like something like a text area and just return a larger text style on it. All right. So I'm going to say const heading 1. Const heading 1 like this, or let me just copy this so I don't make any spelling errors. And now we're gonna, you see that create heading function, right? This is what we need. So let me quickly go back and also make sure I'm using that in here. Okay, so I'm gonna say heading 1 like this, okay? And this heading 1 component comes from here. Okay, it already knew how to get it. How did it know how to get it? Well, I don't know. How can it tell? It's not being exported. That's funny. Let's put heading 1 in here. Okay. Only now can it tell. Okay. There, something's wrong. Okay, let's import that. Not sure why that was happening, but okay. So let's import this, and I also have to pass in all some props in here. So all these components are going to have some common props, right? So I'm just going to create an object up here. Okay, and I'm going to say const common props equal to placeholder value on change is preview, okay? And now this handle change is going to be as follows. So up here, I'm going to say const handle change equal use callback. I'm going to invoke this, and this takes in an arrow function. And inside this error function, we're going to get event. What seems to be the issue here? Okay, let's say common props like this. So, okay, there we go. And this is going to be react.change event. And in here, we're going to say HTML text area element. Okay. And now in here, we're going to say on content change. We're going to invoke that. And we're going to say content.id. And we're going to pass in e.target .id e.target.value. Okay, awesome. And this comes in from here. Use callback. What seems to be the issue? Okay, it's because argument dependency was not provided. Okay, so we need to have the dependency array, which is like this. And in here, I'm going to say content.id and on content change. Okay, there we go. Now for is preview, this is preview technically comes from here. Did I not bring it in? Okay, I didn't bring it in, my bad. So let's bring those in as well, and that should solve that error, okay? And now motion.div is also going to need some animation props. So let's go ahead and grab the animation props, which are going to be the same for all elements. And that is, initially, I want it to be opacity 0, y20, animate opacity 1, duration of 0.5 seconds, okay? Now, let's go into heading 1, and inside heading 1, now we can continue from here. So I'm going to scroll up top, and I'm going to create this function. So I'm going to say const this function equal to an arrow function. First, we're going to need display name, which is going to be a string. Okay. And then default class name, which is going to be a string as well. And then in here, first, let's also convert this to use client component. Okay. And maybe this one also, this one doesn't need. Yeah. This one also needs to be a use client component, so use client. Now let's go back in here. And then now inside this component, I'm going to hit enter inside this. And then I'm going to say const heading equal to react.forwardRef. Okay. And the type we're going to pass in here is HTML text area. So I'm going to say HTML. So let's import React from React, and we need HTML text area and heading props like this. Okay. And something seems off here. Okay, it's because I need to create heading props. I didn't actually do that yet. So we're going to say interface heading props extends, and we're going to extend the text area attributes. Okay, so I'm going to say react.textArea HTML attributes, and we're going to say HTML text area elements. And then this is going to be like this. We need class name, styles, and is preview. Okay, just pass that in like this. Now, down here, I can say heading props. Okay, awesome. And now we have to invoke this, and this will give us an arrow function. And so now this, we're going to destructure and grab all of the values that we need in here. So we need children, we need styles, we need is preview. We're going to set it by default to false. And then everything else is going to be inside a rest operator. Okay, rest params, sorry. So I'm going to put rest params in there, and then going to hit enter here. And the second argument here is going to be the ref. Okay. And this ref here is, we're not passing it, we're getting it from here. Okay. And now down here, we can say return, or actually first we need to create the text area, right? The text area ref. So I'm going to say const text area ref equal to use ref, and let's import that. And then in here, I'm going to say HTML text area element like this, and then I'm going to pass in null as a default value. Okay. Then we're going to have a use effect, and this use effect is going to have is preview inside this. And then here, first I'm going to say I'm going to create a variable called text area, and I'm going to say that is the text area.current. So store that in here. And now if nothing is inside this, so nothing is inside text area, and we're not inside is preview, then what we're going to do is we're going to set its height to 0, and we're going to set the height to the following like this. Okay, awesome. Then after that, we're going to say add event listener. So on the text area, add event listener like this. This has to be what seems to be the issue here. Text area dot. Okay, this has to be inside the if condition, guys. Sorry. So text area dot add event listener, and we're going to say input. and we want to pass in this adjust height. Okay, and so okay, sorry guys, we're going to create a function here. So const adjust height like this, and this is an arrow function that does these things. Okay, so in here I'm going to put these in here. And then now I'm going to invoke it and pass it as the callback function in here. Next, we're going to invoke it in here when it first loads, and then we'll have a quick cleanup. So I'm going to say return like this, text area dot remove event listener, invoke that and say input, and then I'm going to say adjust height. Okay, nice. All right, and then finally, we're going to also have one more variable, so might as well, okay, something is wrong here, guys. Let me just quickly fix this. What seems to be the problem? Okay, I think it's just TypeScript saying props is never used. And so we need to pass that in, and that will be passed into the component at the bottom. Okay, so I think that shouldn't matter. Okay, let's scroll down now, down here. And so after preview, I'm going to hit enter right here. And I'm going to say const preview class is equal to if is preview is true, return text small. If not, just return empty array. Okay, and then inside this, I'm going to return text area. Okay, I made a spelling error. Text area. And this is going to have some class names. So I'm going to say class names, cn function, and let's bring this in from libsutils. And then after that, we're going to pass in all of this. So default class in here, the preview class name as well. And then down here, we need to pass in this class name. And this class name actually comes from the prop. So let's go ahead and grab that. Okay. Awesome. Just like that. And that should solve that error. Okay. Now we also need to pass in some styling to reset everything. So I'm going to say styling and set all of these, and any other default styles, we'll pass that in here as well. And then let's attach the ref. So I'm going to say ref equal an arrow function with the element. And I'm going to say, I'm going to create this right here. And I'm going to say text area ref dot current, because I want to set it as HTML text area. So HTML text area element or null. Okay. And I'm going to say this is equal to element. Okay. Awesome. And then down here, I'm going to say if the type of the ref is equal to function, then ref, we're going to invoke it and pass an L. Okay. Something seems wrong here, guys. Just give me 1 second. Okay, it's because of this bracket here. I don't know why it created this. Okay, let's do this once more. So ref, we're going to have an arrow function. Okay, and inside this arrow function, we have this right here, which is going to do something in here. Okay, and then first I'm going to say text area like this. Awesome. And this element comes from here. So let's grab the element as well. And then if the type of ref is function, we'll invoke ref and we'll pass the element in there. Okay. And then down here, I'm going to say else if ref.current, I'm going to pass an element like this. We're going to set we're going to also set read only to depending on if this is preview or not. And then we'll pass in all the other props inside this. Okay. So, all right, guys, just bear with me. We're almost there. We're almost at the finish line. So this is supposed to be props, not prop. Okay. And now that TypeScript error also resolved up there. Great job. So now after this, down here, I'm going to hit enter and I'm going to say heading.displayName equal to the display name that we just set. And then we're going to return heading like this. Okay, awesome. Now, all we have to do to create another heading is just say heading 2, create heading 2, and pass in a different class name. How awesome is that, right? And I'm going to do the same thing for heading 3, heading 4, and title. And this is what I'm left with. Okay, heading 3, 4, and these are the styling, the class names. And then title is text5xl, with title as the display name. And then we're going to export all of these from here. So now if I go back, I can bring in these components. Great job. Now I'm going to go back to my editor massive recursive component, master recursive, and it is also massive recursive. And then down here, we're going to need to create another component. So at the bottom here, I'm just going to hit enter. And I'm going to say content renderer.displayName equal to content renderer. Okay, like this. Awesome. And then after this, we're going to export const Or let me see if I can RAFCE. Okay, it does it for me. Nice. We're going to call this master recursive component. I'm going to remove this export because I'm going to say export in here. And now this is going to be master recursive component props. So what I'll do here, guys, I'm just going to change the structure here. So I'm going to say react.functional component. Okay, and in here I'm going to pass in master recursive component props like this. And in here, now I'm going to remove this structure because I'm going to need React memo. And so what I'm going to do here now is let me change this and say this is equal to react.memo. And let's invoke that. And inside this, we're going to need to pass, we're going to need to destructure all the values. And this is going to be equal to an arrow function like this. And in here, I'm going to grab the content, slide, index is editable, preview, and let's also set some default values. So for preview and is editable, it'll be false for true for is editable. And for preview, it's going to be false. Okay. Let's, this should be good. All right. So false for preview, true for is editable. And then in here, I'm going to say if is preview is true, then we're going to return the content renderer like this. And now I have to pass in all the values into this. So I'm going to pass in the props that it needs. Okay. And I'm seeing some really ugly errors again. Let me fix this. Just give me 1 second. Okay. So I think it was just some weird TypeScript error. So you want to hit return on the same line. For some reason, we'll just put it into a next line and then it will just cancel it out. But that's it. Okay. We just have to return this like this if preview is set. And if it's not preview, that means we're going to set, let's see. So if preview is not true, then after this, we're going to return React fragment, content renderer. We're going to pass in the exact same props. Okay. Awesome. Cool. And now finally, down here, I'm going to say master recursive component.display master recursive component. Okay. Now I just skipped over this for some time. We'll get back to this in just a second. So what I'm going to do in here is I'm going to go up top and I'm going to say work in progress like this, complete types. Okay. Awesome. Now I'm going to go back to editor, editor.tsx. And inside here, we have our draggable slide component, right? And so I'm going to import this, make sure it's imported. Okay. And now we need to pass in all the props into this component. So I'm going to say slide, index, move slide, handle delete, and is editable. And I'm just going to pass in all those values. And now we have to create this handle delete, which is very small. So I'm just going to say const handle delete is an arrow function that gets an ID string. And if editable is true, then I'm just going to print that out. And I'm going to remove that slide. Okay. So now, if I click back into this, it's going to take us up here because we still have to pretty much complete this. And now inside master recursive component, I'm going to go ahead and pass in the props. So first for content, I'm going to say content is slide.content. For is editable is editable. Preview is false. Slide is a slide ID. Okay, slide ID is this. And then finally, we're going to have on content change, which is a helper function. And let's go ahead and create this. This is also very small. So const handle content change, okay, is equal to this. And then in here, I'm going to do the following. So I'm going to say content ID is going to be string. New content is string or string array or string array of arrays, okay? And then in here, I'm just going to print a console message saying content changed. And if this is editable, I'm going to say update content, and I'm going to pass in the slide ID, content ID, and the new content as well. Okay. And now let's go down here. And now I can import the master recursive component. And let's refresh everything. Now up top, I'm also going to change this to use client. Might as well do it right now. And let's see what else we need to do in here. Okay. Now after this div right here, I'm going to hit enter. And I want to say if this is being edited, right, then I want to return a popover component. So let's save this. And in here, I'm going to say popover from components UI. And first, we need the popover trigger, which is a button with an ellipse icon and a span tag. Very straightforward. So popover trigger, button, ellipse icon, and span. So let me go ahead and import these. Okay, there we go. And let's bring this in as well. Awesome. Then after that, we're going to have the popover content. So after this, I'm going to say popover content, and I'm going to import this. And then inside this, I'm going to have a div with a button that allows the user to click on the trash icon to delete it. So I'm going to say button, trash, span. Okay, so let's import this trash icon, and I'm just going to use Lucid React. And I'm going to have a span right here, okay? And so now this handle delete comes from props. Handle delete is actually, yep, it's coming from props, so we can invoke that and pass in a slide ID. Nice. So now we're done with draggable slide as well. So let's go ahead and continue from our editor component. Okay, now I'm seeing this is loading thing. So it might have to do something with our information, the data being fetched. So let's go ahead and fix that. So I'm going to scroll down here. First, I'm going to move all use effects to the bottom, okay? And then after this, I'm going to create another use effect. I'm going to invoke this, and we're going to have an empty dependency for now. And inside this, I'm going to say if the type of window is not equal to undefined, then we're going to set loading to false, okay? And in here, we're going to need to, actually, we don't need anything in here, so that's good to go. And there we go. So now we're having all of the components rendered just like we expected. Now, of course, this doesn't look good, and the reason's because these elements are not being rendered for us, okay? So what I mean by that is inside the headings component, if you go to master recursive, I just rendered out nothing right here because we don't have that element, right? This is not title. Title is not created yet. And so that's why I'm just returning this to make sure everything works. All right, great job. So I think we're getting a framework. Now we can start looking at what we're coding. Really sorry if you were a little confused. All right, so now let's go into our master recursive component and let's complete all of the types in here first, okay? Once that's done, we'll get back to having the drag and drop functionality work and all the other things, okay? It's not very important right now. So first thing we're going to do in here is we need two very important components. One is a column, and I think we're also going to need a row. So we'll create those first, and then after that, we'll move on to creating the header and all the other elements that are not top priority, okay? So let's go ahead and say case column like this, and then we're going to need to hit enter and say if array is array, then it means there is a column, right? So I'm going to say content dot content like this. And so if this is an array, that means there's some more elements in there, right? And so that's why we need to return this column. If not, we'll return null. So let's go ahead and do that as well. So down here, I'm going to say return null. Now, if you refresh this, you'll notice that some will show error. I mean, some will show null, nothing, and then some will show this element here. So if I return column, you'll see something in here. Let's see, like this. Okay, you see column. So these are something else. Okay, so in here, next we're going to say return, and then we're going to return motion.div. So I'm just going to copy this here. I'm not going to waste too much time. So content div, motion div, sorry, inside this. And then this is going to have all of the animation props. So let's pass it in as well. Okay. And then after that, we're going to have a class name. And for this, I'm going to say the following. So class name, we're going to need the cn function, and we're going to import that cn. All right, just like this. And then inside this, we're going to do the following. So I'm going to say content.content.length. And if this is greater than 0, then do something here. If not, do something in here. Okay. So if it is greater than 0, then we're going to render. Let's first do let's just do this part, the successful part. Okay. So if this is true, why am I seeing a 404? Let's refresh. Okay. All right. So down in here, I'm going to remove this. And if this is true, I'm going to say the following. So in here, I'm going to say content.content, okay, as content item array. And for this I'm going to map over it. Okay. And let's invoke this. Let's return something here. Okay. And so once we map over, we're going to get access to the sub item and the index. So I'm going to say a sub item is content item, and then the sub index is going to be a number. And now in here, we're going to basically return a react.fragment. Okay. So let's render that as well, making an error here as well. So let's just return this. Okay. Awesome. Let's refresh. Okay. I'm seeing an error because we need key prop. All right, that's fine. So key equal to subitem.id, or we're going to say item dash sub index. Okay, like this. All right. Then down in here, we're going to hit enter, and we're going to say if isPreview is false, then and only then return this component in here. But before we return, okay, we also need one more condition. So if the sub item, the sub index, or sorry, the sub item dot restrict to drop is not true, and the sub index is equal to 0, and is editable is set to true, then we're going to do the following. So I'm going to say and we're going to return a drop zone component. Okay, so I'm going to say drop zone like this. And now this drop zone is another drop zone component. It's not the drop zone that we created earlier. Okay, so copy this. Okay, copy this name, open up your folder structure, and in here you want to create dropzone.tsx like this, dropzone.tsx. If I can type, hopefully someday I will be able to. So dropzone.tsx. Okay, and then in here I'm going to return a component and just rename everything. Okay, awesome. Now this is going to be a React fragment, a React component. So we're going to get the props here. I'm just going to rename the props, and I'm going to get index parent. So index parent ID slide ID. Okay, and then let's also go ahead and quickly destructure from here. And now inside the component, first thing is I need the add component in slide. So I'm going to get that from use slide store, just like this. And let's go ahead and invoke this as well. Okay, and this new function is something we need to create. So let's go into use slide store. We're going to scroll up top, and I'm going to say add component in slide, which is going to be an arrow function, which gets all of these values, which is slide item parent and index. And then down here, we're going to need to complete this. Okay, so I'm going to scroll down here and maybe somewhere towards the bottom. Okay, after this, I'm going to say add component in slide. Okay, add component in slide, and I'm going to set this to an arrow function as well. Let's put a comma there. And in here, we're going to say slide ID is going to be a string, and then we're going to get item, content, item. And then after this, we're going to say parent ID is going to be a string, index is going to be a number. Okay? Awesome. And now down here, we're going to say set. I'm going to bring in an arrow function. And then this is going to give us the state. So let's grab the state as well. Okay? And now inside this, we're going to do the following. So I'm going to say const updated slides equals state.slides.map. And for each of these, we're going to get the slide itself. And in here, I'm going to say if slide.id is equal to slide ID, then in here, I'm going to say const update content recursively, and we're going to invoke this, okay? And this is going to be equal to an arrow function. So we're going to do this like this, and then this is going to return a specific type, okay? So let's go ahead and do that. Actually, in here first, let's put the param. So content is going to be content item, okay? And then this will return a content item as well, okay? And now inside this, we're going to say if the content.id, okay, what seems to be the issue here? I made a spelling error here, that's why. So content.id is equal to parent ID and array.isArray. I'm going to invoke that and say content.content. If this is true, then inside here, we're going to say const updated content equal to everything inside content dot content like this. And then we're going to update this by saying splice. So updated content dot splice index 0 to that item. Okay. Now, finally, we have to return an object with everything inside content. Okay. And then I'm going to say content updated content like this as unknown as string, array of strings. Okay. And then at the bottom here, I'm going to return content itself. Awesome. Cool. Now, after this, you're going to hit enter after this blue curly bracket. Okay. We're going to hit enter. Actually, sorry guys, after the green curly bracket, I'm going to hit enter and I'm going to say return everything inside slide. And then I'm going to say content now is going to be set to the updated contents that we just created. So updated contents recursively, and we're going to say slide.content. Okay, awesome. And then at the bottom here, I'm going to say return slide like this. And then after everything down here, I'm going to say return slides, updated slides. Great job. Now let's go back and let me also make sure everything is good to go in here. So we have this curly bracket. Awesome. Great job. So now I'm going to go back and now I can import this, and drop zone says it's not imported, it's not defined. So let's go back and import this from our master recursive component. And now let's go back into our drop zone and now we can continue. So first I'm going to create a div. So let's go down here. This is the wrong drop zone component, I believe so. Let's see. So we have this. Okay, I imported it from the wrong folder. It's going to be inside our current drop zone. So this one right here. Okay. Now if you click on this, you shouldn't see anything in here. Nice. So now first thing I'm going to do in here is I'm going to create a div and I'm going to add a ref to it. Okay. And this ref is going to be a use ref that we have to grab from here. Sorry guys, this ref comes from use drop. Okay. So let me go ahead and import use drop from React DND like this. And then down here, I'm going to say const equal use drop. I'm going to invoke this and we'll pass in some settings first. First, we need to tell it what to accept. Well, you're going to accept only content underscore item. Okay. Item like this. And then after that, we're going to say drop and we're going to have an arrow function. And this is going to give us the item, which is going to be an object. And its types are going to be as follows. We're going to have component, type, label, and the component itself. All right. And then in here, we're going to say if the item dot type equal to component, then do the following. Made another error here. Okay, right after this. We're going to say add component in slide. And this comes from the hook that we just created. So let's move this hook all the way up top. Okay. And then we're going to say add component in slide. And we want to say slide ID. And everything inside item dot component. And ID is going to be set to UUID, which I need to import. So I'm just going to import it here. And then copy this. And then call this and invoke it. Okay. And then next we have to pass in the parent ID as well as the index. So let's grab those as well. Why is this panicking? What seems to be the issue? Expected 2 arguments. Aha. Okay. So this has to be outside this like that. Okay. Awesome. So once this is done, at the bottom here, we're going to say collect, and this is going to give us the monitor. So let's grab this as well. And then in here, we're going to return another object with isOver set to monitor.isOver and canDrop set to monitor.canDrop. Okay. Now we can pass that ref down here. And this ref will come from here. So drop, let's grab that. And then this is also going to have another object, which is isOver and canDrop. So let's grab that as well. Awesome. And now down here, we can say drop as unknown as react.ref object and HTML div element. Okay. And then after that, we're going to have a class name. So I'm going to say class name equal to,
Now this class name is going to be a bunch of stuff with cn function again. So I'm going to do the following. So import cn first, and then we're going to have these class names by default. Okay. And then if is over, we'll show can drop, and then we'll have this color. Okay. And then bg set to 100, border gray, if this is true, if this is false, and hover border blue here as well. Okay. Awesome. Now after that, inside this, all we're going to do is we're going to say, if it is over, you can drop it. And then we'll say drop here, and we'll have a div that says you can drop it in here. Great job. So now going back to our master recursive component inside our drop zone, we have to pass those things. So I'm going to say index 0, parent ID is going to be content.id, and then the slide ID is going to be slide ID like this. Okay, there we go. Nice. Now after this React fragment, actually inside this right here, I'm going to create another master recursive component. So let's go ahead and say master recursive component like this, and we're going to need to pass these values. Okay, so now you can see it's rendering 3 individual items in there, right? Because there's 3 more elements, but of course we don't have a way to render them out, unfortunately, but we will soon once we create all of those. Okay, now at the bottom here, I'm going to say is preview and sub item dot restrict to drop, and is editable is true. And then we're going to return another drop zone. So I'm going to say drop zone like this, and then I'm going to pass in the value. So I'm going to say index +1, parent ID, slide ID. Okay, awesome. So basically, you can drop items before and after the element. Okay, but you only want this if we're not in preview mode. And the reason is because if we are in preview mode, then we're going to end up dragging and dropping the components even when we are previewing. We don't want that, right? Awesome. Now after this down here, let's do the else block. So I'm going to say is editable if this is true. Then we're going to have 2 conditions. For the success condition, for the one right here, we're going to say render out another drop zone, and this is going to have index 0 parent ID content ID and slide of the slide ID. And if not, we'll just return null. Great job. Now finally, after this motion.div right here, hit enter. And we're already returning null, so this looks good. And then here, by default, we want to return null, not h1. Okay, I just set that for testing purpose. And there you go. Looks awesome. All right, so now we're done with our column. Great job. Now, heading is probably the easiest one. So I'm just going to create all the other headings as well. So I'm going to say heading 2, same exact thing. I'm going to copy this down below, right? So copy this here. Oh, we missed one thing here, guys. We missed the animation. So bring in the animation props as well, okay? And so you want to essentially have the same thing duplicated down, but instead of heading 1, we're going to import heading 2, okay? And then I'm going to do the same for heading 3, 4, and 5. Actually, 3 and 4. So up here, I'm going to change this one to heading 3. And here we're going to return heading 3, okay? Just like this. Awesome. And then let's do heading 4. And here I'm going to change this to heading 4. All right, done. Now after heading 4, we're also going to have title. And title is pretty much the same thing. So I'm going to say title like this. And we're going to return motion.div, all the animation, the exact same thing, but we're going to render the component, the title component. And there you go. Now you have a title inside your slides. Okay, great job. So I'm going to shrink this back. All right. And then after this title, now we might have a paragraph. So for paragraph, I'm going to say paragraph like this. And we're going to have the same exact props, same exact stuff. But this paragraph is another component that we need to create. Okay. So open up your folder structure, and I'm going to copy this name here, paragraph. And then I'm going to scroll down into components folder inside this components, and I'm going to say paragraph.tsx, and let's return a component. Okay, now inside this component, we're going to have the following props. Actually, this is a little more complex, so I'm going to change this to an interface, and I'm going to say paragraph props. I'm going to say paragraph props in here as well. Okay. And then in here, what we're going to do is we're going to extend React.text area HTML attributes, and
inside this, we're going to say HTML text area element. And this is going to have the following types. So we have class name, we need styles, which is react.css properties, right? So react.css properties, and then isPreview is going to be Boolean, okay? Now down here, we're going to say react.forwardRef. So react.forwardRef, and we're gonna need to pass in the type. So I'm going to say type like this. We can change this and do slightly differently. So let's pass this paragraph props in here. Okay, forward ref, awesome. And I'm going to remove this as well so we can type this from scratch. And now we need to invoke this. And then this is going to give us an arrow function. So let's grab that as well. And let me move this a little bit here. Okay. And inside this, we're going to get class name. Let's see, something seems to be wrong. So let's go ahead and fix this. Just give me a second, guys. Okay, the problem here is we put paragraph props, but we also want to put HTML text area elements. I'm going to say HTML text area element. And now let's see if we can destructure. Okay, now I'm getting class name. There we go. So styles, we need isPreview, which is going to be false by default. And then everything else is going to go into a REST param called props, okay? And then down here, we also have one more value, one more argument. So let's go ahead and grab that as well. So I'm going to put a comma and say ref, okay? Something is wrong. What did I do wrong in here? Right here. Sorry, guys. Now inside this, we're going to hit enter, and we're going to say const text area ref equal to use ref. We're going to invoke this. And in here, we're going to pass an HTML text area element. And in here, we're going to say null. Okay. Then after this, we're going to create a use effect. And this use effect is going to help us have a text area event listener. And so here I'm going to say use effect. Okay. Like this. And inside here, first, we're going to create text area, right? And set it to what's inside this use ref. So text area.current. And if this exists, and if preview is not set like this, right? If this is false, then in here, first we're going to say const adjust height. We're going to set the text area to 0. And we're going to say text area.style is equal to text area scroll height pixels. And then we're going to add our event listener for our input event. And we're going to pass in this as the callback. And then by default, we'll also invoke this on the first invocation. And then we'll return a cleanup function. Okay. Now in here, because we're using isPreview, let's pass that into the dependency array. Okay, so I'm going to say isPreview, and then we should be good to go. Let me go back one step and let's import this paragraph component. This is inside our master recursive component, so it doesn't scream at me. And now we can go back into the paragraph component, and now we can tweak everything. Okay. So down here, I'm going to return a text area. So after this preview here, I'm going to hit enter. I'm going to say return text area like this. And this text area is going to have the following class names. So we'll say class names. I'm going to import the cn function. Okay. And in here, I'm going to need to pass in a string with all the styles for class name. And then if it is previewed, then we're going to show a slightly smaller text font size. If not, we'll show large text. And then we'll pass in any other default class names that we're passing into this component. Then to overwrite styles, we're going to say the following. So styles, just like this. And these styles come from here. So I'm going to change this here. And that should solve that problem. Okay. And then after this, down here, I'm going to pass in a ref. So ref is equal to an arrow function. And this will give us the element. And in here, I'm going to say text area ref dot current as HTML text area element. Okay. And then or null. And let's wrap this in a bracket. And we're going to say this is equal to element. Okay. And then after that, if the type of ref is equal to function, then we're going to invoke ref and pass in our element. Okay. And this ref comes from here, guys, by the way. All right. And then after this, we're going to say else if ref is true, then we're going to say ref.current equal to that element. Okay.
And finally, the other prop I want to pass in here is read only and set it to is preview, and anything else will be spread. We'll use the spread operator and pass it in here. Okay, there we go. And just like that, now you can see the text render. Okay, how awesome is that? Great job. And now you see you can also type into it. You can change whatever you want, right? Looks nice. And the other thing is down here, I don't need to make this just make this a closing component because it's a text area. Okay. And there we go. Looks awesome, guys. Great job so far. Finally, at the bottom here, where we're exporting this, I'm going to set a display name for this paragraph like this. Okay. And awesome. Now let's go back to our master recursive component. And now we have our paragraph situation sorted out as well. Now we're going to have a table component. So I'm going to say case table. And this is going to return a div, for example. Actually, not a div. We're going to say motion.div. So let's copy this. Motion.div, and same exact thing, height full, width full, and we have to have animation props on top of that, so I'm just going to pass that in here. Okay, nice. And then here we're going to have a component called table component. Okay, so open up your folder structure, and you're going to scroll down all the way to components in here, and you're going to create another component called table component.tsx, and let's return a component in here, rename it, and let's go back. And inside the table component, we can now import and render this out. So table component like this and like that, okay? And then next, we're gonna need to pass in contents in here and say content, or first let's go into the component. We'll do this piece by piece. So let's go back in here and then let's grab all of the props. So for props, I'm gonna say the following. Content is gonna be an array of the strings, okay? And then onChange is going to be an arrow function that has the same new content in here. And then isPreview is Boolean. This is all optional. Okay, but we're just going to pass this in as well. Please pause and type. And then after that, I also want to rename this guy. So let me rename this to table content props. And I think we'll also call this an interface. Okay, so interface like this. Awesome. Then down here, I'm also going to change this format. So what I'll do in here, guys, or I can just say table content props. This is fine too. Okay, this is okay. So let's go ahead and grab all of our props. And then inside the component, first I'm going to create a state, okay? And this state is called set table data and table data. So I'm going to say const table data, and now I'm going to go up top and say use client, okay? And table data and set table data. And this is equal to use state, and let's import that. And the types here are going to be, okay, I forgot what we call this, a multi, I remember when I used to do Java, we have a specific name for this. Totally forgot. Multi-dimensional array? No, I might be tripping. All right, but it's just an array within an array, all right, like that. So, or arrays of arrays, right? So now in here, we invoke this. This is going to give us a callback function. So I'm going to get that. And inside this, I'm going to say if content, content dot length equal to 0, or content at 0 dot length equal to 0. Then inside this, I'm going to return an array. We're going to invoke this. We're going to say initial row size, okay? And this initial row size is coming from here. So I'm going to say initial row size like this, initial row size dot fill dot array. Sorry guys, fill, invoke this. Then we're going to say array again. We're going to invoke this and pass in the initial column size, okay? And then we're going to say dot fill again. And we're going to invoke this and pass in an empty string, okay? If not, we'll just return the content itself down here. Okay, now let's scroll all the way to the bottom, and I'm going to return a div, okay? And this div is going to have the following class names. So let's remove this like that, okay? And now let's remove the text inside. And now we're going to return a table component. So I'm going to say table like this, okay? And it's going to have width full. And then inside that, we're going to have the head, okay? Table head, and that's called T head. So I'm going to say T head component element. And inside that, we're going to have a TR component. And we're going to say table data at 0.map. We're going to get the cell and the index. And in here, we're going to say for this, we're going to return a cell like this. And we're going to pass in the key, the class name, and some styles. And we'll get to this in just a second. And then in here, I'm going to say type here, or we're going to have a cell right in here. Okay. Now let's go ahead and grab the column sizes. So we're going to scroll up top. We're going to create another state called column sizes and set column sizes. And we're going to put that in here. Okay. And this is going to be an array of numbers. Okay, so based on that, we're going to grab that at this specific index. That's what we're doing. All right, now, after this, we want to hit enter, and we want to say t body, like this, is the table body. And in here, we're going to render out the following. So we're going to say table data dot slice 1, and we're going to say dot map row, and we're going to get the index. And for each of them, we're going to return a cell like this. Or is this a cell? TR. I think this one is a cell. This is a cell, right? TD and TH. So in here, we're going to, this is table row, okay? So we're going to return a table row, and we're going to say key row index style is going to have the following. But then we also need to create another variable called row sizes to keep track of this. So I'm going to scroll up top. I'm going to say row sizes and set row sizes like this, okay? Awesome. And then down here, I'm going to say row index +1, and we're going to pass in percentage. That's the height. And then we're going to say rows.map. We're going to return a cell for each. Okay, awesome. Now, all the way down here, we're going to hit enter after this. Okay, or something looks wrong here, guys. Just give me a second. Okay, so this is only if the preview is on. If preview is off, then we're going to return a resizable panel component because we want to edit everything, right? And so what we're going to do here is I'm going to copy all of this and remove this return. Actually, this return can stay. That's fine. But I'm going to say if is preview is true, then we're going to return all of this, okay? So only if is preview is true. Now, let's scroll down here. And after this one, we're going to hit enter. And now we're going to return a div in here. So if this fails, then it's going to return this one. Now this div is going to have height full, width full, and relative. We're going to have some styles to reset this stuff. So I'm going to say current theme dot, we'll get this current theme in a second, but styles, background, and border radius. And this current theme is going to come from our slide store. So whatever we selected and stored inside our states, right? So let's grab that as well. And now we have current theme. And then down here, after this, we're going to have that resizable panel component, the panel group, okay? And so you can think about it as each of these are rows, right? And so you can resize all of them, all right? That's why. So I'm going to say resizable panel group like this. And this is a Shatsian component. And I'm going to open this up. Actually, yeah, we need to open this. And inside this, I'm going to say direction is vertical. And we're going to pass in some class names. And so in here, I'm going to say class name, height full, width full, rounded LG, and border. Now, if the initial column size is 2, then minimum height is going to be 100 pixels. If it's 3, 150, 4, 200. And if everything fails, this is not 2, then we're just going to render this as default, okay? And then after this, we're going to have something called on layout, okay? So this is a handler where we can use to set the number of row sizes. So if they keep changing it, I think on layouts, you might have to read what happens inside Shatsian. I totally forgot because I did this 3 months ago. But the on layout is just going to fire our set row sizes helper function, okay? Right here, a setter. So it's going to set this right here. So now let's scroll down here. And now inside our resizable group, we're going to do the following. So I'm going to say table data dot map. And for each of these, we're going to get the row and the row index, okay? And then after this, we're going to render out a react.fragment, okay? And then I'm going to set the key, which is going to be the row index. And then inside this fragment, I'm going to say if the row index is greater than 0, then we want to return something called the resizable handle, okay, which comes from Shatsian as well. And then after this, we're going to hit enter, and then we're going to render out a resizable panel group, okay? And just like that, okay?
And now this panel group component, group also comes from ShadCN. And we're going to say direction is horizontal. On layout, we're going to say set column sizes. And then class name is going to be widthful and heightful. Okay, so we're having a column. Think about it this way, right? We're having columns right here, this one, and then rows inside of that. That's basically it. So maybe we can go to Excalidraw and I can explain a little bit better. So Excalidraw like this, right? So this is going to be one resizable group. So you can change this around. Okay. Now inside this, we're going to have these columns too. So basically this would be that row that I'm talking about. And then this would be the column itself. So we have columns like this, and then these are the rows, right? So you can resize it horizontally, and these can be vertical like this. Okay, so this is the column, and then we have rows, one below each other, like this. Let me delete this. So yeah, so you can resize these this way, and you can resize these this way. That's what this is. Let me delete this, and let's go back. Okay, now after that, in here, I'm going to say row.map. And for each of these, we're going to get the cell and column index. And then for each of these, I'm going to return a react.fragment. Okay. And I'm going to give this a key, and I'm going to set this to column index like this. And inside this, we're going to render call index. If this is greater than 0, then I want to return the resizable handle. Okay. So resizable handle like this. Okay, awesome. Now, if it's not greater than 0, then we're just going to show the panel. So I'm going to say resizable panel, and this comes from ShadCN as well. So let's bring that in. Okay. And inside this, I'm going to pass in some props first. So I'm going to say default size is going to be the number of column sizes. So column size at column index. And then on resize, not on reset, on resize is going to have, it's going to be an arrow function. And in here, we're going to say sizes or size. And in here, we're going to have a handler called handle resize column. So let's go ahead and first create that. Okay. All right. So let's scroll up top and right here, or maybe up here. Yeah, right here. So const handle resize column is going to have index, which is number, and new size, which is number as well. And inside this, we're going to do the following. It's a very small function. So if is editable, if it's not true, then return. And const new sizes is equal to an array of all the column sizes. We're going to pass everything in here. Then we're going to say new sizes at this index. We're going to get that new size, right? And then we're going to assign the new size to this specific index. And then we're going to set our column sizes to those new sizes. Okay. Now let's scroll down here, and what seems to be the issue here, handle resize column. Okay, we just need to pass that in here, right? So let's go ahead and pass those values. So I'm going to say column index, and we need size like this. Awesome. And now this is also going to have one more prop. So class name, we're going to say width full, height full, minimum height of 9. Okay. All right. And then after that, inside the resizable panel, we're going to have a div with the following class name. So we're going to say relative, widthful, heightful, min height of 3. And then inside this, I'm going to have an input component. Okay. And this is native input, not from ShadCN. First, we'll pass in the value, and I'll call this cell. Then on change, we're going to have a setter, and we're going to update the cell by passing in the row index, column index, and the target value. Okay. Now this is another helper function. So I'm going to scroll up top, and I'm going to say the following. So const update cell, just like this. Okay. And this is going to take in the row index, column index, and the value. And first, if it's not editable, return from here. Next, I'm going to say the new data is equal to table data.map. And we're going to get the row and index right here, the row index. And then I'm going to say if the index, the row index right here, and the row index that was passed in, if this is the same, then I'm going to loop over that. So I'm going to say row.map for each cell. And if this is true, right? If this is true, then I'm going to return the value. If not, I'll return the cell itself. And if this one is not true, then we'll return the row, okay? And now finally, we're going to set the table data to the new data and onChange to the new data as well. I'm going to scroll down here, okay? And where is that update cell? Okay, should be around here. And then after this, we're going to pass in some class names. So let's go ahead and put that in as well. And then next, we're going to pass in the style. So the style is going to be as follows from the themes. And then we're going to need the placeholder. So I'm going to say type here, and read only is set to if this is editable or not. Okay, awesome. Now let's scroll down. And that's pretty much it. We are done with our table component. So now let's go back and let's bring in the table component. And now let's pass in all the values. So content is going to be as follows. So it's going to be content.content as string and multi-dimensional array. And then down here, I'm going to say onChange is going to be an arrow function where we're going to fire this onChange right here. That's passed on content change, which is passed in from props. And then we're going to pass in the ID and the new content. If it is null, then we'll pass in, if it's not null, we'll pass in the new content. If not, we'll just pass in an empty string. Next, the initial row, the column, just pass in all the values that is needed, and is preview and is editable as well. And let's pass that in here, okay? Awesome. So now once this is done, let's move on to the next part. So after this, I'm going to say resizable column. So this is a table component, right? And now we need the next one, which is resizable column. So for this, I'm going to create another case. I'm going to say resizable column. And then in here, we're going to say if array.isArray content.content, then do the following. Okay? And make sure for table as well, what do we have here? Okay, for table, this is fine. So down here, I'm going to hit enter. And now I'm going to return motion div like this with the same exact animation props and class name. And then I'm going to have a component called column component. Okay, so go ahead, open up your folder structure, go down to components right in here. And I'm going to create column component.tsx. Sorry, guys. Let's do that once more. So inside editor, column component.tsx, and then let's return a component in here. Okay. Now, this is going to need some props, so I'm going to bring those in. Please pause and type. And the content item can be an array of these content items as well. Okay. And then is preview, very important, and is editable, very important as well. So now I'm going to go in here and quickly destructure all of these. So let me just get this. So destructure and grab all the values. Okay. Now we're going to create a use state in here. And this state is going to hold all of our columns. I'm going to pass in the type as well. And now we can use that down here when we need it. Okay. So first, let's remove this div. And I'm going to say class name relative with a full, height of full as well. Okay. And inside this, I'm going to say resizable panel group. Sorry, resizable panel group like this. And the direction is set to horizontal. And the class name is going to be as follows. So we're going to need to import cn for this. So I'm going to say cn function, and I'm going to pass in the default styles. If it is not editable, we're going to say no border. We're going to pass in a border and say it's important. And then we're changing it to 0, so we're removing that border. And then we're passing the class name after that, okay? This is right here on the resizable panel group, okay? And then after that, if there are any columns, .map, then we're going to render them out. So we're going to say item, comma, index, okay? And then in here, we're going to pass in react.fragment, okay? And I'm going to say key is equal to item.id, okay? And then inside the fragment, I'm going to have my panel. So I'm going to say resizable panel. We're going to bring that component in. And the minimum size is set to 20 on this panel. And its maximum size or default size is going to be 100 divided by the column's length. Okay, so go ahead and pass this in as well. Awesome. And now, inside this resizable panel, we're going to render out a div. So I'm going to say div, and this is going to have the following class names. Okay, we're going to need cn for this, height full, width full, item.className. We're passing any kind of custom styles as well. And in here, inside the column, we're going to have our master recursive component. So let's bring that in as well. Okay, and this component is going to need those props. So the content itself, which is the item, if it is previewed or not. So is preview, then an on change. So content on change, we're going to pass that in as well. And then finally, we also need slide ID and is editable. So let's pass those in as well. Done. Awesome. Now, after this resizable panel, we're going to hit enter, and I'm going to say index if it's less than columns.length -1 and is editable is true. Then I'm going to render a resizable handle. Okay, and this handle is going to have with handle set to depending on whether it's previewed or not. So opposite of is preview. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to change this also to a closing component so it's easier to see. And then that's pretty much it. Okay. So now we're done creating our columns. Let's go back and let's go back right here. Okay. And let me just make sure. Okay. There's one more thing we need in here, which is a use effect to set the number of columns. So down here, I'm going to say use effect like this. And I'm going to say content.length equal to 0. We're going to set the columns to a function called create columns, create default columns. And so I'm going to say const create default columns like this. And this is going to need count, which is a number. Okay. And then in here, I'm going to basically return an array. Okay. So I'm returning an array. So an array with count. We're going to say fill null dot map. And in here, we're going to need to pass in that item. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to first import v4. Okay. So we're going to return an item for each of these. So we're creating default columns by, when they first start out. Okay. All right. Awesome. And now we have the use effect. So this is good to go. Let me also go into our row. So we have our column component. Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay. So first thing is I want to move this column component into our components folder. Okay. Not this components folder, inside here. So let's move it in here and update all of our imports. And that should work as expected. All right, nice. Let's go into table components in here and let's make sure I also completed everything I need to do in here. So where is this up top? Okay, so I'm going to hit enter right here. We're going to need a use effect for this as well to set the number of rows and the number of column sizes, right? So I'm going to say use effect like this, okay, with an empty dependency array. Or actually, sorry, we need the table data as a dependency. And in here, I'm going to set the row sizes to new array, and we're going to pass in the table data dot length, okay? We're going to say dot fill 100 divided by table data dot length, okay? And then for the column sizes, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to say set column sizes, new array table data at 0 dot length, and then fill 100 divided by table data at 0 dot length, okay? Awesome. Then after that, I think this section is good to go. Let's take a quick look. All right, now go back to your master recursive component, and then down here under the resizable column, let's go ahead and return that component. So I'm going to say column component, and now I need to pass in all the props. So I'm going to go ahead and say the following. So please go ahead and pause and pass in all these props as well. Okay, awesome. All right, now after this component, we're going to have a couple more. So let's go ahead and return those as well. So let me just take a quick look at this. So if array.isArray, we want to return, okay, column, but if not, we need to still return something, right? So I'm going to return null here if this is not true. Okay, next we're going to have image. So let's go ahead and create the case for that. So after this, you want to say case image, and then you want to return the following. So I'm going to return motion.div like this, okay? And same exact thing. I'm going to copy these
and I'm going to paste it in here. Okay. Then inside the image, we're going to need to create a custom image component. So now open up your folder structure. And guys, if you have the code base, don't waste time. Just copy paste all these components in here. Okay. You can literally copy the editor components folder and you can paste it directly in here and then just update this page as well, right? Update the master recursive component because it's the same thing over and over again. You're just building, images and headers and stuff like that. But if not, that's fine. I'm still going to build everything, but I'm just saying you can save a bunch of time. All right. So now in here, inside the editor, I'm going to say image component.tsx like this. And then let's go ahead and return a component like this. Okay. Or maybe I might change this to custom image. Now, in here, we're going to need a bunch of props. So let's go ahead and grab those. So we need source alt, class name is preview content ID, and then on content change, and then is editable, and we're going to set that to a Boolean. Okay. Now we need to also destructure and grab all these values in here. So let's go ahead and do that as well. Okay. Awesome. And then after that, down here, I'm going to remove custom image, and I'm going to say class name, and I'm going to set the following styles on this class name. So please pause and type. And then inside here, I'm going to return an image component from next image. And this is going to have the source from our props, the width from props, or these default values. And then I'm also going to need to pass in the alt tag. And finally, some class names in here, along with anything that we're passing from here. Okay. And then after this, if this is not preview, so for not previewing this and is editable is true, then we're going to return a div. Okay, what was that? There we go. And inside here, I'm going to set the following class names. So please go ahead, pause this and type this. Okay. And then inside this, I'm going to have a component called upload image. Okay. So go ahead and open up your folder structure, and we're going to scroll all the way down here, and we're going to go back into this. Actually, in the same folder right here, I'm going to create another folder called upload. Sorry, guys, made an error there. So in here, upload image.tsx. Why did it go inside that? Move it out here. Column component. Did I make some error? Column component. Let's move this out. Okay. Update imports for column components. Yes. Not sure what error I made. I think I accidentally created another folder here. Anyway, so I'm going to say upload image.tsx, and I'm going to return a component and rename this component. And now let's go back to our master recursive. I'm going to go from here. So master recursive component, and then we have image component, which is in here. Okay. And now let's go back and just quickly import our custom image directly in here. So I'm going to say, where is that? Right here. We're going to say custom image like this, and let's import that. And then we also want to pass in all of the props. So I'm going to say the following: source like this, alt, class name, etc., etc. Okay. Now let's go back into custom image. Okay. And then inside this, something is wrong. Just give me 1 second, guys. All right, guys. So the reason why this image is not rendering here is because DALL-E API has a default expiration set to 2 hours. Okay. And so we have a solution for this towards the end, and there's a small challenge for you as well. So we'll get to that towards the end. But for now, I want to show you what that error would look like, right? Oh, I'm sorry, what an image would look like. So I'm just going to look for my Unsplash link. I know I have one in here. Awesome. And let's just copy this. You don't have to do this. I just want to show you what it would look like, right? Unless you don't really care and you just want to render out a basic image for now, then that's fine as well. But this is what it would look like. So if the DALL-E API image generation is valid, it will render that. But for now, I'm just going to show you this is what it looks like, okay? So let's go back and let's mention the same source. And now we need to make a couple changes here. So the first thing is, you see this image component, right? We have to move this image component into the right folder. So it looks like I actually built it in the wrong folder. So sorry about that. We just need to move it into the right one. So go ahead and grab this image component, and you want to scroll all the way to the bottom inside this folder components right here and drop it in here. And then say move and also update
all imports. Okay, so now you should have that inside your editor underscore components like this. Next, the other one I want to move is the column component as well. So I'm going to drag this down here and I'm going to move it into not this one. Oh, it's actually is this one. So components, global, editor, components, and then in here, go ahead and paste this. You want to move it and then update all imports. And then the other one is I accidentally created this folder, so I'm just going to delete this folder for now. Okay, awesome. And so all our tiny little components that we're creating that can be dragged and dropped onto this canvas is going to be inside this folder. Okay, this is basically the main element. So we don't really, that's why I just made an error there. So really sorry about that. Please make this change. So now let's go back into our image component down here. And so here we have the image from DALL-E API, okay? And we're also going to give the user an option to upload their own images. Now, you can go above and beyond and you can use S3 buckets from AWS. You can use whatever type of service you want to host, upload your images. But here's what I would use in my own software, in my own SaaS companies, okay? And so first of all, this is not sponsored by this company, okay? They are not sponsoring this video. I just want to help you guys get better tools and better resources so that way you're able to use the right stuff for your softwares, okay? Now, the first challenge that comes with creating an upload system is you have to build this component. The component itself is needed to be built from scratch. That means you have to add the input fields and a bunch of error check. There's a whole process to it, right? And so you see how this can get very time consuming. That's the first thing. The second thing is you are not going to have awesome animations. You're not going to be able to preview these images, and there's no real-time setup, right? So when you upload the images, you can't see anything. And then you may want to show like a loading icon when you're loading these images. And then you see there's a lot of restrictions. So this is just the component side, and there's more to this as well, right? Now you can sit and build all of that and then wire it up with S3 buckets. But the problem here is for S3, for Amazon, you're going to need to remove your credit card and lock it in right now. Okay, that means they require you to pay, or not pay, at least keep your credit card ready, because you get S3 for free, I think, for some extent, but you will need to have a credit card. Now, I don't expect each and every single person watching this video to have a credit card. And so for that reason, I found this tool called Upload Care, and I absolutely love this tool, and I've been using it for a very long time right now. And Upload Care is not only for images, you can upload files, videos, documents, and you can also host them, and your customers or your viewers can also download these images, and they're instantly available on a CDN. That means it's blazing fast in real time, okay? And now here's my favorite part. They give you snippets for anything, literally even for no-code platforms like Webflow and maybe Shopify, and you also have Next.js components, React, JavaScript, Svelte, Vue, like Angular, every single thing that you need to basically have image uploading inside your application. All right, and these are all the features you get for all of the different files that you can upload. And the best thing, like I said, is this beautiful component that you can get straight out of the box. Okay, now I'm not sure if I'm going to be using this exact component, but I'm just saying this is the benefit of using a tool like this, okay? And the best part is it's completely free to get started, okay? And even in the future, I don't even think you're going to need to pay, right? But eventually in the future, once you are making thousands and thousands of dollars from your SaaS, because that's how many users you probably have, and each of them are also uploading, uploading images. At that point, even if you had to purchase this, it's not going to make a big difference. Okay. Now, I will leave a link in the description with a coupon code that I managed to get with them. And that coupon code was something I did in the past with them, and I had an opportunity for you guys to get a discount. I'll still leave that in the description. So if you want to use Upload Care as a solution for your projects or your software company, then you can use that coupon code to get a big discount. Okay, so go ahead and take a look at that. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. So this is the amazing tool that I will be using in my software right now to build this application. All right, so go ahead and log in. And once you're done, we will get started. All right, awesome. So hopefully once you're logged in and you're in here, then you are set, you're good to go. Okay, so just scroll down here and click on Create Project. And the cool thing is you can also use AWS S3 bucket inside this place as well, okay? And it's free, of course. But for now, I'm just going to use the built-in storage, and I'm going to say vivid dash
Web Prodigies. Please name it the same way, and then go ahead and click on Create, and that's going to spin up the file system, their UI for you. Okay. Next, we're going to click on Get Started, and in here you can essentially basically customize all of the components on whatever type of code snippet you want or whatever project you're using. So if you're using Svelte, you get the code for that. If you're using Nextjs, which is what we're using, you get the code for that as well. And like I said, they give you the component. It's already done for you. Okay, so let's go ahead and use upload care. So inside my image component, first I'm going to create a special component so I can put all of the stuff inside, all right? And I'm going to call this upload image, and it needs 2 props. I might as well just pass it right now. The first one is content ID, and the second one is this function right here, this callback function. So I'm going to say on content change is equal to on content change, just like this. Now let's copy this name and let's scroll down into our components folder, and then right here I'm going to create another page called uploadimage.tsx, and let's go ahead and return an image like this. Okay, awesome. Now after this is going to need the same props, right? So let's go ahead and accept these props. So the first one is going to be string, and this is going to be a callback function. Now this is going to get access to the content ID and the new content as well, which is going to have these types. Now down here, you guys know the drill. Go ahead and destructure all of these. And now down here, we can render out whatever they're telling us to. So the first thing is they're telling us to import this package, and I also see this right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, okay? I'm going to open up my terminal, and I'm going to quit my terminal, and I'm going to say bun add. I'm going to paste this and go ahead and hit enter. Awesome, and just like that, we have installed that package. And now in here, it's saying import file uploader. So let's copy that, paste it in here. Awesome. And then it's also asking us to import the CSS files for all of their designs. So I'm going to bring that in as well. Now, all I have to do here is say file uploader regular like this. And this is going to need a bunch of props. So I'm going to say, hey, this is all I want. I want local URL Dropbox. Okay. And then next one is the class name uploader right here. And you have to call this UC Lite, just like this. Okay, so let's pass it in as well. And then after that, we're going to have a public key, and we're going to also have some other variables. Okay, so again, I'm not going to show you my API folder, right? I'm not going to show you my .environment file, but you're going to go into your API keys, and this is your public key. So copy this public key, go to your environment file, and paste it under upload care public key. Okay, all right, awesome. Hopefully you did that. If not, please pause and go do that, okay? You have to put the public key inside your API folder, inside your .environment file. Next, let's bring that public key and pass it in the way they're asking us to. So I'm going to say public key is process.environment.upload care public key, like this. And then down here, we're going to say multiple false, so we don't want the user to upload multiple images. And then once it's successfully uploaded, I want to invoke a function called handle change event. Okay, we'll get to that in just a second, but before that, I'm going to pass in max local file size bytes, and I'm going to set the following number. Okay, now let's go back to our image component and let's import this image. Awesome. And once this is done, I'm going to go up top and I'm going to say work in progress, add OpenAI image. Okay, just as an example in here. So later on, we can come back to this challenge. Then I'm going to go down here and I'm going to copy this function. And I'm going to go in here and I'm going to say const handle change event equal to an arrow function. And this is going to give us event, which is an object with CDN URL like this, set to a string or string array or string array of arrays. Okay. And then once this is done, next is I'm going to hit enter inside this and I'm going to invoke this and pass in those values. Okay. So invoke and pass in the value saying content ID and e.cdn URL like this. Okay, awesome. And that's pretty much it. Now you have an uploadable file and you can upload images just like this. Great job. Okay, so now our custom image component is also done, I believe. Let me take a quick look. So we have the upload image, which has our handler. Awesome. And then after that, we have the image component, which should also be done, I believe. So this is completed as well. Awesome, great job. And then let's go back here
And then let's go all the way up here into master recursive component, and let's scroll to the bottom and let's complete the rest. Okay, so after image, let's proceed from there. So after image, we're going to have another type called block quote. So let's go ahead and create a case for that. Block quote, like the block quote, and then we're going to return motion.div. So let's copy the same exact stuff. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it in here. Okay, and then inside this component, I'm going to create a block quote component. So let me just go ahead and say block quote like this. It's going to be an opening tag. And then this block quote component is going to be inside our components folder at the bottom. So I'm going to say block quote.tsx, going to return a fragment and change the title, change the name. Now, this is going to accept children and the class name. So let's bring that in. And then let's destructure these from here. Now, inside this component, first, we're going to need the current theme, so we can set it on the block quote as well. So let's go ahead and bring that in and change this to a use client component. So now let's bring in use slide store, and now we have the current theme from our slide store. Nice. Now down here, I'm going to change this to block quote like this, and inside this component, I'm going to hit enter. And first, actually, let me pass in the class name. And now this class name is going to use cn function. And we're going to pass in some default styles just like this. And then we're going to have any class names that we're passing in here. After that, we're going to have style tag to overwrite everything with our current theme. And then all other props that come from here, we're going to pass into this. And so now this block quote might also have other block quote element types, right? I think that's the best way to say it. And so how should we extend this? Well, I already showed you an example, and I want you to take this as a challenge and try to create the block quote props here with a combination and extend it with the HTML quote element props. Okay, so go ahead, pause this video, and try to give this a shot. If you don't know how to do it, it's very simple. I'll show you how to do it. Okay, welcome back. So if you watched the previous modules, then you'll know exactly how to do this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this from a type to interface. Okay, so we can extend upon this. And then I'm going to give this a different name. I'm going to call this block quote props. And let's change this down here as well. And now this is going to extend. So extends react.html attributes. And I'm going to say HTML quote element like this. And so now I can have different types in here. Okay. Now the other thing I want to have in here is for class name, I'm going to set react.css properties like this, and block quote incorrectly extends interface. Okay, so something's wrong here. Let me fix this error, guys. Give me just give me a second. Okay, so it's saying this has to be a string. So I'm just going to pass in a string in here. Okay, and it looks like it solved that problem. All right, cool. I thought it would also give us the CSS properties, but that's fine. So now that we have all of this, we can pass all of that into our rest params, and now we can copy this and we can pass that into our block quote. So ... having a hard time here. All right, there we go. Nice. Now inside this, we're just going to render all of the children components. That's pretty much it. Okay, now let's make sure we're exporting this. Okay, we're exporting. And finally, let's go back and let's import our block quote component. And now our block quote component is basically a paragraph, right? So let's go ahead and render out a paragraph component in here. So I'm going to say paragraph like this. And this is going to have all of the common props. So I'm going to pass it in here. And there we go. Awesome. Next, we're going to have a numbers list component. So after this, I'm going to hit enter. And to save time, I'm going to copy paste a little bit more so we know exactly what's going on and it's faster on my end. So case number list, same exact motion.div, but this is called a number list component. And this number list component is going to have the following props in here. So we're going to pass that in. And let's go ahead and do that. Actually, first let's create the component. So let's go into our folder structure, scroll down here. I'm going to create numberlist.tsx, and let's return a fragment, and let's change this. Now, this component is going to be set up slightly differently, okay? So just follow with me. It doesn't really matter. It's just for readability, it was easier on my end here. So I'm going to say the following. So this is list props. I'm going to pass in list props in here, okay? And then this
does not have to be this way anymore. Now I'm going to destructure this, and now we can grab all values from here. Okay, so what we're going to do in here now is this can be a type, no problem. We're going to accept those props, which is items, on change, class name, and is editable. So let's pass those in. And now inside this component right here, let's go ahead and destructure all those values. Okay, so I'm going to say the following. Okay, just like this. And it's saying these are what seems to be the issue here. Does not exist on type list props. Okay, just give me 1 second. Oh, yeah, sorry guys, I just copied the wrong stuff. So in here, we're just gonna destructure and grab all these values, okay? Now the next thing is we need the current theme, so let's bring that in as well from our store. Awesome. And then down here, we're going to remove this and let's return an ordered list. So I'm gonna change this to an ordered list. And inside this, we're gonna have the following class names. So I'm going to pass in some default class names, and we're going to use cn function to import and append the other extra class names that we're passing in as well. Now the next thing is we're going to have the style property, just the same stuff, just to overwrite all of the default styles. And then inside this, we're going to essentially loop over all of the items, right? It's a numbered list, right? So we're going to loop over all of the items. And we're going to return another component called list item, okay, which is basically an li tag inside this. So first, I'm going to say items.map, and for each of these, I'm going to return, a list item like this, so li, and we're going to pass in the index. Now this is a custom component, but let's just look at what we're passing in. This needs the item, the index, of course, on change, on key down, is editable, and font color, okay? Now this list item component is going to look as follows. So let's scroll up top here. Outside the component, I'm going to say const list item is React functional component, and this is going to have the following types, okay? So I'm going to go up here first, not create an object here, sorry. I'm going to create another type. I'm going to say type list item, and we're going to set this to the following types, okay? And then I'm going to put that type in here. And so now this is list item props, and we want to change this to list item props, okay? And so this has the same types. We're just giving it, for on change, we're going to create an arrow function with index and value. On key down is going to get a keyboard event. Okay, let's bring that in, and HTML input element as well. Okay, then later the second value is an index, which is a number. Then is editable is a boolean, and font color is a string. So now in here, let's go ahead and invoke this function. Okay, so you want to say this is equal to this arrow function in here, and now we're going to destructure all of these values. So let's go ahead and destructure this like that. Okay. And then inside this, I'm going to return my input component. So we don't even need to do this. We can just say input like this, and that should solve that problem. Okay, let's change this to a closing tag. Awesome. So the type is going to be text. The value is going to be item. Okay. Then on change is going to be a helper function, right? A handler. And we're just going to fire what we get from here, which is basically the handle change, which we're going to create in just a second. And then after that, after the on change, the on key down, so let's pass that in as well and invoke it from the props. The class name is going to be as follows. Okay, just made some error there. There we go. And after that, we're going to have a style tag, so we can change the font color, and then read only set to if we're editing or not. Okay, awesome. Okay, now let's go down here, and now let's pass in these props. So first one is handle change. So I'm going to scroll up top. Inside this component, I'm going to say const handle change equal to an arrow function. And this is going to give us index, which is a number, and value, which is a string. Okay? And inside this, we're going to say if is editable. If this is true, then const new items equal to an empty an array with all of the items inside it. And then I'm going to say new items at this index is now going to be equal to this value. Okay? And then after that, I'm going to say on change, and we're going to pass in the new items just like this. Awesome. Now, this is done. The next one is handle key down. So I'm going to say const handle key down equal to an arrow function. And this is going to give us this is going to give us event, which is keyboard event. I can copy it from here actually. Where's my keyboard event? There we go. So just copy this, okay? Keyboard event. And then we also need the second one, which is input, which is index, sorry, which is going to be a number, okay? Now inside this component, I'm going to say if the user is hitting enter, then we want to do the following. So if e.key equal to enter, okay? Then you're going to say e.prevent default. Then you're going to say const, something is wrong here, guys. I forgot a bracket. Okay. So const new items is going to be equal to an array with all the items inside that. And then new items dot splice at index plus 1, 0 items. And we're going to put this in there. And then I'm going to say on change, we're going to invoke that and pass in new items. And then we're going to create a set timeout. So in this set timeout, we're going to do the following. So first I'm going to say this should happen in 0 seconds. And then const next input equal to document.querySelector. Okay, and in here, document.querySelector, we're going to pass in a nth child selector. Okay, so I'm going to say li, let's change this to backticks, li nth dash child, and then you want to create 2 brackets here, and then inside this you're going to say $, curly bracket, index plus 2. Okay, awesome. And then after this, you want to also say input. So right here, I'm going to say input like this, okay? And make sure you put this space in here, okay? And then we're going to say as HTML input element, okay, awesome. And then after this, if there is next input, then we're going to say next input dot focus, and we're going to invoke this like this. Okay, awesome. All right, else if the key is not enter, okay, we're going to say if e.key is equal to backspace, so I'm going to make B capital letter, and items at index equal to empty string, and items dot length greater than 1, then in here I'm going to say e.prevent default, not e.persist, e.prevent default. And the same thing, we're going to say const new items equal to everything inside items, then new items dot splice, okay, and in here we're going to say index comma 1, new items like this, index comma 1, and then after this invoke our on change and pass in the new items. All right, that's it, and now we're done with this as well. Great job. Now one more thing I want to do here, guys, is this is numbers list component. I'm going to change the component itself to list component because I want to have other stuff in here too, okay? Because this is list, I might have something else like bullet list and stuff like that. So I might pass that in the same file. So now let's close this and let's go back and let's import this component, okay? And there we go. Now we have imported our numbers list component. Next is the bullet list. So let's go ahead and do that as well. I'm going to hit enter in here, and I'm going to first provide the motion.div. We're going to say bullet list, and we're going to say motion.div like this. Now let's copy this name. It's basically the same component in here, so pass in the exact same props, but we're going to need to create this inside that file. So I'm going to go into numbered list like this, okay? And down here, we're exporting this by default, okay? So, okay, that's fine, no problem. So I'm going to say export const, or I'll put this up here, export const bullet list, which is going to be react.functional component, and we're going to need to pass in the list props, so the exact same stuff. And then in here, this is going to be equal to an arrow function, and inside here, I'm just going to destructure all these values. Okay, that's pretty much it, but is editable is going to be set to true by default, and maybe I will do that in here as well. So right here, okay, it's set to true. Awesome. Now down here, I'm going to remove this and I'm going to create this bracket, and then inside the bullet list down here, I'm going to return an unordered list. Okay. Now this is going to have the same class name and the same style as the other component. Okay, so I'm just going to copy it from up here. Where is that component? here. Just copy this, go down here, and paste this. And I'm going to change this to the following. So list disk, padding left 5, and space Y of 1. Put the class name. And now this style name comes from the current theme. And this current theme, again, comes from the slide, right? The use slide store. So let's copy this. Let's go down here, and let's grab that. Awesome. And then after this, we're going to need to loop over all of our items. So loop over all of the items, dot map. And for each of this, we're going to say item, comma, index. Okay. And then here, we're going to return a list item. So let's remove this and say li. Li. Now this is going to have a key, and the key is set to index. Okay. And then in here, we're going to pass in a class name. And for the class name, I'm going to set the following styles. And then inside this, I'm going to return the exact same list item. Okay? And we're going to have the same props that's required. But for this, we're going to have a handle change, which is basically the same thing, right? So I'm going to go up top here, or actually, let's just do it down here. So I'm going to say handle change is going to have the index and the value. We're going to set is editable. And we're going to say if this is true, new items, then we're going to say new items at this index is equal to this value, and we're going to invoke handle change, and we're going to pass that value in there, okay? Now for handle key down, same exact thing. We're going to have the keyboard event and index coming from the props, from the params. We're going to say if e.key is enter, prevent default, then we're going to do new items, we're going to splice, then we're going to invoke onChange and pass in the new items. Then we'll create a set timeout, and we'll pass these in there, which is new input equal document.querySelector. We're going to pass this, okay? And then we're going to say input for this. Next, down here, we're going to say if, and basically we're grabbing this input field, all right? That's basically what this, I think this is straightforward. This is just a query selector, okay? Then down here, we're going to say if the next input exists, focus. And this will happen instantly, but it's going to go into the queue, and then it'll go from there. But we're going to say 0 in here to asynchronously do this, all right? Else if it is backspace, and the index is nothing, and the length is greater than 1, then index is not equal to a string, sorry. And then we're going to say prevent default, new items is equal to an array with all the items inside it, splice index to 1, and then we're going to say a splice index 1 element, not 2, 1, and then onChange the new items. Okay, that's pretty much it. Now let's go back and let's quickly import our bullet list component. All right, awesome, there we go. We only have a couple more, we're almost there. Let's finish this up, all right? So after the bullet list now, we're going to have a to-do list. So I'm going to copy to-do list, which is basically a checkbox, right? So same exact props, nothing changes. Same exact thing, just copy it, changes to to-do list, okay? I'm going to copy this title, I'm going to copy this name, open up my folder structure, or let me just click into bullet list, and then down here, I'm going to say the following. Export const to-do list, which is react.functional component. Actually, at this point, it's the same thing, guys. Just please pause the screen and type. Okay, I want to save us some time. And this one is to-do list like this, and same exact props, nothing changes, okay? Then the next thing is, this time we're going to return an unordered list. So I'm going to say unordered list like this, return unordered list, and this needs a current theme. Well, the current theme comes from slide store, so let's grab that as well. Let's go down here, just like that, awesome. And then inside the unordered list, we're going to loop over all of the items, and we're going to render out an input field, and which is a checkbox, and the list item itself. Okay, so I'm going to say the following: input field, list item. Okay, so let's look at input field first. Checkbox. If it's checked, we're going to say if it starts with this, then we'll show this. Okay, then on change is going to be a helper right here. We're going to create that in just a second. And then after that, class name from checkbox and disabled set to not editable. Okay, set to if this is editable or not. Now up here, let's first do the toggle checkbox. So I'm going to say if is editable, then, sorry guys, I'm going to say const toggle checkbox like this, which is an arrow function that gets index, which is a number. And then inside this, if editable is true, then I'm going to say const new items is everything inside items. And then new items at this index is equal to new items at this index if it's, dot starts with this. So whichever one starts with this X with a space, okay? And then if that's true, then we're going to replace this with this empty array. So we're reversing it. So when they check it, we're just attaching this string and we're reversing it, all right? And then new items at index.replace this with the X. So this is what happens if it's the false condition. And then we'll invoke onChange and put the new items inside. Now, for the list item, we're going to say items.replace for this, okay? This is a regular expression. Please pause and type exactly like this. Then we're going to have the index down below, and then we're going to have an onChange, okay? And now this onChange is another function called handleChange, and this handleChange will take in the index, and it's going to take in a value, okay? So you're going to say, this is basically a string, okay? So let's go up top here, and we're going to say handleChange equal index and value, and if as editable is true, only then are we going to do new items is everything inside items. The new items at that index is going to be the following. So value.starts with this, or if value.starts with this, that means it is a checkbox. Then if that's true, we're going to return the value itself. If not, we'll return this. Okay, awesome. And then onChange, we're going to pass this in here. We're going to invoke and pass the new items inside it. All right, now let's scroll down here. And finally, we have the on key down. So let's grab the on key down as well, which is called handle key down, which is the same as the previous one. Let's hit enter here, and this is all we're doing. We get the event and the index. If the key is enter, then we'll do the following, which is prevent default, create the new items, splice at this index +1, and then we're going to pass an onChange, pass the new items inside that. Then create a set timeout for 0 seconds, and we're going to capture the second child element with input, okay? And then after that, we're going to say if this exists, then we'll focus into that input field, okay? Else if we'll render if it's backspace and this is at this index has an empty array like this, that means it's not checked, right? And items.length is greater than 1, then we're going to say prevent default, new items, everything inside the items, and then we're going to splice index with one element, and then we're going to say onChange as following right here. Awesome. Now, let's scroll down below, and finally, we're going to have the is editable and the font color. That's pretty much it. Great job, guys. All right, guys. So I just realized that the prompt that I created wasn't optimized enough, and so it was giving us weird responses, and that's the reason why we weren't seeing any modules, any more slides at the bottom. And so what I had to do was quickly make some changes to the prompt, and of course I'll put all of this in the Discord. Okay, so please don't forget to join the Discord. Now sometimes I know the link doesn't work, and that's simply because so many people are clicking on it, and so Discord's basically rate limiting everyone, okay? So you're gonna need to try at a different time, or if you look at the start of this video, I'll put a barcode that you can scan, and that barcode will take you directly into the Discord with, no other problems, okay? So basically now it's updated. So all I had to do was tell it, hey, here's a layout structure, and here's the element structure. You can have layouts and elements within layouts, and layouts within layouts, and elements within those layouts as well, okay? And I also gave it examples. So for example, I said, here's the outline of the entire, the presentation, of course. And then here I said, here's the structure for each of them, and here's the output that I want. And then it gave me a better, structured JSON output, okay? All right, and it also gave me images, so hopefully when you tried this, everything worked, but if you're still good to go, then awesome. Now, if for some reason some sort of error happens and you don't like what you see, then here's what you should do. Go into Prisma, and then go into Projects table, okay? And then click on this, delete it, and then once you go back to your app, click on home, and then create a new project, okay? Now refrain from using the prompts again to generate new prompts and new outlines. Just use the same outline that you used previously and leverage that for building the slides here, okay? That way you can save a bunch of money, all right? Even then, you're not going to save too much, but you're still going to save a little bit more, all right? So that's it. And now you can also see we have the handle here for each column, so you can shrink and grow them accordingly, right? And you see here as well. And yeah, that's it. So I just created a very basic 4-slide layout, and this is what it looks like. All right, great job. All right, guys, now inside our master recursive component, we still have a couple more to create. So I'm going to go in here, and after the to-do list right here, I'm going to hit enter. And then I'm going to create one for callout box. Okay, so I'm going to say callout box like this, and this is going to return the following component. So first, exact same thing up here. Copy this, paste it down here. Okay, and then inside this component, we're going to create the callout box. So go ahead and say callout box like this, and now open up your folder structure. Copy this title, go down to components, down here inside this one, okay? And then you want to create calloutbox.tsx, okay? Let me do this once more. So scroll down, .tsx, and now let's go ahead and return a fragment, and let's rename that to calloutbox. And now this callout box is going to have the following values, the props. So we need type, children, and class name, and these are the following types: success, warning, info, question, and caution, okay? Now, down in here, I'm also going to destructure these from the props. Let's go ahead and do that as well. And inside this component, first I'm going to create some icons, okay? And these icons come from Lucid React. So all I'm doing is I'm just creating an object to show an icon for each of these, okay? So it's kind of like a not a popover, but an alert dialog. Think about it that way. But it's not a dialog, it's just a call out box, literally. It calls out an error or a success or warning or information on the slides, okay? So down here, I'm going to, outside this, I'm going to say const icons equal to an object. All right, let me take out my watch. I can't type. All right. And then here, we're going to say success. So each of these, first success, and this is going to be check circle icon, and let's import that. Then I'm going to do the same thing for warning, info, question, and caution, but I'm going to import the following icon. So please go ahead and do this as well. Okay, help circle and alert circle. Awesome. Now down here, I can say the icon is going to be whatever type they passed in, but since this is an object, we can say icons at that type, right? So I'm going to say const icon equal to icons at that type. All right. Now I'm going to create colors and themes for all of these callout boxes. So again, you can feel free to copy paste this from the code base or just pause the screen and type. But it's just for all of these, we have the following colors. Okay. And once this is done, down here, I'm going to remove this div, or sorry, just remove this in here. And I'm going to pass in that the class name with the cn function and say, based on which color, what type was chosen, we're going to return that color. So I'm going to say colors at that type. Okay. Same way down here. So I'll show you. So you see, first some regular styling and then colors at that type, .bg, .border, .text, and class name. Okay. Nice. Now what do we do inside this? Well, we're going to render out the icon. So I'm going to say icon like this, and this is going to have a class name just like this. And inside that, a div with children items inside that. Great job. Now let's go back and quickly import our callout box. And this is going to be an opening component like this. First, let's pass in the type. And for type, I'm going to say whatever is in the content callout type. And we have info, right? And then class name is going to be as follows. Now, guys, one more thing I want to point out is you are not going to get the best responses with just using OpenAI straight out of the box, okay? You have to train your own AI. You have to do a bunch of stuff like training your own data set to get the best responses. So over time, right, as you keep training it with more info, it's going to get better. and it's going to get faster. Right now, we're using OpenAI directly, so it's not going to be quick. Okay, I think this is the known thing, but I just want to mention so that you're aware of what you need to do in order to perfect this software. Okay, so next I'm going to return a paragraph, and I'm going to say everything inside common props, and let's pass that inside this component like this. Okay, now after the callout box, I'm going to have another one called code box. So I'm going to say code block. It's going to return this motion.div, and this is the code block component. Okay, so pass in this this code as well. Just pass in all of the props, and now I'm going to open up my folder structure. Scroll down here, and I'm going to create the code block just like this. Now this requires those props, right? So let's grab that. And then finally, let's destructure everything from here. So I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to destructure them like this. Now, we need the current theme. I can get this from Slide Store, so I'm going to get that as well. And then down here, we're going to render out a different element. So it's called the pre-element, okay? And we're going to need to pass in the class names and the style. So let's go ahead and say class name and style like this, and import the cn function. And then inside the component, we're going to return a code element, okay? And this is going to have the following class name. So I'm going to say language. Let me copy this so I don't make any spelling errors. Okay, language dash the language, the coding language. And then in here, we're going to say text dash area. Sorry, it's text area. And this is going to have the following props. So first value, on change. Where is this? There we go. We're going to have a class name. And then we're going to have some styles. Okay. And that's pretty much it. That's it for the code component. And now I'm going to go back one step right here and scroll down here. And now we're going to have another one called table of contents. Okay. So go ahead and say table of contents. Okay, something looks wrong. Okay, I need to import my code block component. There we go. Now let's go back down here. So same motion.div, and inside that we're going to create a table.contents and pass in that element's contents in here as a string array. And then down here we're going to say on item click because it's a helper that we need inside this table of contents. And then we're going to pass in some class names. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this name. Open up your folder structure. Down here, we're going to create this and say TSX, okay? And I'm going to create a component and rename the title. And then in here, I'm going to accept those props. So we need items, on item click, which is a callback function, and then class name. And let's finally go ahead and destructure everything from here, okay? And then inside this, first I'm going to get useSlideStore. So let's bring that in so I can get the themes. And then I'm going to return a navigation. So let's remove this. So I'm going to say nav. And inside this, I'm going to pass in the following class names. Just like this, okay? And we need cn for this as well. And it's going to have the following style as well, okay? Now inside this, we're going to loop over all of its children element. And we're going to say items.map, return a div. And down here, we're going to say key, class name, cn function. And we're going to have the item inside here, okay? Now, give me 1 second. I noticed that I actually commented this in my code, so I think we may not even need it. Let me take a look. All right, so for now, I don't think we need it, so I'm going to go back to my master recursive component, and I'm going to import my table of contents from my components folder. And if we do, we'll get back to that. Next, I'm going to return another component called divider. So I'm going to say divider like this. And same exact component here, motion.div. And let's copy this and also pass in the class name content.className, okay? And then in here, sorry guys, not in here, I'm going to go down to my components folder. And inside the components folder, I'm going to create a divider.tsx. And then in here, I'm going to return this component, change its name. You can also use a separator component. That's fine as well. But I'm just going to give it some themes, right? I want to show some theme and stuff. So for that reason, I'm going to do this. So first, let's bring in useSlideStore. And after that, also, I don't think we need to make this a client component because this is already a client component, right? So let's go back in here. And now all we're going to do here is render an HR tag. So HR with the following class names with CN, so margin Y of 4, and class names that comes from here. So let's go ahead and grab that as well. Okay. And then style, we're going to pass in the current theme style. That's it. So let's go back and let's quickly import this component as well. All right, there we go. And now that's it for column. We already created column. Looks like there's an error here. Class name should be a string. And what is it saying? Is it undefined? Okay, it's undefined. So you can say as string in here. Sorry, there we go. Nice. Okay, great job. All right, and that's pretty much it for this section. We are done with our master recursive components, building all the possible components that we need to drop onto our canvas. Okay, now we can go ahead and build the left sidebar and then the right sidebar, so we can select layouts and components and we can drop them and see if anything is needed to fix those. Okay, also just to show you, you can delete elements from here. I'm sure you already saw the demo, but this icon helps you delete a slide. Great job, guys. You have come so far. I'm super proud of you. There's still more, so just bear with me. I promise you this is going to be such a nice project for you to have on your resume, or if you want to just start as a SAAS as well. All right? All right, guys. Now, another important thing I want to point out is if you click the link to grab the code base from the description down below, I will add some premium features that are not going to be part of this video as well, because we just don't have that much time, okay? Not because I can't do it, it's just because we don't have that much time. This video already took me more than 2.5 months, 3 months to build, and so I don't want to waste too much time, and so that's why we made it as simple as possible, which is fetch all of the slides and render them. But in that code base, I will see if I can create a branch that can stream all of these slides in real time, okay? So everything that comes in will come in real time, and that way the user will not be waiting for everything to spin up. Instead, at least it's slide by slide, or we're streaming some text here and there. Okay, that way it's a better approach, better user experience, and at the same time you get to learn how to build awesome features like that. Okay, and then the other thing I'm looking to do is also, for now, for example, if you refresh the browser, if you refresh this, you can still access this image. But if you generated the slides and you did not access this image in less than 2 hours, that image will expire, right, from OpenAI. And so what I will do is I will see if I can add the feature where I can upload these images directly to Upload Care, and I will see if I can do that parallelly or in a different way that it doesn't block the entire stack, okay? And that way you can get the images also loading. Maybe we can have like a placeholder with an image loading icon, or yeah, so that's what I had in mind. I just wanted to point that out. So again, click on that and take a look at the features you're getting in addition to it. That way you know exactly what it's getting, right? What you're getting when you purchase that code base. Okay, great job. So now go ahead and open up your folder structure, and I'm gonna go into the editor component right in here. All right, actually, we're gonna go into presentations, presentation ID, and then inside this, we're gonna find a page.tsx, and let's click on that. And now you can see we have the editor in here, okay? The next one is after this, I'm gonna create another component called editor. Actually, let's see if we can create the preview component. Okay, so instead of that, go back into the same page.tsx and click on the layout preview, okay? Once you click on this, then we can scroll down here to where we have our work in progress flag, okay? And we're gonna uncomment all of this stuff. So let me first remove this after you build the editor. Okay, there we go. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna create this draggable slide preview component, okay? So copy this title, then we're gonna go into our folder structure, and inside left sidebar, I'm gonna create that component, and we're gonna return the name as follows. Now let's go back and quickly import this draggable slide preview. Awesome. And of course, we don't have these, so I'm just going to comment these for now, and we'll get back to this in just a second. Okay. Now, going back into this component needs some props. So let's go ahead and grab that right now. So the first one we need is slide index, which is of type slide, and a helper function called move slide to move it at that specific drag index. So you see, you can move these things around, right? And then the other thing is, let's go ahead and quickly destructure all these values from here. Okay, awesome. And then inside this component, first I need the theme. So I'm gonna go ahead, first I need the current slide, okay?
And that way we can highlight it here and show. So I'm just going to say current slide and get all of that from the use slide store, and also set current slide. So when we click on these slides, we can also set those values. Okay. Then I'm going to go down here. And the first thing is I'm going to create a class name, and I'm going to add the following styles. So I'm going to say class name as follows. And this requires cn function. So let's bring that in. And based on whether we're dragging these elements, because you can also drag and drop and mix things up from the sidebar, right? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if the index is the current sidebar first, then show that show before this a blue color background, okay? And if not, we'll set it to transparent. Next, if we are dragging it, we'll also set its opacity to 50, okay? And so this way, this is going to create like a little background border, so it looks like it's clicked, all right? Okay, now where do we get this is dragging? Well, this is dragging is going to be it's going to be from use drag. So let's go ahead and say const use drag, which comes from Framer Motion. Actually, sorry guys, that does not come from Framer Motion. That comes from React drag and drop. So I'm going to go up top here and I'm going to import that. Okay, so I'm going to say use drag, and I'm also importing use drop as well. All right, so we need use drag, and I'm going to say type is going to be slide. The item is index, and we want to get a monitor, and then we're saying is dragging is monitor.isDragging. Okay, so we're collecting this information. This is just settings for the use drag hook to work. Okay, next we need the use drop. So I'm just going to do that right now. And also don't forget, you need to destructure it from here and get is dragging from this. So this way we can listen to this and render out states or different designs like this, for example. Next, use drop. Use drop does the following. So we're going to say accept a slide. Okay, and then we're going to say hover, and this is going to be a function. So we're going to bring in this function, and when we hover over it, it's going to invoke this. So we're going to say item, and we're going to destructure these from the props, from its parameters, sorry. And then if ref. Now this ref is what we're going to attach to this element so we can drag it. So I'm going to go up top here, and I can create use ref like this, and say HTML div element. And then down here, I'm going to say if the ref.current exists, then drag index is that item, hover index is that index, and then if the drag index, that means the element we're dragging, is equal to the same element we're hovering, then we're going to return. Okay. If not, we'll move the slide to that dragged index, and we're just going to pass in these values. So this will essentially help us move that element. Okay. And this is another function we're going to pass into this, so we'll get back to that. But then here we're just going to say item.index equal to that hover index now. Okay, now let's go down and also pass in the ref like I mentioned. So down here, we're going to say ref equal ref like this. Awesome. All right, guys. Now inside the draggable slide component, first thing we're going to do is we're going to remove this text from here. And now we can also provide an on-click handler. So I'm going to say on-click, and I'm going to add the following callback function. And up here, I'm going to get the set current slide, and I'm going to pass it down in here. Okay. And of course, invoke it and pass in the index. And there you go. Okay. Now inside this, we're going to have a div, and it's going to have the following class name. Okay. And then inside this div, we're going to have a component called a scaled preview. Okay. This way we can use this to show smaller versions of our slides. Okay. So go ahead and say scale preview, just like this. And then we're going to copy the title, open up our folder structure, and then you want to go into left sidebar, and you want to create scaled preview.tsx, and then return a component from here and change the name. Awesome. Now this is going to require some props, so let's go ahead and grab those as well. Okay, I don't think we need these. I don't know why this opened up. All right, and then we also need the type. So slide is active index, so let's bring that in. And then after that, down here, we're going to destructure these props. Okay, like that. Awesome. Then down in here, first we need the current theme. So I'm going to grab the current theme from use slide store. You can change this to a client component if you want, but I know everything's already a client component, so I'm good to go. But please make it a habit to do that, okay? And then inside this div, we're going to have the following class name, okay? So this class name is going to be based on whether this is an active scaled preview component or not. That means if we're clicking on it or if we're checking into it, right? That's when we're going to return that. So in here, what we're going to do is we're going to say div and pass in the following class name. And so let's import cn to do that. And then down here, we're going to have some default classes. And if it is active, we're going to show a blue ring. If not, we'll show just the regular one. Okay, awesome. And then inside this, First, let's also refresh the browser and make sure everything is running. Okay, awesome. And so we see this error now. So let's go back one page back to our drag slidable component and let's import the scaled preview. And there you go. Now you can see it. Okay, awesome. So now let's click into this component and let's continue from here. Next, let's go ahead and provide the styles to overwrite this entire div first. So we're going to say style for the font, the color, background, and image stuff. Okay, just go ahead and apply those styles. And now inside this, we're going to return a div. So I'm going to say div like this. And this div is going to have the following class names. But notice how we are scaling this 0.5 times. Okay, and then inside this, we're going to have our master recursive component. So let's go ahead and bring the master recursive component, and then we're just passing in that slide into this. Now, of course, we don't have this information yet, right? Because we didn't pass it in from the component. So let's go back one step and let's complete this. So hit enter down here. First, let's pass in the slide. So we're going to say slide equal to this slide like this. Then is active is going to say if the index is the current slide, then show it as is active. And then finally the index itself. So let's go ahead and pass those in. Okay, it's saying something is undefined right here. So let's just take a quick look and see what's going on. Okay, so right here, it's saying the .id is it's undefined, right? So the reason why it's undefined is because this slide itself is undefined. And so ID cannot exist on an undefined object, right? Of course. So that probably means it's coming from the previous slide, somewhere down here. So let me go ahead and debug this, guys. Just give me a second. There we go. So inside our left sidebar layout preview.tsx, you see we're providing this, but we're not passing anything in here, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So first thing is we have the key. That's awesome. Let's comment out all of the stuff, okay? And then let's also refresh the browser. Okay, and so move slide is not defined. So that's a function we got to create. So let's go up top, all right? And you're going to say const move slide equal to an arrow function. And this first takes the drag index, which is a number, and it also takes the hover index. So hover index, which is going to be a number as well, okay, like this. And then inside this component, we're just going to fire the reorder slides, which we created, and we're going to pass in those values. So drag index and the hover index. That's it, okay? And so now you can see a version of our slides. And something seems wrong here. So we'll also fix the design soon. But let's go back into that component now that everything is completed. And let's see what we need to change here. Okay, great job. All right, guys. So we need to make a quick fix. So right here, you see how we're saying with full. Actually, let me show you the file first, of course. So right here, you see inside our left sidebar layout preview, up top, we're saying width of 64. You want to change that to 72, and that's going to give you more space right here. Okay. Again, feel free to make it look nicer, do whatever you want, but I think this is all we really need for right now. Okay. And it can also just be because we zoomed in, but actually, I don't think so. I think it's just because the slide takes 200% width. Okay. So that's it. Awesome. Cool. So now something is wrong with the images as well. So we'll fix that one as well. Awesome. All right, guys. So I had to make a couple changes here, and let's just go across them. First thing I did was I created another project, and the reason is because of the image problem, all right? And don't worry, guys, I'll fix that inside the premium code base in the description down below, and that code base will have upload care, okay? And I'll also try my best to see if I can do real-time streaming, at least for each slide. All right. So I'll put the feature list in the description so you can take a look at it and see if you want to, learn how to code and just at least build some fun projects. Okay. So I'll put that in the description. But apart from that, what I did was I created this new project. That way I can see the images. So how it works is the first time this image loads, it's going to go into OpenAPI, right? It's going to go into OpenAI. And it's going to basically validate that with an authentication key or something that OpenAI does in the backend. All right. And so once that is done, it verifies the image and that's it. You can access it for a little while. But what Nextjs does for the image component is it caches the image. Okay. And so what would happen is you would see it show up here, right? But you'll not see it here because when we were building the sidebar, we never accessed the image here in that native image component. And so as a result, it'll only cache here and show you here, but it won't show in here. And that was the issue. So now How did I fix the problem? Well, I just created a new project and I did the same exact thing again, and all the slides were created with their images. Okay, great job. All right, now we already built in a few functionalities, a few features, so let's take a look at them. So the first one is if I click on one of these slides, it should also highlight the slide in here. So if I click on this, there we go, awesome. All right, next, if I drag and drop one of these slides over each other, it should replace those slides. So drag one up here, there we go, nice, looks awesome. All right, and you can drag and drop this one as well. Great job. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And of course, it also does the same here. So let's see. Okay, there we go. Great job, guys. The next one is you can type stuff, of course. So let's go ahead and test that out. I mean, I'm sure it's going to work because I know I created those input components, but just to show you, you can test whatever you want, and it will also show inside the preview. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, awesome. And you can't you can't type from here because this is in preview mode, but you can, of course, only type in here. So you can change these, but you can't change it directly in here. Okay. Now, the next thing we need is the sidebar right here. So let's go ahead and build that. And let's also see if we have some work in progress flags. I know we have a couple. So let me see if I need to fix something. All right, guys, now before we move on to other features like the sidebar and stuff like that, let's just quickly fix this one more thing right here, which is the save functionality. Right now, if you make any changes and refresh the browser, these changes are not going to be saved. And so I want you to think, where would this possibly be and how would I approach this problem? Okay, think like a developer. And so the first thing you'd want to do is go into editor because this has to happen inside the editor file. And so I'm going to click on the editor file. Okay, now that we're in here, we can see, okay, we have all of the slides, all of the data. And so we have to do that somewhere in here, right? And so I want you to just try to give this a shot. What do you think is the approach to save these in the most optimal way? Pause this video and try to guess. If you don't know how to, I'm going to show you how you can do that. All right. Hopefully you got the right answer. If not, no worries. This is how you should approach this. So the first thing is, by the way, I've done this a million times. I've done this probably in every project, but if you haven't watched my past videos, I highly, highly recommend you watch my Plura tutorial. And there's a ton of other awesome courses like the Loom course and a couple videos that will give you an understanding, give you an idea of how to build this functionality, all right? But we're going to be using something called throttling, all right? And so this is where we don't always save it when the user continuously changes the browser, right? Because when they change states and you always save every time they change, you're going to be making a bunch of save requests, and that's going to be very expensive. Sometimes there are going to be errors. And so the way to do this is we have to essentially only save when the user starts editing and stops editing, okay? And every time they continue, we want to cancel the previous save and we want to redo that save until they literally stop for some time, okay? That's what we want to accomplish. And so the way to do that is through a dependency array, right? Anything that's passed into a dependency array will fire that function again. So think about it that way. And so the way to approach that is by creating a use effect. We're going to invoke this and we're going to pass in an array and we're going to say slides and maybe is editable, right? Is editable, okay, like this. And so when the slides update, we want to essentially change the stuff in here, right? That's basically what we want to do. And maybe the project also, because project settings can also change. So let's bring that in here as well. So what I'm going to do here, guys, is first thing is I'm going to say if, and this if block is if the ref. So let's say we're going to create a ref to essentially store the timer, or for simplicity's sake, I'm going to say if we already have a timer, cancel the timer, okay? And then create a new one. That's pretty much it, okay? So that's what we're trying to do in here. And then inside the timer, make the save request. That's literally it, okay? And so what we're going to do in here is first, I'm going to create a ref to essentially hold this value. And the reason why we're using a ref is because when the browser refreshes, all states will get refreshed as well. And refs will actually, not browser refreshes, guys, sorry, let me restate that once more. When the component re-renders, right, refs will not re-render. So if you change a ref, the component will not re-render. Think about it that way, okay? But if you update a state, the component will re-render. So the best way to store values without causing a re-render is by using the ref, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a ref inside this component, and I'm going to call it AutoSaveTimerRef, okay? So let's go ahead and scroll up here. I'm going to say const AutoSaveTimerRef is equal to use ref. We're going to invoke this, and this is going to have some types as well. So we'll just pass those types in here. It's going to be Node.js.timeout like this, okay, or timer. That's fine, I think, but this should be okay. And then I'm going to say null in here, and this is going to be null for now. Next, I'm going to go down here, and I'm going to complete this section. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hit enter. I'm going to say if the ref.current exists, then we want to say clear timeout, and we want to pass in that ref's current value. So this is how we can cancel the previous timer. Okay. Next, down here, we're going to say is editable, and if only we are able to edit this, should we do this process, right? Because we don't want it to update when the user is in preview mode. So I'm going to say AutoSaveTimerRef.current, and we're going to set this to a new timer. Remember, we have to create a new timer. So I'm going to say set timeout. We're going to invoke this. We're going to pass in an arrow function, and this is going to have the number of seconds. So I'm just going to say 2 seconds. And inside this, we're going to need to invoke a server action. Okay. But before that, I want to go down here, and let's move this code comment up here. And then in here, we need to return a cleanup function. And the reason is because if the user gets out of this page, this use effect is still going to be active, right? And so this timer will still be running under the hood. And so anything that subscribes to data, or you're creating a event listener or timeouts, stuff like that, you have to clear this timeout before you, when you leave this component, when this component is unmounted, all right? So in here, I'm going to say the following. So I'm going to say if there is something, then go ahead and cancel that something, okay? So clear timeout like this, and we're going to invoke this and say AutoTimerRef.current, okay? So if you like this way of explaining, guys, I really wish I had a lot of time, because these projects are insanely huge. I really like to explain and teach, exactly how to do it, but it takes a very long time because the type of projects we build are not simple, basic applications. And so maybe, I don't know, maybe let me know in the comments, guys, would you like us to tone down the level of complexity of these projects so that way we can create very small applications, like maybe 1-hour tutorials? And that way it's enjoyable for me as well, right? So I don't burn myself out. And at the same time, it's going to be enjoyable for you because you can understand even more. But of course, you're going to sacrifice the quality. Hey, there's pros and cons to both, right? I prefer this way because I'm sure you already know how to use this stuff, right? If you read the code, if you just know how to read the code and understand the code, you don't need me to sit for 15+ hours, right? And so what you could do is you can just grab the code base, spin it up, and you can take a look at it, and you're done. You don't have to waste 15 hours. Just read how things work, and that's it. And I'll create a module. I already put it in. I'm probably going to put it in this course as well in the beginning that breaks down the architecture. So once you understand the architecture, nothing else is going to be hard because it's just programming. That's it, right? So just let me know in the comment section what best helps you out, and hopefully, if we need to make that sacrifice on the quality of the projects just to make sure that you understand more, I'll do that, but we'll try our best, okay? So now let's go ahead and create that server action. So inside here, I'm going to say save slides, or maybe let me give this a better name. So I'm going to create a function here, and I'm going to call this const save slides equal to use callback. And inside this callback, I'm going to pass in an arrow function, and you can essentially invoke this callback anytime you want. Okay, but usually how a use callback is used is you want to use the dependency array. Okay, and so I think that is fine. We can pass in the values into the dependency array, but what I'm not sure about is what if this gets updated. So let's do a quick test. So if we alert message, okay, and the slide updates. So if you update the slide, oops, sorry about that. Okay. So nothing is really happening, and that's because this message, okay, and this is, this is not on the client. I can just do console.log. Okay, let's try that. So I'm updating stuff. All right, nothing's changing. Awesome, looks great to me. I'm happy with that. I'm just gonna refresh that once more. All right, okay, cool. So, but we wanna make sure this is invoking. So what I'm gonna do in here is I'm gonna paste in here and just see what happens. Okay. So now if I open the inspect tab and just look in here, that is updating, right? And if you remove this, let's take a look at what's happening as well. So quit all of this, refresh the browser. Okay. Where is this being printed from? It's printing something else. Okay. I got to take a look at that component. It's printing out the component itself. So, let me change this to alert. Okay, so it's doing it after 2 seconds. All right, it works. Awesome. So if you invoke this use callback without passing it into any sort of elements or something, you can still invoke it, and the use callback by itself will not fire, just like that. So if you removed it from here, that means this is the only use callback that we created, and so this use callback will not fire. It'll only fire once, and it'll cache the value. But if these slides update, let's refresh the page and see, and let's wait. Okay, there we go. Nothing's happening. So let's go back and let's bring this in. All right, I'm just going to refresh this so we can use the same old data. Awesome. And then the next thing I'm going to do in here is inside this use callback, I'm going to remove this message, and I'm going to say if only we are in editable mode and we have a project data, okay, then we're going to do the following. So first thing is I'm going to create an IFI. Okay, it's just an arrow function. So I'm just going to create an IFI like this. And this function is going to have a wait. And we're going to use a server action called update slides, which we haven't created, but I just pasted it in my file like a while ago. So I know I already have it, but we're going to do that in just a second. All right. And then we need some props. So I'm just going to pass it in right now. So I'm going to pass in the slides as well as the ID of the project. And these slides looks like some sort of error. Okay, it's because I did. Okay, there we go. So sorry, guys. So JSON.parse, JSON.stringify, and then pass in the slides. Okay, now let's copy this, and I'm going to open up my folder structure. We're going to go into project right here, and then I'm going to have update slides. And this is going to be an arrow function with async arrow function that takes in the following. Okay, and inside this component, we're going to have a try catch, and in the catch block, I'm just going to show our typical error message. Maybe you would want to create like a helper function for this, right? That might be nicer, so you don't have to do this all the time. And then inside this, we're going to have if no project ID, no slides, then show error, right? And then in here, we want to say const updated project, await client project, and we're going to update that data for this ID, and we're going to pass in the new data. If nothing happened, show an error, but if everything is good, return 200 with the data that was updated. Okay, so now let's go ahead and import this. There we go. And awesome, I'm going to quit this here. And now we can take a look at this and see if it works. So I'm going to change the title here, and I'm going to call this how to make money or money with SAAS. Okay, something like this. And now let's go ahead and give it a second. Something should happen. Okay, fingers crossed. There we go. Great job. Okay, and you can have some sort of an indication. Maybe you can take that up as a challenge. So inside the navigation bar, you can create a state, right? Just create a state and use that. Put that state into the provider, and you can call that saving or saved, whatever. Saving sounds fine. And if it's set to true, you have to show like a refresh kind of saving icon. And then if it's good to go, just show a check icon. And you can do that through here itself. So now after you store the state inside the store, you're going to have a setter for that state, right? So you can call the state something like saving, and the reducer itself, you can call it, or the setter itself, you can call it set saving, okay? And so here you can have a try catch, and then you can reset the state accordingly, okay? All right, that's it. So that's a challenge for you. I hope you actually do it and not just ignore this, okay? All right, guys. All right, guys. Great job. All right, I caught another work in progress flag, so let's go ahead and fix this one as well. So inside the editor file itself, we're going to find a component called draggable slide. Okay, and it looks like I haven't used the move slide yet to have some sort of move slide functionality in here. Okay, so let's go ahead and complete this. So we have this use drag, which is awesome, but we have to have another one called use drop, right? So I'm going to say const like this equal to use drop. We're going to invoke that and we're going to pass in some settings. So we're going to only accept slides and layouts in here, okay? And the other one is when you hover over these elements, we're going to have the following happen. So this takes in a callback function, right? Called hover. And in here, we're going to say if ref.current, so if nothing's in here and it's not editable, just return. But if not, then we're going to set the drag index to this specific index that we're dragging, that we clicked on. And the index that we're hovering over, we're going to store it in here. And then we're going to say if that item's type is slide, then we're going to do the following. That means we're going to basically say drag index equal to the hover index. If that's true, we'll return. If not, we'll invoke move slide and we'll pass in drag index and hover index like this. And then later, we'll set the items index to equal to this one. Okay, and now there's one more thing we have to do in here. So right after this, or right before this handle content change, we can invoke drag and we can pass in drop and we can pass in our ref. Okay, what seems to be the issue? Oh, that's because I did not destructure the value from here. So I'm going to say drop like this and we should be good to go. So now, not only can you reshuffle them from here, you can also reshuffle the slides from here as well, okay? How awesome is that? So cool. Nobody's teaching you how to do this stuff. Whoa, whoa. What's going on? Oh, shit. Let me refresh. Oh, no. All right, guys. Just give me 1 second. Let's refresh this. Okay, not sure what happened there. I think it was probably because I dropped it in a really weird spot. And so it was just like, you know, popping all over the page. But now it's good to go. So you see, you can still replay stuff. Nice. And it also changes in here. Great job. All right. Now open up your folder structure. You're going to go into presentation ID page.tsx. And then inside this component, you're going to scroll all the way to the bottom. Sorry, guys. And then after this, we're going to create the editor sidebar. Okay. So open up your folder. You want to go into the components right here. And you're going to create one more called right sidebar. Okay? Or, yeah, right sidebar. This should be fine as well. And inside that, I'm going to create tabs. And inside that, index.tsx. And let's return a component. Awesome. And the first thing is we're going to need the themes. So let's go ahead and grab this. And let's change this to use client component. And let's import this component as well. This store. And let's go back and let's render out that component in here. So I'm going to say editor sidebar and let's import that. Now let's go back into this component. Okay, awesome. And you see it shows all the way up top. Now, in here, we're going to remove this stuff and we're going to give this div some styling. So I'm going to say class name equal to fixed like this, and I'm going to set the following class names. Okay. So please pause and type this out. After that, inside here, we're going to create another div. And this div is going to look like this with the following class names. And now this div is going to have a popover component. Okay. So I'm going to say popover, not from radix, from our components folder. And inside this, I'm going to need to pass in the popover trigger. So I'm going to say popover trigger like this. Oh, I hate typing. All right, there we go. So popover trigger as child, and inside this, we're going to need a button. So let's go ahead and pass in a button, just like this, okay? And inside the button, we're going to have variant ghost, size, and class name. And then we're going to have a component here called layout template, okay? This is an icon, so let's bring that in. All right, awesome. And just like that, you can see it in the sidebar, okay? And so after that, we're going to have a span that shows the layout. Okay. All right. Now down here, let me also expand this. All right. So it's not getting crushed. All right. That's good. Now down here, I'm going to scroll down. Oh, my
My Visual Studio Code just lagged out. I don't know what happened. So let's use the popover content component like this. And inside this, first I'm going to give it some props. So I'm going to say side should be left, align center, and the following class name. Okay. And then inside this, we're going to have another component called layout chooser. Okay. And so let's go ahead and grab this component as well. So inside the tabs folder, why can't I open this? Okay, I need to. There we go. So you see we have tabs in here, right? And so this index, okay, let's do this, guys. Move the index to the right sidebar, okay? And update all the imports. And then inside the tabs, we'll have whatever we need to render, okay? And so first thing is I'm going to have layout chooser or layout picker, whatever you want to call it. Oh, why did Loom just start? Hello? I don't need you. Thank you. Okay, give me a second, guys. All right, guys, I'm not sure what happened, but Loom just popped out of nowhere. So what I'm going to do now is let's figure this out. So I made some spelling errors here, so I'm just going to delete this. And now inside these tabs, right, we're going to create the layout like this. We're going to copy this. And in here, let's go ahead and return a component, and let's rename the title. Okay, and now I'm going to go back one step. And let's import this component from the bottom. Okay, awesome. And now this component is going to have the following. So the first thing we need is we need the theme. So I'm just going to bring in the theme. Okay, not here, guys. Sorry, where is that component? All right, inside here, we're going to bring in the theme like this. Use client. Okay, and then after that, down here, we're going to remove this and we're going to return another component called scroll area. Okay, so let's return that. And this is going to have the following class name and some styles. All right. And we're also overriding the styles with the theme. Very straightforward. Same thing we've been doing the same stuff forever. But and then inside this component, we're going to create another div. So let's go ahead and do that as well. And this is going to have padding 4 like this. Okay. And then inside this component, we're going to have to loop over all of our layouts and then render all the components for this. So let me go back real quick. And I want to take a look at my editor sidebar just to see what I have here. Okay, so this one is the layout picker. Okay, so down here, let's loop over the layouts. And these layouts are going to come from, they're going to come from the props. Okay, so let's go ahead, or actually, instead of passing it as a prop, might as well create a constant out of it, right? So, oh, this is so annoying, guys. I accidentally downloaded some DeepSeek plugin and it's pissing me off. So you want to scroll down here. What is this? Give me a second, guys. Let me uninstall this. All right, I just refreshed everything after deleting that, and now it's showing all my errors. So that is very scary. So I'm gonna see what I think it's just TypeScript stuff. Nothing too bad. So we'll get back to that because our app would basically crash if there was any real error, right? So it's good to have these red squiggly lines. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll down into my libs constants file. And again, you guys will have this. Don't worry about it. You will find it inside the Discord. Okay. So this element is all of the layouts that we have for our application. Okay. And there are a bunch. What are they? Well, we have a blank card. We have 2 columns, text and image, 2 columns with headings, 3 columns, that kind of stuff. All right. And we also have other layouts. So this is basically the basic layouts, but then we have card layouts like left and right? Text image left, text image right, stuff like that. And then we also have images, right? And so there's a bunch of stuff. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this and I'm going to scroll down here all the way to the bottom and I'm going to paste this in here. Okay. And so this is going to allow me to just import this and loop over this. Now, what is this type here? Well, this type is going to be name and layouts, which is going to be of a type of layout. So let's go into types and I'm going to say import layout group, which is a name. So what name of that layout group, and then the layout itself. And now a layout is going to look as follows. So it's going to have a layout has name, icon, type, the component, and the layout type. Okay. And the component here is basically the layout slides, which is right up here. So the slide name, content, class name, and type. All right. So make sure you create these. And let's go back in here.
And let's quickly import these types. And then down here, you're going to have all of these icons, all right? Now, you can create your own icon, but I'm just going to import these, so just give me 1 second. So make sure you grab, this will also be inside the Discord, okay? So go in here, you're going to find the libs folder, right? You want to create something called icons component.tsx, okay? And inside this file, you're going to paste all of these. And what are these? Well, they are just the layouts and the columns and that kind of stuff, just creating some structures for them, okay? If you type all of this, you will grow old. So let's go back here. Sorry, that was kind of funny. All right, never mind. And so now we need to import this. So to import it, go ahead and just import every single thing, okay? So let's import all of this. Blank card. Okay, this is different. We'll get to this in just a second. This is the icon, okay? And this is the component. And so first import all the icons and then we'll import the components. So essentially what we're trying to build here, guys, is first we have this layout picker, right? And so now we're going to have this basic layouts to show the different type of layouts that we can use. And so we're just trying to build a way to drag and drop components and layouts onto the page. That's it. Very straightforward. Don't confuse yourself. Okay. So that's what we're going to be doing for that. And that's why we need those sections like layout groups, basic, which is this. So this is one layout group. The card layouts is one layout group. So similarly. Okay. So now the next thing is we're going to need these components. So what should we show, or what component, what is the structure, the JSON structure of that component? Okay. And so to do this, you're going to go open up your folder structure. Again, this will also be inside the Discord. Okay. You want to create a file called slide layouts.typescript. And inside this component, I'm going to again copy and paste everything. These are just JSON structures for all of the types that we need inside our application. Okay. And so I'll show you one example so you know exactly what I'm talking about. So this one is the blank card. So what does a blank card look like? Well, it's going to have slide name blank card, type is blank card. We're going to have some class names for it. We're going to have content like this, right? And we're going to have the ID for it, the type of the content as well, because inside the blank card, we can have some stuff. And so I'm going to create first a column. So everything will have a column. Okay. And then I think you've already seen the demo, so that's probably going to make a lot of sense to you. But everything is going to have a column. And inside the column, we can have elements. And inside columns, we can also have other columns. Okay. So for example, you see column, and then we have resizable column. Okay. And then inside that, we can also have a content. We can have different content types. And you see, we can have another column inside that shows different elements as well. So just keep this in mind when you are building. All right. So that's pretty much how these elements work. So I'm going to go back here. And now we can import all of these. So go ahead, pause the screen and import everything, and then we'll continue. All right, awesome. So all of our components are also created. So now let's, you should not have any errors here. So let's go back to our component. This is not the project card component. Which one is this? Let's go into layout picker, this one right here. And now inside this component, we're going to loop over all of those elements, and we just have to render out those layouts. Okay. So scroll down here, and inside this, you're going to say layouts, okay? And we need to import this. And so to import, okay, what seems to be the error here? It's layouts like this, okay? So layouts.map, okay? And for each of these, we're going to return a component. And the component we're going to return is called draggable layout item, because from the sidebar, we should be able to drag and drop these, right? And so that's what we need to create next. So I'm just going to first create a div here so we can give it some structure. So div, okay? And then inside this div, first go ahead and pass in the key, and the key will come from here. So let's go ahead and grab the group, and I'm going to say group.name, okay? And then inside, actually right here, I'm going to pass in a class name with margin bottom of 6. And then inside this, I'm going to pass in an h3 element. And this h3 element is going to have the following. So I'm just going to have a class name, and I'm going to say group.name inside that. And then we're going to have a div right after that, okay? And this div is going to have the following class name. So it's a grid with 3 columns. So something like this. And then we're going to give it gap 2. And inside this, we're going to loop over the group's layouts, and we're going to map over them and return that item, okay? So copy this right now, and you can also pass in this if you want right now to save time. So key and the layout, right? So copy this title, then you're going to scroll up top, and also we don't need this props, so we can solve this error here. Okay, and then down here, copy this title. You want to scroll up top, you're going to say export const draggable layout item, or actually we can just use tsrafce again. So this is draggable layout item, and let's remove this, remove this, remove this, and this one as well. And here you want to export it like this. Okay. Now, this component is going to, actually, we're going to need some props for this. So let me bring in props. Okay. And let's say export like this. Awesome. And then in these props, we're going to accept the following. So we need name, icon, and a few more. Actually, this is of type layout, guys. So instead of doing this, I could just say layout from the types like this, and we don't need props anymore. And so now we can destructure and grab these values. Okay, nice. Anything else? Type. That's the last one. Now we're going to see a bunch of red squiggly lines. That's because we're not using it, right? And so the next thing you want to do is you want to say return div. And this div is going to need to be drag and droppable, right? And in order to do that, I'm sure you guys know, we need the use the is dragging value, so that way we can tell whether, hey, if it is dragging, then we can show some styles. All right. So the way to do that is using a hook call use drag. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say const like this, because we're going to get some values from this, and I'm going to say use drag, which comes from React DND, and let's invoke that. And next, I'm just going to first destructure the value. So is dragging, and we're going to get drag. So let's bring those in. And in here, we're going to pass in a callback function, which returns an object. And this is the settings for use drag hook. So the first one is what type can we drag? I'm going to say layouts. Okay. Then what items? And for items, I'm going to say only the type, the layout type, and components. And then we're going to collect this element here, which is dragging, and that is basically on this based on this monitor. Okay, so that will return us like a state that we can use in here. And I'm making a small error here, guys. This is dragging, and drag like this. Okay, that's pretty much it. Now we have these two values, so we can use it. Now I'm also going to need the themes. So let's go up top, and I'm going to say use slide store, and let's import that theme. And now I have the current theme that I can use it down here. Now let's pass in that ref. Now the ref is drag, right? So let's pass in that ref into this. So I'm going to say ref is drag as unknown and as React legacy ref, and I'm going to pass in HTML development. Okay. Now this is also going to need those styles, right? So we're going to just copy and paste these styles in here. And if it is dragging, we'll have an opacity on it. If not, we'll show the background. If not, we'll have it as solid. And then the background colors as follows. Then inside this div, also guys, one more thing, I'm going to pass in a class name for border. So I'm going to say border like this. And now we're going to need another component called layout preview item. So go ahead and say layout preview item like this. And this layout preview item is going to be another component inside the tabs. Okay, and inside this, we're going to, I think I want to create one more folder structure. At least this is what I have on my end, guys. So please make this change. So inside tabs, you want to create components -tabs. And then you want to move this one. Actually, no, we can keep this in here. Sorry. So I'm just going to say layout preview item. So copy that title, .tsx. And let's return a file, and let's change the name. Okay. And now let's go back and quickly import this component. There we go. And now going back into this component, we can now do the following. So the first thing is let's pass in the props. So we need the following props. Name, icon, on click is selected, type, and components. And the components is the layout slides that we created. And let's go ahead and destructure these values. Hello. Okay, there we go. Okay. And any more? I think we need, okay, we have everything. Now, inside this component, we can now return a button for this. Okay. So I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to return a button. And I'm going to have an on-click handler, and this on-click comes from it comes from this element right here. Okay, it's right here. And so I'm going to say onClick equal this onClick. All right. And then the class name is going to be based on if it is selected or not. So there's a bunch of styles here. Please pause the screen and type. Okay. And so now we can essentially tell if it is selected or not. Okay. Now, if you refresh, nothing is going to fire here. Okay. You can see some stuff, but nothing's going to fire. And so let's go ahead and also pass in those props in here so we can have those. So the first one is we need name icon type component like this. Okay. And for the onClick, I don't think we need it. We can make the onClick optional, right? So it's optional, so it's not needed right now. Okay. Next down here, we're going to have this. And now you can see, okay. So yeah, we're not using is selected. We're not passing it in here because it's just, it's optional. So that's literally why. Okay. Sorry about that. And now down in here, we're going to have another div. So let's pass in div like this. And this div is going to have an icon. So I'm going to say icon, but this icon is the one that comes from here. Okay. So we're going to render out the icon like this. All right. And so now you see it's showing this element for us, right? And then the next thing we need is a span with the name. So I'm just going to create a span here. All right. And there you go. You can see the name now. Awesome. All right, guys. So quick change. I'm going to also change the colors inside the icons from BG gray 200 to BG white. And this was acting really weird. I don't know why it was not setting it to BG gray, which is very strange. But anyway, now that bug is solved. And now we also have this right here, which is the name itself. And this is for each element. Okay. And I'm trying to search for where it says basic card. And then let's see if we can change that as well. All right, guys. I also changed, I didn't change the font, but I changed this on the layout picker component, the layout chooser component. Right here, I changed this from margin bottom of 4 to margin Y of 4. Okay, so it has spacing both ways. So that way you can distinguish between these columns. All right. And then the other one is draggable item. Let's click on this and let's go up here. And we have border, but I want to say rounded medium. Okay, and we can make this rounded large maybe. Let's see what that looks like. All right, that's slightly better. Okay, so very similar to this. Again, knock yourself out, create as many as you like, but I just want to show you how to get the basics so then you can build on top of this. Awesome. All right, guys. So there was a bug here, which is, let's say, for example, if we drag a slide and drop, nothing is actually happening. And the drop zones are between these slides, right? Right here. So they're between the elements. And the other thing is, you see, if I drag it up here or here, it still doesn't do it as well. So it's not just here, it's something going on that we need to fix. All right. So the first thing we need to do is you're going to open up your folder structure, go into editor.tsx, and you're going to scroll to our component here that says drop zone. Okay. Not this drop zone, but this drop zone component. Maybe this was a bad idea to name it the same. That's probably why I got confused here. And so you see we have this drop ref, right? The problem here is we're not attaching this drop ref to this element right here. Whereas, and what is this? Well, it's just a zone. It's like, imagine you have an empty space here, right? And so this empty space allows you to drop elements into it. That's literally it, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this drop ref, and in here, I'm going to add that ref. So ref drop zone, like the drop ref like this, and I'm going to set some types on top, okay? So now technically, under the hood, those drop zones are in here. So now you see, now you're going to see an error, of course, right? You're going to see these because it's trying to attach a hook. So just refresh the browser, and that will solve this problem, okay? So see, I'll show you. There you go. And now if you hover over it, you see it says drop zone. That's exactly what we need, okay? Now, the other bug is you see if you drop it here, it doesn't work. It's only right here. And so I want you to stop and just think, if something is rendering only on top, but not at the bottom here, what do you think is going on? Okay, pause this video and try to give it a shot. And if you don't know how to do it, I'll show you exactly how to do it. All right, welcome back. Hopefully you got the right answer. If not, this is exactly what you should have done. So down here, first you need to identify where is this editor, okay? And our editor component is down here. So you see editor. And if you scroll down here, you're gonna find a component called drop zone, right? And so this is where we are creating our draggable slides. So this way we can drag our slide components itself, right? So what we're going to do now is we have to analyze the situation right here. And if you analyze it, you'll notice we have the drop zone here, but we don't have the drop zone after each slide. You see the problem? And so that's why we also had a fragment in here, right? Because we're returning 2 components. And so all we have to do is copy this, paste it inside this, and then change this to index plus 1. And now you have drop zones between all slides. So see, there we go. And so now if you pick any one of these, I'm just going to pick this one, and you paste it in here, boom, there we go. We have an awesome set of components. We have the column, title, and everything will also show in here. Great job. Now, this one is a challenge for you, okay? Because I don't think it's required for this app to work, which is, you see these rudders right here, right? These handles. The problem right now is, sure, we can render these handles out, but we don't have a way to save these handles. That means if the user moves this, we have to store that state for each slide or each element as well, okay? And so if you take a look at ChatScene, it's just styling, all right? That's it. It's just a number you can set on it to set the pixels. And so I'm going to leave this up as a challenge for you. I don't think it's part of the MVP. It's not required. In fact, I would probably remove this handle if possible, okay? Because if you are looking to build this as an MVP, you don't need all these features, guys. The whole point of this is you just get to learn something, and you learn how to code, you learn how we are, creating an architecture for this app and stuff like that. That's pretty much it, all right? And so if you want to make it MVP ready, then you're going to need to add these features, but also, again, filter out only the features that you need for your customer to get the outcome they came for. So think about it this way. If you remove that feature away from your app should not even exist. That's what an MVP feature means, okay? All right, so that's pretty much it, and let's move on now. Go ahead and open up your folder structure, and you're going to scroll into the editor sidebar. So let's see if we can get that right here. Okay, so you see right sidebar, you see an index page, right? Click on this index page, and now we need to complete this page. So far we have only added the layout picker, right? And the layout picker and this one right here, right? So we got to add more. So what you're going to do now is you're going to scroll out of this popover right here. And now we're going to create another popover component. So what I'm going to do to save myself a bunch of time is copy this popover and paste it right below this, okay? And so it's exactly the same. This is good. This is fine. And now for this layout template, you're going to change this icon, and you're going to create a type icon, all right? And let's bring that in, and there you go, all right? Now, for the content down here, we're going to have side left. Okay, this looks good. I also want to do one more thing, guys. So we can also add maybe some styles here. So just to show you, so here you can add some styles. You can also add styles here to essentially kind of overwrite what we have inside these elements, right? So after this, I'm going to say style, background, which is current theme.background color, and font color, okay? You can do that up here as well if you want, but I want to keep these layouts the same color like this, so I'm just going to leave that, okay? Now, inside this, we're going to need to remove this component, and now we have to add a scroll area like this, and inside this component, I'm going to say class name, height is 400 pixel, hello, there we go. And then after that, inside this, we're going to have another div, and this div is going to have the following class names. So I'm going to add this style, and then inside this component, I'm going to loop over all of our components that we have inside our constant file, right? Which is the text and stuff like that. And so here I'm going to say components. Let me go ahead and grab that, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, so inside your constants file, you should have this because you probably got it from the Discord. But if not, it's basically an array of component groups, okay? So we have text type stuff like headings and titles and heading 4 paragraph. We have tables and we have lists, etc., etc. All right. And so now we can render out these elements. So first, I'm going to go ahead and import these elements, and these elements come from another page in here. So I'm going to create a page called slide components dot typescript. And inside this, again, please go ahead and go to the Discord. You're going to find all these elements. All right. It's basically the heading 2, heading 3, all this kind of stuff. Remember, we created components for the icons. Not icons, actually. I think the layouts, right? Let's see. Where is that? All right, yeah, it is the layouts right here. So you see we created for blank card, we did a bunch of stuff, right? So we're going to need to do the same thing for our heading elements and all the other elements that we have in our app. And so once you're done with this, now you can use these as templates to render them out onto the editor. So now let's go back and you're going to import this title from that slide components folder, this one, okay? This right here. So I'm going to say title, and we're going to import it from slide components like this. Okay, awesome. All right, next we're going to have a type here called component group. And so you want to open up your folder structure, and now you want to scroll down to types, and we're going to create that component group. We already created a layout group, same way. So I'm going to say interface component group, and this is going to be of type component. Okay, and this component, I'm going to create it up here. It's going to be name icon type, the component itself, which is of type content item, which is basically all of this stuff, right? And then, where did this go? Let's go back here. Oh, it's all the way at the bottom. And then we're going to have the component type, which is a string. Okay, so I'm going to go back here, and now I can import this one, and that's pretty much it. Now let's go back to our component, which is our index.tsx inside the right sidebar. And inside the scroll area, I'm going to loop over all of those components I just created, and I'm going to render them out inside that popover. Okay, so I'm going to say component from constants.map, and for each of these, I'm going to get the group and the index. So I'm going to grab those, and then inside this, I'm going to return a bracket, and I'm going to say div like this. And this div is first going to need a key and some class names. So let's go ahead and pass that in. And then after that, down here, we're going to have a header, and inside the header, we're going to have the group name. So header with some classes and group name. Okay, so now we can see text, tables, etc. Next, after this, we're going to say div. It didn't even create a div for me. All right, there we go. And we're going to have more class names for this div, just like this. And then inside that, we're going to loop over the group's components, and we're going to say .map. And for each of those, we're going to return a component here called component card. Okay, so open up your folder structure, and first make sure you copy this. You want to go into components here inside the tabs, and you're going to create the component preview. You're going to create component preview.tsx. Okay. And inside this, first, I'm going to return a component for the component card, okay? And then this is going to have some types. So let's go ahead and grab those types as well. All right, and I'm also going to rename this guy. So I'm going to call this component item, maybe props. So component item props, like this. And I'm going to copy this, paste it in here as well. And this is going to need a component item, or actually, okay, that's fine. This is going to need not component item, this is content item. So I'm going to import this one from libs types. And now we can go ahead and destructure whatever we need, okay? So for now, I'm going to get, or actually, sorry guys, I forgot to mention, this is incorrect. This is a different type here, and we're going to get item that comes from this, okay? And this item is going to be of this type. So now we're going to get item from here. So let's destructure that. Awesome, okay? Now inside this component, first thing we're going to return is a div here. But before that, let me actually go ahead and import this component. And I'm passing in the key and the item from here into this component, okay? And now in here, if I just return something, you'll notice it's rendering out elements, right? And so what we're going to do here is we have to return the same button type element so we can drag and drop that. Okay? So first thing is we're going to create a div, and that div is going to have the following class name. So I'm going to bring that in. And we're going to need a cn function. We're going to say border is dragging, And if we're dragging, we'll set opacity to 50 or then 100. And then inside this, I'm going to say button. And this button is going to have some more class names. So please pause the screen and type these class names. Okay. And then inside this, we're going to have another div. And this div is going to have some more class names as well. So let's go ahead and say class names like so. And then inside that, we're going to have the icon and the name. So I'm going to create a div with a span inside it. And that's going to have the following class names here. And the span is going to have these styles as well. Okay. Is dragging. Okay. So is dragging is not existent because, of course, we need to get it from a hook. We'll get that in just a second. And so for now, okay, it's fine. Or let me just say true. Let's see what that says. Okay, something like this is good to go. All right. Again, guys, this is just some sort of a template. You can literally do whatever you want. Okay, put some better icons, make it look nicer, work on it. Okay. So for now, I'm going to change this back to an error so I can catch that. All right. And then after this div, guys, right here, I'm going to create a span with item.name. All right. So let's solve the is dragging problem now. So up here, we're going to need the use drag hook. So I'm going to say const equal to use drag. Let's invoke that and let's pass in its properties. So for type, I only want content item like so. And then I'm going to set the item to this item right here. And then we're going to use monitor to get this value. Okay, just like this. And then after this, looks like there's an error here. What seems to be the error? Okay, never mind. So content collect, and we're going to say monitor.isDragging, and we're going to get that property from here. And now we can destructure that from here itself. So I'm going to say drag and isDragging like this. Okay, now we can use isDragging in here. And if you check, it's all done. Good to go. All right. Now, if you drag and drop this, this element should essentially fall into this, right? But it's not going to let you do that right now. And so the reason is, first, you need to have the drag ref attached to it. So up here, I'm going to say the following. So I'm going to say ref equal drag as unknown, and let's refresh. And now you can drag and drop elements. Okay, awesome. All right, so let's test everything right now. Okay, so I'm going to click on this. And now, actually, let me create it. Let me go from scratch. So let me find something. 2 images in a column. Actually, I don't think you've seen this one. So let's go ahead, drop this right here. And just to show you, it has this beautiful animation as well. Let's take a look at that once more. So you see, you can drag and drop it, and boom, there we go. Looks awesome, right? And now you can create a title. So let's say, for example, my apps or my SaaS applications. Something like this. And of course, you can go ahead and, knock yourself out, change the image, whatever. I just want to show you how this works. So I'm going to call this slide. And what's my second app? I even forgot for a second. I had to think. Okay, so slide, and I'm going to say slide in people's DMs on autopilot. And if you guys haven't watched that video, you really, really should. It is an awesome SaaS application where I showed you how to build something like ManyChat. It's a ManyChat clone, okay, but even better because you can also use AI to essentially respond back to the customer. And you can train the AI by giving it a prompt, and that AI will also have a conversation, and it's smart enough to send links to the customer, all that kind of fun stuff, all right? So if you are looking to maybe build an application for agency owners who are trying to, nurture leads, hey, that's a great way, right? And so yeah, Slide is an amazing project, so feel free to take a look at that. And Plura, I'm just going to say, is all-in-one CRM, marketing, automation, web, site, builder, what else? Everything, right? I want to put more text so I can see how this screen grows. So I'm going to say website builder, and then we have pipeline management, funnels, and then what else do we have? Stripe connect. Oh, so Stripe fees, Stripe third-party fees. I think that's, what would you call that? Maybe platform fees. Hey, okay, there we go. So that's Plura. So if you guys haven't taken, there's more to this. I can't even state all the features. It's such a big project.
and it's completely for free. Okay, so go ahead and take a look at that project. I literally created that course and I just posted online. So go watch it. You're gonna have a great time. All right. So that's it. So that's the 2 cards here. And now again, you can change this. So awesome. Let's make sure we can move these slides. Awesome. Looks great. You can move it from here too. Okay. You can move it down here. You can move it up here. Nice. And it also swaps here. Great job. All right, guys. The next thing we're going to do is you're going to open up your folder structure. You're going to scroll down into the right sidebar, index.tsx. And then after your scroll area, popover content, and this popover right here, you're going to hit enter. Okay, so now we can create the next element. And this element is essentially a way for us to choose to change the themes. Okay, so again, I'm going to copy whatever I have up here. So let's see which one, this popover, because this is tidier. Okay, I'm going to scroll down here. I'm going to hit enter and I'm going to paste this. Okay, and now please change the following. So the first thing is all of this can stay. This one can stay as well. But here I'm going to change this to change style. All right, something like this. And then this should be a button. Perfect. And then for our trigger, we're going to have, for our content, we can have the same thing. Except for here, I'm going to change this to width of 80. Okay, like this. And that's pretty much it. And the next thing is we have to remove this and we have to render a different component. So first, let me also refresh my browser. Make sure everything is rendering as well. Okay, there you go. You see this? Awesome. And now I'm going to remove this component, and the component I'm going to return here is a theme picker. Okay, sorry about the grammatical errors, but I'm sure you guys can change that. But I'm going to go ahead and now create the theme chooser component. So inside tabs, you're going to find this layout right here, right? So inside tabs itself, create the component. Okay, like this. And then let's return the following. Now this does not need any props, so I'm just going to remove it. All right, awesome. And then inside this, first we're going to need the current theme, and we also need the ability to set the current theme, right? And so for that reason, I'm just going to import the following from our use slide store hook. So let's bring that in, and now we have these setters, and we're also going to need the project details inside this, so we'll bring that in as well. Now let's quickly go back and just import this component. Okay, awesome, and great. That's pretty much it. Now I also see something with the icon. Okay, I need to change this icon, guys. So let me just change the icon. I'm going to use a different one right here called palette, like this, and it's going to look like that. All right. Now let's go into this component, and once we're done with this, I'm going to have the use theme hook, okay, from Next Themes. So let's bring that in. So I'm just going to import this and invoke it, and I'm going to say const equal to use theme like this. And now we're going to get the set theme function from here. So let's grab that, okay? And the next thing is down here, we're going to return a scroll area. So I'm going to say scroll area like this, and this is going to have the following class names. So let's go ahead and say height of 400 pixels. And then inside this, we're going to have a div to say themes like this. Okay. So let's bring that in as well. And that div is going to have the following classes. And then, sorry about that. And then inside this, we're going to have another div. And then this div is going to have some more classes in here. So I'm just going to create some class names just like this. Okay. And then inside this, now we have to loop over the different themes we have. And we have our themes inside our constants file. Okay. So I'm going to say themes like this from constants dot, and we're going to map over this. So I'm going to say dot map. And for each of these themes, we're going to get the theme itself. Sorry, this is theme. And then here, we're going to return a button component from components UI. Okay. And first thing is, let me just complete this. There we go. Now this button is going to need the key, and the key is just going to be the theme name. So I'm going to say theme.name. Then we're going to have the variant. And for this variant, I'm going to check if the current theme's name is the one that we already have.
then we're just going to show the default. Okay. If not, we'll show outline as the variant. All right. Then after that, we're going to have some class names on this. I'm just going to pass it in as well. All right. Awesome. And there you go. You can see the button, right? And then after that, we're going to have the styles to essentially reset everything. So to overwrite the styles with the themes that we have. Okay. And now you can see that as the background color and also the font stuff. Okay. Then after this, we're going to have a div in here with a theme name. So inside this button, I'm going to say div, and this button is going to have a span. Okay. And we're just going to have the theme name itself. Okay. And see how cool this is. The font also changes, right? And then after that, we're going to have another div in here. So I'm just going to hit enter after the span and create another div just to show some more, variation, right? It's up to you. You don't have to do all this. I'm just doing it just to make it look nice. And then after that, we're going to have a div outside this div. So what seems to be the issue? Sorry about that. I think I made an error. Okay, like this, we're going to have a div, and that's going to have a title, the word title itself, inside another div. So div, some class name, the style is color is accent color, and we're going to say title in here. So you see title. And then after that, we're going to render out something called body, just to show some elements and let them know like what it could look like, right? So I'm going to say body like this and link. All right. All right. Awesome. Now, the next thing is once the user clicks on this, we're going to need to set the theme itself. Well, how do we do that? So I want you to take this up as a challenge. I've literally given you the solution here already. I want to see if you can actually do this. Okay. So pause this video and try to give this a shot. If you don't know how to do it, it's fine. I'm going to show you exactly how to do it. So go for it. Pause this video. All right, welcome back. Hopefully you got the right answer. If not, no problem. This is all you have to do. First, this button is going to need a handler function. And so I'm going to say const handle theme change is an arrow function. And now I can attach that arrow function to our button element, right? So that way, when the user clicks on this button, we're able to fire that. So I can say onClick equal handle change like this, and we can pass in the theme. Now, because we're passing in this theme in here, inside the handler, we can set all the values, like saving it or changing our states, right? And so first thing is, let's update this param right here to accept that. So I'm going to say theme is going to be of type theme. So if you did this, great job. Okay, you're really getting a hang of coding, all right? And now this needs to be an async function. Why? Because in here, of course, we're going to need to make a server request and save it, an API request and save that. And so we will be using await. So that's why I'm going to change it to async. Next, in here, I also want to first make sure that the project stuff exists. So all the project details exist, because if it doesn't, that means we're going to need to say an error saying that there's no project or we cannot update it, right? So if there's no project, then we're going to return a toast. So I'm just going to use a toast from Sonar like this, and I'm going to say error. And here I'm going to say description failed to update. Okay, something like this. Then inside this, once this is done, I'm just going to return. Now, if this was successful, that means project does exist. Then first thing we're going to do is say set theme to the theme that was passed in from here dot type. If you did this, great job. That's pretty much all you need to do. Okay. I mean, there's a little bit more, but if you got this, that means you're understanding what you have to do. Next, we need to set the current theme as well. So let's do that. So I'm going to say set current theme to the theme that we just selected. Okay. So this will change it to a light mode, dark mode type theme, and this will change it to the specific theme that we selected from here. Okay, so these two steps are all you need to do on the client side. So if you got these two correct, great job. Now the next thing is we need to make the API request to save it. So first thing is I'm going to say const response equal await update theme like this. And this is another server action that we need to create. So if you created that as well, great job. But if not, no problem. So let's go ahead, open up our folder structure. And I'm going to scroll up into projects. And at the bottom, we're going to say export const update theme equal to an async arrow function. And in here, we're going to get the project ID, which is a string, and the theme, which is a string as well. And in here, we're going to first have a try catch, and we're going to say if there is no project ID or there's no theme like this, then we're just going to return an error status. So I'm going to say return status 400, project ID slides are required. Okay. Then after that, down here, I'm going to say const updated project equal to await client.project.update for where the ID is of type project ID and the data is theme name is set to the theme. Okay. And so now, because we're using await, let's go ahead and change this to async. And now that we have this, first we want to make sure that we got some response. So if there's no updated project, return 500. And if there is, then we'll return 200 with that updated project data. And finally, for the error, I'm just going to console error, and I'm going to return status of 500. Okay. Now let's go back and quickly import the update theme action. And now, first thing is we need to pass in the project ID. So I'm going to say project.id and then theme.name. So theme.name. Okay. Now, the next thing is we want to say if res.status, can't type, is not equal to 200, then we're just going to throw an error. Okay. So I'm going to throw an error here. And then at the bottom here, I can return this toast message. And I'll just say error, failed to update. And you can also console.log the error so you can see what happened. All right. And if everything looks great, then we will return a success toast message. So success, updated theme. Okay. That's it. Great job. Now let's go ahead and test this out to see if everything is working. So I'm going to click here. And if I click on this, there we go. And it also saved it in the database. And so this is exactly what we need. So users can change the theme directly from here as well. So you can see everything changes and it also changes in the database. Well, this is the horrifying theme. So maybe make some changes to that. But everything else is looking great so far. Great job, guys. I'm super, super proud of you. You have come so far. We just have a couple more things and then we're done with this application. All right. Now go ahead and open up your folder structure, scroll down to Navbar right here. And inside that, you're going to find this component right here. Please click on that. And then inside this, we're going to need to update the is presentation mode when the user clicks this button. Okay. Because right now we're not doing anything. And so what you're going to do is you're going to scroll down to the button, which is right here. Not this one. There we go. Right here. And we're going to remove this section, or actually we can keep this, guys. I'm just going to remove this work in progress flag. And then here we're setting it to true when the user clicks on present. And let's see what's happening here. Okay, so we're setting it. And then this is presentation is going to show up at the bottom here. So we're going to say is presentation. If this is true, then, we already wrote it right here. I totally forgot. Let's just uncomment that. So if this is true, then we're going to return this component here, okay, which is presentation mode. And that is another component we're going to create in just a second. But in here, we're going to pass in the on close. So when the user closes the presentation mode, we can fire the same on click handler here and set it to false, right? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this component and I'm going to pass in the on click like this and say set presentation mode to false. Now copy this name. You want to open up your folder structure, and in here, you're going to say presentation mode.tsx, and then let's return a component and let's rename it. Okay. And now inside this, it's going to need that on close function, which is going to be an arrow function that returns void. And let's go ahead and destructure them from here. And then inside this component, we're going to return this element. So whatever we're seeing here, which is a master recursive component, but we're going to set is preview to false and is editable to false. Okay. So let's go ahead and scroll down here and let me remove this. And this div is going to have some class names. So I'm going to say class names like this and just like that. And now let's go back and quickly import this actually. So import the presentation mode component. Okay. And now back inside the nav bar, inside this div, we can return whatever elements we want, okay? Also, one more thing I want to make sure. Let's go back here. Okay, so we are returning this component here. Just give me a second, guys. Okay, everything looks good. I thought we need to have a presentation mode to essentially, an if condition right here. We didn't actually need that. So let's go back into the presentation component. And so the first thing is we're returning a div, and inside this is going to have another div. And this div is going to have the following class names. So class name right here. And the style is going to be as follows, okay? Because we want to set it to 100 vertical height. And then for max width, we're going to set it to the following. And then after this, we're going to, inside this div, we're going to hit enter. And we're going to create the animate presence component, okay? And this one comes from our framer motion. So I'm just going to scroll up top and just quickly import that stuff. And then inside this component, now we can render out that animate presence. So I'm going to say animate presence wait. And this is going to need the element inside this, which is motion.div that comes from the same framer motion. Okay, like this. And this motion.div is first going to have a value called a key. So I'm going to say key is a current slide index. And this current slide index is going to come from a state. So let's scroll up top. And I'm going to say current slide index equal use state like this, and set current slide index. And this way we're able to show a slide as active on the screen, right? And so now we can pass that down in here. Next, after that, we're going to say initially I want it to have opacity of 0 and scale of 0.8, but I want you to animate it by setting opacity to 1 and scale to 1. And on exit, I want you to give it opacity 0 and scale 1.2. Finally, I want all of this to happen within a duration of 0.5 seconds. And I also want to set some class names. So I'm going to put the class names in here as well. Then again, you know the drill. We got to apply all of our themes, right? So I'm going to pass that in here as well. Now we need some slides and the themes as well. So we can get this from our hook. So I'm going to scroll up top and I'm going to say use slide store, get ordered slides and current theme. And this is something we also have, yes. And the current theme is being used in here. So that's why we're not seeing that error. And then after that, we're going to need slides right here, okay? Now these slides come from the ordered slides. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const slides equal get order slides. And then down here, now we'll have the slides, okay? So we can return the slide at this specific index.class name, and we can pass that in here. Next, we're going to have the style, like I mentioned, with all the current theme elements. And then inside this component, I'm going to hit enter. Actually, inside this, I thought inside here, right? Inside the component itself, we're going to have our master recursive component, like I said. So I'm going to say master recursive component. Okay, let's import that. And this is going to have first the content, and that's going to be at the slides, right? But at the current index. So we're going to extract it from there. So extract it, slides at current index dot content. All right. Next, we're going to have an onChange content. Let's just pass an empty array, an empty arrow function. And the slide ID, which is the next prop, is going to be this at this current slide index dot ID, just like that. And then next is preview is set to false, and is editable is set to false as well, like this. Okay. Now, once this is done, we're going to have a button so users can close this preview mode. Okay, so after animate presence, hit enter and create a button component, just like this. And this button right here is going to have a variant like this, size, class name, and an on click called onClose. Okay, and this onClose comes from our props. So inside the element, I'm just going to have an X icon that comes from Lucid React, and I'm going to set some styles on this. Okay. So let's see if we can pass set current slide index. That's the next one we need to do. So let me see if I can fix this, guys. Just give me a second. All right. So right here, the slide where we should see first is the first one, right? So if I click on present, I'm going to see our slide. How awesome does that look, right? So it's, now you see this X button here. If you click on this, it's going to invoke our onClose. And our onClose is being passed in, and it's setting present mode to false, right? So that's why it's reverting that. Now, we have this X button. Awesome. The next thing is we're going to hit enter after this button, create a div, And this div is going to have the following class names. So I'm going to say as such. And then inside this, we're going to have a button. And we're going to call this chevron. So let me import the button component. And then let me remove this one as well. So I'm going to have disabled set to if current index is equal to 0, then disable this because you cannot go back. So this is essentially the left side button. And so let's import this chevron left. And you can see it somewhere. Where is it? Let me see that. Okay, I don't see it. Let me refresh. Okay, something is wrong. Just give me 1 second, guys. All right, never mind. It's at the bottom here. Totally forgot. Okay, so it's going to be at the bottom. It's just because of the theme, right? So again, go ahead and make it look nicer based on the themes, all right? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to uncomment this, and let's go ahead and create the go to previous slide. So all we have to do is take the slide and subtract 1. That's all we have to do, right? So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to say const go to previous slide equal to an arrow function. And in here, we're going to set the current slide index to an arrow function like this because we need the previous state, right? And we're going to say math.max. Sorry, math.max. We're going to invoke that. We're going to say previous -1. And the second one is 0 like this. And that's pretty much it. So it's going to go to the slide before that. And now we can go down here and make sure that's uncommented. Nice. Then after this, we're going to hit enter after this button. And we're going to create another arrow that is the right chevron icon. So I'm going to say button like this. Just copy this button down below, duplicate it. You're going to say outline, icon, on click. This is another handler. We'll get to this in a second. And then we're going to say is last slide. So if it is a last slide, the user can X out of it, right? If not, we'll show the chevron. Now, you don't need this. You can essentially just remove this based on if this is the last slide itself. So remove this icon if it's the last slide. That might be better because they already have an X icon, right? You see, there's already one up top. Oh, it's going to show undefined because none of these things exist. But you get it. It shows on the top right, right? So maybe let's do that. Just give me 1 second. So I'm going to wrap all of this, this button down here in a bracket. And I'm going to say is last slide. If this exists, then render out this button like this, okay? Now, first, let's go ahead and get the is last slide. Sorry, guys. If this is the last slide, then we don't want to show this. So opposite, okay? Yeah, because if it's the last one, you can't go right. That's pretty much the idea. And then let's import the chevron right icon. And then let's scroll up top. And I'm going to say last slide is if the current index is equal to the length of our current slides, right? -1. That means it's the last slide. So let's go ahead and say is last slide is current slide equal to slide.length -1. If this is equal, then it's the last slide. Then we have to make another, we have to create another handler here called go to next slide. And so let's scroll up top. And now down here, I'm going to say const go to next slide equal to an arrow function. And in here, if the current slide index is equal to slides.length -1, we're going to say on close. And we're going to invoke it because it's the last one. Else, we'll say set current slide index to an arrow function like this. So we can get access to the previous value. So previous. And in here, we're going to say math.min. And I hope you guessed right. This is previous +1. Okay. But we're going to say slides.length -1 like this. Awesome. And that is pretty much done as well. Now, all the way at the bottom here, we're going to create a use effect that's going to help us essentially look at the arrow right that the user is clicking on the keyboard. And accordingly, we can send the user to the next page. All right. And so in order to do that, down here, we're going to say use effect. We're going to invoke it and pass in an empty dependency array. And actually not empty, guys. Sorry, it's slides.length. It's on close. You actually don't need to pass in this function. It's for the reason why I'm putting it in here is because your use effect is going to scream at you. And so I don't want you to think there's an error. But technically, this on close is the function. You don't need to pass it in here. So how this works, guys, I don't want to sit and explain how use effect works. But if these elements in here, if they directly change, then the use effect will basically re-render. Okay, so and a function is not going to change. So that's why there's no point in passing it down here. But if you are using something like Prettier with ESLint and all that kind of stuff, it's going to say, hey, missing dependencies, right? And so that's why you need to understand how this works. I see a lot of tutorials where they just randomly put all the things in here and don't even tell you why. So I just want to say that's exactly why, okay? And then the next thing we need is the current slide index. So let's bring those two. Then in here, we're going to say const handle key down equal to an arrow function. And this is going to give us an event, which is the keyboard event. So let's bring that in. And inside this, we're going to need to essentially check for which key it is, and then we'll set the current index of the slide, okay? But before that, we also have to add the event listener. So I'm going to say window.add event listener, and we're going to say for event key down, and we want to pass in the handle key down as the handler. Then once this is done, we're going to have a cleanup function that's going to say window.remove event listener. We're going to invoke that, and we're going to say key down, okay? And we're going to pass in our handle key down event, okay? That's pretty much it. So that's a cleanup function. Let's go in here and let's complete all of this. So I'm going to say if e.key is equal to, or let me just copy this, it's the same thing. So if the key is equal to right, arrow right, or the key is equal to nothing, right, with a space like this, then we're going to say if current slide index is equal to slide dot length minus 1, then we're going to close everything. So that means it's the last element, okay? Else, we're going to set it to, so set the current index to the following. So you see we have this right here, right? Go to next slide. So I'm just going to copy that and paste it down here. So math.minimum previous plus 1, slide.length minus 1, okay? Then after that, in the green arrow, I'm going to say else if the e.key is equal to arrow left, then we want to do the following. And we're going to set it to the previous one. So I'm going to say set current index to math.max previous minus 1. So we go back, right? And then else if, so final condition is if it's escape key, then we will say on close. So we'll close the entire presentation, okay? And that's pretty much it. So let's refresh and let's hit present. And now if you hit the right arrow key, it's going to circle through all of the slides that you have. Awesome, guys. Great job so far. Now, here is a challenge for you, okay? So when you click on present, it shows the slides as expected, right? You see it takes the title and it just renders out the exact same size and all that kind of stuff. Now, the problem here is we are just rendering out these elements as is. That means whatever size it is, and based on the CSS that's on the element, we're just rendering it out right here. And so the challenge for you is instead of just rendering them out with the same font size, you're going to need to scale these elements, okay? And so this is a big challenge, of course. It's not going to be easy, right? But I'm going to leave it up to you because I've showed you the most difficult part, which is creating the system. Now you just have to make tiny little tweaks. Now, why do you need to do this? You see here, we have the title, right? You have each box, each column, and of course you can add elements inside of them. But you see how everything is separated, right? You see here, we have elements and they're together. And so you would expect all of them when it scales to be at the top left corner. So this is actually just CSS stuff, right? You don't even have to scale it. But I want you to also see if you can scale these elements based on, what size they are, so that way they work in the present screen. All right, so now go ahead and click all the way into your dashboard and notice we don't have any preview here, right? So that's the next thing we're going to need to do, which is to create a preview for these slides. All right. So I'm going to go in here, going to open up my folder structure, and I'm going to go into dashboard, page.tsx. Okay. And let me get that on my side as well. Just give me 1 second. And once that's done, in here, you see we have those projects that we're rendering in here, right? So we're going to click into the projects, and we have a project card. So I'm going to click into the project card as well. And now inside the project card, you're going to find something here, which is a preview. There we go, a thumbnail preview. And so we need to create this. I'm just going to go ahead and uncomment this, and let's also remove our work in progress flag, and let's uncomment this one as well. And this is the thumbnail preview component. And now when you refresh the page, you should see the first slide that you created. So let's go back into this project, and I'm just going to say this is the first slide. And for example, or yeah, that's fine. I'm also going to try to drag and drop an element in here. So let's drag maybe a paragraph. Okay. This is the best course ever. Subscribe. All right. Don't forget to subscribe. So let's go ahead and make sure that is saved. That should save automatically. And I'm going to go back here. Okay. So that saves here. But let me refresh this page. Okay. So it's showing here as a different component. Now, I'm not sure if it's because we are rendering only that. Let me take a quick look, guys. So inside this, what do we have? So preview of the slides. For now, we're rendering this image. Let me see. Okay, the reason is because we are rendering something called this is a slide, and that's why you see this is the slide. All right, so go ahead and remove this component in here, and inside this div, we're going to need to return our master recursive component. Okay, so right here, if this is true, we're returning this, hit enter. And then inside this component, I'm going to return the master recursive component like this. And we're going to pass in all the slide information that we require. So content, ID, changes, preview, all that stuff. Okay. And then once that's done, down here, we're rendering this image. What seems to be the issue here? Okay, it must have an alt prop, but we don't even have the source. So what I might do, guys, just give me 1 second. I'm just going to remove this, and instead of bringing it, why does this need image element alt prop? Did I import a different image? There's only one image in here. Does this, let me do this once more. So image like this, okay. I think that's just TypeScript, guys. Yeah, I've never actually seen that before. This is the first time. So we'll pass in the prop alt, even though it doesn't need it, but it's thinking that it's an image tag. Or now what's the issue? So let's put this here. Alt, it doesn't need it. So confused. What does this want? So it says image must have alt prop. Really? Okay. So alt, but it then shows this error here. And so what I would do is just say TypeScript ignore. Okay. Okay. So just remove this, guys. It's fine. This error is okay. The yellow error is fine. I don't want to have any red squiggly lines. So now if you click into this, awesome. If you drag this as the first slide, let's refresh the page. Let's make sure that saves also. So it looks like it's only saving from here. I believe so. Let's see. So bring it up here. And if you go back, okay, so it is saving. I think I just didn't give it enough time because remember we have a 3-second timer, right? So that's something you might want to consider. So now in here, we're gonna be able to see that slide render, okay? So same way, if you drag the slide with an image and you gave it some time to save, of course, okay? And let's refresh. Now if you go back, there we go. Now you should see an image, all right? So that's one way you can create a thumbnail for your projects. Another way is you could probably have some sort of a, maybe some sort of a component that you can upload where you can upload a thumbnail for that. That's a good alternative as well, right? And so, yeah, that's it. And if I use this here, let's give it some time to save. Let's refresh. There we go. Okay, great job. Now go ahead and open up your folder structure. I'm going to shrink everything. Let's go into source, app, protected, pages, dashboard pages. And then now in here, we're going to create a couple folders. So please just follow with me, okay? The first one is the trash, okay? Then inside the trash, we're going to create a page.tsx. I'm going to say page.tsx like this. And in here, we're also going to need the components folder. So I might as well create the components folder like this, okay? Now inside this page.tsx, I'm going to return a component in here, okay? Like that. And let's shrink this and change this to page. And now this does not need any props, so let's quickly remove the props from here. And now this component is going to need to become an async page, okay? And then down here, we have to export default page. That way you don't see the error. Next, the first thing we're going to return here is a div. And so what we're doing here is this is the trash page where we render out all components or all projects that are in the trash. Okay, so if you click on this right now, you'll see page in here. And that's exactly what we want to see. So great. Now, I'm going to remove this and then return another div like this. And this div is going to have the following class names. And inside that, another div like this. And inside that, another div with a header and a paragraph. So div, header, paragraph, all have the following class names. And we're going to have trash in here and say all your deleted presentations. Okay. Then after that, down here, after this paragraph, you have one div, hit enter. You're going to call this delete all button like this. And this button is another component that we're going to create inside this components folder. So you're going to say delete all button.tsx, and we're going to return this like this and rename the button. And this is going to need a prop called projects, which is a type of project, okay? But it's an array of those, which comes from Prisma client. And then let's also go ahead and destructure this. And I'm going to hit this X. Guys, some of you asked this question. You said it was very difficult for you to go back and forth and you didn't know how I was going into the components so fast, because how most of you are, kind of circling through the folder structure is you go into each folder and click. You got to remember this. How Visual Studio Code notes this is as sort of like a stack. Every time you click on another page, it adds it to the stack. So whenever you close this page, it's essentially like clicking the back button. So it goes back to the previous page. So use that so you speed up your process, okay? So you see now I can import this component and I can click into the component by clicking on Command on Mac, and it's going to take me into this directly. So I don't have to go back, open this, and click all of that, all right? So that's another quick, a quick hack so you can speed up your development process. Now, the first thing I'm going to do in here is I'm going to return an alert dialog box. So let's remove all of this. This is a very annoying component. Trust me, just deal with it, okay? Just bear with me. It's just an alert dialog, and alert dialogs are just so annoying to create because there's so much you have to build, but it's fine. It's all part of the process. So I'm going to change this to use client, and we're going to refresh this because there's an error because we don't have these. And so now let's just quickly comment all of this, okay? And there we go. So now inside the alert dialog handler, which is this alert dialog box right here, we're going to have a button. So I'm going to say button, and inside that we're going to have a trash icon like this. And let's import our button and let's import our trash icon. Okay. And then it's going to have a size and the following class name. So please pause and type these class names. Okay. Now, when you click on this button, we're just going to delete everything. We're deleting it's like a clear trash basically. All right. So first, let's create the loading state. So the loading state is going to be a use state. So I'm going to say use state equal loading state like this, loading and set loading. Then the other state I'm going to need is open and set open, because once we click on that, we can open this alert box, right? So I'm going to say open like this and set open. And then I'm also going to need a router here. So I'm going to say router equal use router. So I might as well just get it right now. And that's pretty much it. So now let's copy this name, which is handle delete all projects. And I'm going to say const handle delete all projects is an async function, because we're going to need to make a server call, right? And in here, we're going to set loading to true. And then after this, down here, we're going to say if the projects dot length is equal to 0, then what do we need to do in here? Well, we're going to set loading to false, and we're going to show a toast error. So I'm going to say toast.error, and I'm going to say error in here, and I'm going to say no projects found, okay? So like this, no projects found. And then after this, if once this is done, I'm also going to return here, okay? And then down here, we're going to have a try catch block. So I'm going to say try catch, and inside the try block, we're going to delete all of the projects. So I'm not going to set this up as a challenge because you've done this a million times. So I'm just going to say const res equal await delete all projects, which is another server action. I'm going to copy this because I made a bunch of spelling errors. And then let's invoke the server action. And now you want to open up your folder structure. You want to go up into actions, into project, like this. And then down here, you're going to say export const, delete all projects. Okay. And in here, we're going to have a try catch block. And this try catch, we're going to say console.log. Actually, we don't need to print anything. Sorry, guys. So first thing is let's validate the input. So I'm going to say if whatever you passed in is not of a type of array, and we're going to get that from here, of course. So let's get the project IDs, which is a string. So whatever you passed in, if it's not a string array, that means all the values are not, and first it's not an array itself, and then the length is 0, then we'll return 400, okay? If everything looks good, then we're going to authenticate the user first, and this needs to become async function. And then after authenticating the user, if there's no user, you're going to throw this specific error. And then after that, we're going to say const user ID equal to this user ID from the Clerk user. And now we're going to authenticate them in the database. So we're going to basically ensure that the user has access to these projects. So we're going to say project to delete await client.project.find many for this ID in these project IDs. Okay, so all these arrays. And we're going to say the user ID like this. So only delete the projects that are owned by the user. Okay. Next, after that, we're going to scroll down here. And once we get this, we're going to say if the projects to delete dot length is equal to 0, then we're going to return an error because nothing existed. But if everything does exist, then we're going to delete them. So we're going to say delete projects, client.project.delete many for this ID in the projects to delete dot map, and we're returning the project IDs only. So it's an array with all those IDs, and it will delete it accordingly. Now, if everything was successful, well, return 200. So right here, if something was wrong while deleting here, it will basically throw an error, which will fall right here. And if it does, we'll just say 500 error. Okay. And we can also console the error. Now let's go back and quickly import the delete all projects server action. And now in here, we're going to say projects.map. And for each of these, we're going to render out the project ID like this. Okay. And so inside this now, inside the try catch, I'm going to say if the res status was not 200, then we're going to throw an error. Okay. What's the problem here? Am I missing a bracket? I am missing a bracket. There we go. So if res is not 200, return error. And we're going to also refresh. So we're going to do router.refresh, and we're going to set open to false. Okay. We're going to change the alert dialog to false. And so now we can actually change this and change this as well so we don't have errors. And then let's refresh this, what seems to be the issue. If star, where did I put that? ECMAScript. I missed this word. Okay, let me find this. I think it's just stuck, guys. Let's go inside this, and did I do it in here somewhere? Nope, it's not in here either. Parsing, if, hello? All right, just give me 1 second, guys. Okay, so it's saying it's coming from our projects folder inside actions at 230. But I actually removed it. And so I don't see what's the problem right here. If I put star, I don't actually find that. So I'm just going to redo the entire thing. Just spin up the server again. Okay, let's just give that a second. Okay, I'm super confused. I have absolutely no idea what was going on. But anyway, I hate it when stuff like that happens. So let's go down here, and we have an error to show. So if there is an error, console.log error, okay, or you can do console.error. And then in here, we can say toast.error, and we can invoke this and say error like this with the description set to all failed to delete all projects. Okay. Then next, finally, I want to set loading to false. Okay, nice. And once that's done, that's pretty much it. We are done with deleting all our projects. So let's go in here and let's open this handle open. Okay. And now if I click here, it's going to show, but of course nothing is there right now. So it should just, well, it's throwing an error saying length is undefined. That's because we don't have any projects. So it's reading this right here. So if no projects, return. Okay, so now that should not throw any error. Great. So let's try now. Okay, so it's going to just spin up here. And so what we can do is instead of just saying return, we can set loading to false. So I'm going to say set loading to false
no projects found, return, and maybe another thing we can do here is that we can say no projects or projects.length, because it'll fire the first one, so it wouldn't consider the second one. Okay, so there you go, no projects found. And the other thing you might want to do is set open to false. So in here, I'm going to say set open to false like this. So click, continue, no projects found. All right. All right. And then let's go down here and we can also say set open to false. So instead of doing it here, maybe we could do it here. Let's see if it will still do this at the final. Actually, it will not do it at the finally, guys. Yep, it will not do it because that's part of the try catch. My bad. So yeah, we can keep that in here. So now that this is done, everything should work as expected. So when we create something and put it to trash, it's going to show up in here. So let's go back to our dashboard page. Let's go home. And then I'm going to delete this. And it's saying, are you sure you want to delete it? Continue. Okay, successfully deleted. And inside the trash folder, now we can render this out in here. Okay, so let's go back. And now we have our button here, right? So we're going to render out the projects. So I'm going to say projects equal delete projects. And this deleted projects is going to come from a server action. So I'm going to say const deleted projects equal await get deleted projects. And this is basically a server action that we need to create. So let's go ahead and copy this name. I'm going to go into project. We're going to scroll to the bottom. I'm going to say export const like this. And this is going to be an async function. And I'm going to create a try catch. And I'm going to say first authenticate the user. Okay. And if the response is not 200, you guys know the drill. Maybe reuse this, guys. Okay. Reuse this somewhere. So create another function that can throw an error and maybe return some status or something like that. All right. And then after that, we're going to fetch the deleted projects for the user like this. And then we're going to say find many for this ID, and where it says it was deleted a true, and we're going to return it in descending order. If we didn't get any projects, return 200 and say no deleted projects were found. Okay. And then here we're going to delete, sorry guys, not 200. We're going to say 400 because projects.length that we try to delete do not exist in here, right? So no deleted projects were found. And then here we'll just return those projects if everything was good. Finally, I'm going to return an error if this error took place. And let's go back and import get deleted projects. And now, if there are no projects, we're going to return our not found page. Okay. So now if you refresh, of course, we do have some projects, and that's what's showing this here. Now, in here, we have this delete button, but we also have to return the project. So after this, I'm going to say delete projects.data.length if it's greater than 0. Then we want to render out all our projects, and I'm going to pass in the project in here. And this should be outside this div. Sorry about that. Like this. And if not, we'll say not found. Okay. And now you can also recover these, right? Because it's in the trash. So if you click on this, it's going to say, are you absolutely sure this will recover your project and restore data? Continue. And just like that, now it's back into our home page. There we go. Great job, guys. So now you can test it. So if you go back to the trash, it's going to show the not found page, right? Nothing to see here. So here is a random image generator. Actually, I just copied this from ChatGPT, my bad. So yeah, so you can click on, you can just click here, go back, and then you can just, test it out and make sure it's working as expected. Great job. Now, the next thing is open up your folder structure. I'm going to shrink everything. Source, app, protected, pages, dashboard pages. And in here, we're going to create another page. So I'm going to open up a new folder, and I'm going to call this settings. Okay. And inside the settings, we're going to create our page.tsx and components like, oh, sorry, I'm not even typing, underscore components like this. And inside our page.tsx, we're going to return the following like this. Okay. And let's rename this to page. And now this does not have anything in here. So let's remove all the props. And first thing is we're going to need to authenticate the users. I'm just going to authenticate them right here, like as follows, and change this to an async component. So now I'm going to go ahead and remove this div here inside this component. and we're just basically rendering out the title and stuff. So I'm just going to create a div like this, and inside this we're going to have a container div with the following, and it's going to have another div inside it with the following class names. And then that's going to have h1 and paragraph, and it just says all your settings. Okay. Now inside this component, we can have all the settings that the user can change. So for example, if in the future you had notifications or email settings, all that kind of stuff, you can go in here and do them. And we're going to get back to this towards the end. So I'm going to say work in progress because this is actually a challenge for you. So I'm just going to say set up the awesome challenge. Okay. All right. Awesome. And I'm going to show you how to do this challenge before I give you the give you the solution, and I'll also show you how you can get the solution as well. So once this is done, next we're going to go into our page right here, which is our root page. So let's go. Oh, so confusing. So app, protected, pages. We have our dashboard. We have, a layout page. And then we have our app sidebar. So let's click into that, and that should take you into the global app sidebar component. And then in here, we have something called nav footer, right? Where is that? Sidebar footer. So let's click into this nav footer. And then down here, we have a couple things. What do we have? Well, we have a button that says the user can upgrade to a paid plan. So remember, our user right now has been hard-coded to have a paid plan inside our database. And so we need to go ahead and remove that, okay? So go ahead and open up Prisma Studio. So I'm going to say bunx Prisma Studio like this. And that's going to open up for us. Made an error, guys. Sorry. Bunx Prisma Studio. What seems to be the issue? Okay, let me just kill this terminal. Let's create another one. Okay, so something is wrong. Prisma engines. Give me a second, guys. All right, guys. So for some reason, my Prisma is uninstalled, and I don't know why. I see the Prisma client here, but Prisma just disappeared. Did we not even install it? We did, of course, because how could we have pushed data, right? Okay. So I'm going to say bun add Prisma like this, Prisma, and I'm going to say at, and I'm going to paste a version number. And let's go ahead and hit enter. Okay, what seems to be the issue here? So it's a syntax error. Let me see. So parsing package.json bun will crash now. Prisma. Oh, I think I just made a error here. Just give me 1 second. So it's telling us that, let me do this with you guys, no problem. So Prisma 6 expected string, but found Prisma. Well, what else do you want? So let me see. Prisma, install Prisma. So installation, where is that? Let's go here. Installation, Prisma client. Prisma client. So install Prisma with version. Why is it something different? Like, I don't know why it's different here. Let's go to Prisma client here. This is npm docs. So strange. And we are using bun as well. So what's going on? Syntax error. Parsing package.json. Is something wrong with my package.json? I don't think so, because I'd see something here if that was the case. Okay, so I'm going to add Prisma like this. And let me say bun I, and let's just see what happens. Okay, so that just installed it. But yeah, I'm not sure why it wasn't doing the version number. But what if I try bunx Studio now? I am so confused. I don't know what happened. I don't know if I removed it, or I don't know if I just undid something, but that just disappeared totally and was very strange. Anyway, so we're going to go into the user, and we're going to find this Emmanuel user right here. I'm going to turn this back to false. Okay, like this, and let's save that change. And now let's go back to our local host right here, and let's refresh. Let's go back actually, and let's refresh our dashboard. And now you should see that the user needs to upgrade. So if you click on this, we have to basically give them the option to buy a subscription. Okay, so let's go ahead and set that up. So the first thing is we're checking if the user has a subscription here. And then if so, we're going to render out this get subscription thing right here. Then we do have a button here that's going to allow the user to upgrade. And so in here, we're going to need to have a handler. So I'm going to copy this handler's name. We're going to go up top, and I'm going to say const handle is an arrow function like this. And this is, of course, going to be an async function because we're going to need to do a bunch of stuff, okay? And first, we're going to just set is loading to false, all right? So when you click on this, that is loading should turn to false right here, okay? And
down here, if loading is true, we're showing upgrading. Okay, and if not, this is being invoked, right? Let me take a look in here as well. So I'm just going to say alert called. Let's refresh this. Okay, so it is running. Fine. So the loading icon, the state here is if loading is true, render upgrading. If not, render upgrade. So I'm not sure why this is happening, guys. It should actually change. So if loading is true, what is loading by default? Loading is set to false. Oh my God, I'm so stupid. Sorry, guys. So if we click this, there we go. That's what we wanted, okay? So now, first thing is I'm going to set it to true. Then I'm going to have a try catch. And inside the try catch, I'm going to say const res equal await by subscription, okay? And this is a server action that's going to need our user's data. So this is basically the Clerk user, but we're calling it Prisma user because it's coming from our database. So I'm going to get the ID from there, and we're going to need to pass it into this function. Now, let's go ahead and create this. I'm going to open up my folder structure, and inside actions, you're going to create another file in here like this, and you're going to call this LemonSqueezy.typescript. And inside this, we're going to export const, and we're going to return by subscription, which is equal to an async arrow function. Okay. And then inside this, we're also going to need to get the params. So we need the by user ID, which is going to be a string. And in here, we're going to have a try catch again. And inside this, all we're going to do is we're going to create a LemonSqueezy client. And that LemonSqueezy client is going to take in some API keys and all that kind of stuff under the hood. And it's going to create the checkout page for us. And it's going to redirect the user. We're going to do a bunch of stuff. Okay. Now, just pause whatever you're doing. We need to explain a little bit so we understand what we're going to be doing. Okay. So let's open up Excalidraw. Where's Excali? There we go. And so please just pay attention. This is what you're going to be building. Okay. So LemonSqueezy is actually not a payment processor. Okay. It's basically Stripe under the hood. And Stripe actually now acquires LemonSqueezy. So first thing you got to keep in mind is why do you need LemonSqueezy? Well, LemonSqueezy is needed if you are not in a country where Stripe is easily accessible. Okay, and the reason is because someone is using their accounts for you. That's basically the app. Cool idea, right? Very simple idea. They basically wrapped Stripe in a little layout, a little UI, so now you can access their products. So I guess that's how it works. If I'm wrong, please let me know. But I think that's what they're doing. So if you use LemonSqueezy, it's gonna benefit you because if you're not in Stripe, you're not in a country that accepts Stripe, you can get access to Stripe. Okay, it's like a workaround. But of course, there's pros and cons to everything. The pros and cons is with LemonSqueezy, you only get payments, subscriptions. That's it. Okay, you don't get fancy stuff. And so that's why you will not find a single tutorial on YouTube. There's no YouTube tutorial that will teach you how to create something like Stripe Connect. So if you don't know what Stripe Connect is, Stripe Connect allows users to connect their Stripe account into your application. And the reason why you would need a feature like this is, one, to charge maybe platform fees, or maybe you'd want to get the user's Stripe products, right, directly into your platform. Or maybe you would want to fetch their sales information, some sort of metrics, or you want to just get webhook responses, right? So webhook responses from their Stripe account and all that kind of stuff into your application. And so if this is something you need, then you're going to need Stripe Connect. But if you are in a country that does not have access to Stripe, well, you can't access it. And so for that reason, LemonSqueezy is an alternative. But there is a catch. Remember, I told you there's a catch. With LemonSqueezy, unfortunately, they don't give you Stripe Connect features. That means it's just for making payments. That's it. You create a product, you have a link, you can accept a payment. But we have found a workaround so that you can still use something similar to Stripe Connect using LemonSqueezy, okay? And this is going to be a two-part challenge, and I'm going to also show you how you can get access to the resources to do them. And at the same time, I'll also give you the full implementation so you know how to accept a LemonSqueezy payment, and then your challenge is going to be so easy, okay? So the first thing is let's understand how we're going to accept payments inside our application.
So if we're using LemonSqueezy, there are two ways in our app for users to pay. The first one is subscriptions. Okay. So let's go ahead and say subscriptions. So this is a subscription to Vivid itself. Okay. And then the other option is buying templates. And for this right here, we're going to need that connect type feature. So it's LemonSqueezy Connect. I'm just going to call it LSC. Okay. It doesn't exist, but I'm just saying we're going to call it LemonSqueezy Connect. Okay. Because remember, like I said, LemonSqueezy does not have connect features, but we're going to need that in order to accept payments for other users selling templates. So where can you use this? If you watch this and if you learn from how I'm doing this, you can build an app like Canva, for example, right? Where people can sell their own templates and make money through the application. Or maybe you can create a website builder SaaS where people can create templates of the website and sell the website itself, right? Inside the software. And so same way. So first thing we're going to approach is for subscriptions to Vivid. All right. Now, when we are creating subscriptions to Vivid, we'll have to also create a LemonSqueezy client. And this client is it's basically going to need the base URL, which is the LemonSqueezy, the API itself. So what URL we have to hit, and the API key. Okay. Now keep in mind, since we're doing a workaround, that means we do not have Stripe Connect features in here. So we don't have a way to just charge the user's Stripe account, Connect account ID. You can't do that. You can't just send money to that Stripe account ID. So what you need is for this to work, you will have to get these information, get the information from the customer. And I'll show you exactly how to do that. But again, that's for something we're going to do towards the end. Okay. So that's later. All right. I'm going to show you how to do exactly that for our platform. And then I'll show you how you can convert that for buying templates. Okay, so first let's do this section. So like I said, when we're building that client, we'll have to keep this in mind. That means we'll have to keep in mind that when we're creating that client, the LemonSqueezy client, we'll have to keep in mind these two cases. One is a user can be making a payment for their template. Second is we can be selling our own subscriptions to our platform. And that's how we have to write code. Okay, you have to keep the end goal in mind and understand the architecture so that way you can create a function that can accommodate both scenarios. Okay, so with that being said, let's do that in here. So the first thing is I'm just going to say const response equal await LemonSqueezy client. Okay, and this is a function we need to create. So I'm just going to call this and I'm going to open up my folder structure. I'm going to scroll down here and I'm going to go into libs. I'm going to create a folder called Axios.TypeScript because we're going to need Axios for this, and we'll get to that in a second. And then in here, I'm going to say const LemonSqueezy client equal to, and we're going to invoke this like this. Okay. What seems to be the issue here? Okay. It's just not being read. So what I can do is I can export this from here. And then inside this, we're going to need to create that Axios response. So open up your terminal. We're going to quit everything here. And let's go back. Actually, this is fine. I'm just going to say bun add Axios. Okay, awesome. And then let's go ahead and import Axios from Axios. Okay. And now in here, we can use it. So I'm going to return Axios.create. And we're going to need to pass in the following functions. So now I cannot open my environment file, okay, but I can assure you that the LemonSqueezy API key, the API is already created for you. I've already put that endpoint for you, so you don't have to worry, okay? And that's going to look something like this inside your environment variable. So you're good to go, but I just want to mention that it's already done, so you don't have to freak out because you're not going to be able to see mine, okay? So first I'm going to say base URL, and this is process.environment.that variable. So copy that variable from your environment file and just paste it in here. It's called next public LemonSqueezy API. Okay, this is the endpoint. So it's basically URL. Next, we're going to pass in some headers, and this is needed to authenticate from LemonSqueezy's side. So first, we're going to accept application API JSON, and so let's go ahead and paste this in here. And then the content type is going to be the same. So let's go ahead and say content type is like this. And then now we have to pass in an authorization bearer token. Okay, so I'm going to say authorization, and we're going to put backticks here, and we're going to say bearer and $ curly brackets like this. And inside this, we're going to say LemonSqueezy client, sorry guys, LemonSqueezy API key. And this is what's going to come in from this param. Because remember, I told you we could either pass in what we have for subscriptions, or if we're creating a payment for the user, we're going to need their API key. And so that's why we need to accept this through the parameter. And this will be optional because we also have our own. So if they did provide this, then we'll pass in that value. So I'll say if this exists, return that value. If not, we're going to return our process.environment API key. Okay, like this. So process.environment LemonSqueezy API key. Copy this from your environment variable and paste it in here so you don't make any spelling errors. Okay. So now you see how with the architecture in mind, we're able to create efficient functions and server actions for our code. All right. So once you're done, let's go back here and let's import our client. And now we have to pass in that API key in here. So you don't even have to, but I'm going to just pass it in here. So I'm going to say process.environment, like this, process.environment.LemonSqueezy API key. And then I'm going to say .post. We're going to invoke that. And then we're going to put a backslash and we're going to say checkouts because we are creating a checkout inside LemonSqueezy. Then we're going to create an object like this. And in here, we're going to say data. And the type here is of type checkouts. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this so I don't make any errors. So checkouts like this. And then we're going to need some attributes. So please don't make any errors in here. Okay. So we're going to say attributes. And this is going to have the checkout data. So I'm going to say checkout data like this. And inside this checkout data, we're going to say custom. So this is basically metadata. All right. So custom data. And this custom data, we're going to pass in the user that's buying. So whoever's bought, this is basically the user's ID, right? So whoever's buying this this template, or I'm sorry, whoever's buying this subscription. That's why. Okay, not template, guys. Sorry. So I'm going to say buying user is this buy user ID. Okay, like that. Then after this, down here, I'm going to hit enter, and I'm going to say product options, like this. And inside this property, you can essentially attach a redirect URL. And this redirect URL is going to send the user back to wherever we're hosting. And right now we're hosting on localhost, right? So inside your environment variable, you would see localhost set as the public URL. So we're going to send the user back to that public URL like this, and we're going to send them to the dashboard page. Okay, awesome. Now, next down here, after this, so you see yellow bracket, hit enter. I'm going to say relationships. Actually, I want to copy this so I don't make any spelling errors. So I'm going to say relationships. And inside that, we're going to need to pass in the store stuff. So I'm going to say store data. We're going to say type stores. And the ID is a LemonSqueezy store ID. Now, don't worry about this. We'll get to this in a second. Okay. But just make sure you pass this in here. So this is our store ID. Next. Down here, after the store, we're going to hit enter, and we're going to say variant, so the product that we're trying to sell, so variant, and this variant is going to have the following data. So I'm going to say data, type variant, okay, and let me remove this so it doesn't confuse you, and then I'm going to say the ID is going to be process.LemonSqueezy variant ID, and that's pretty much it. So this is how you can create a payment for your subscription. But there's more in this, okay? I'm just showing you the structure, and then we'll go to get all of these values from our LemonSqueezy dashboard. Now, down here, I'm going to hit enter, and I'm going to get the checkout URL to send the customer to that page, all right? So I'm going to say checkout URL is response.data.data, attributes.url, and then we're going to return the URL with status 200. Next, if there was an error, we'll return the following error, just like usual, okay? So now let's go back and let's import by subscription. Awesome. And now we're passing in the ID. And after this, if there was an error here, so response is not 200, we'll throw an error so we can catch that in here. And we can catch it by just first printing it down here. And then I'm going to say toast dot, no, I don't want this toast actually. It's toast from sonar dot error. Let's invoke that and say error with description. And we're going to set this to the following. So I'm just going to say something went wrong. Please try later. Something like this. Okay. And then after that, this is error, guys, not E. Okay.
And then if this was successful, we're going to do router, and we have router already. So I'm just going to do router.push the user to res.url like this. Okay. And then finally down here, I'm just going to set this to set loading to false like this. Okay. So that's it. So that's what we're going to do. And let's just quickly go back to our code. Okay. And now, of course, if you click this, it's going to throw like an error for you. Let's refresh this. Oh, I have to spin up my run dev, and let's refresh. But it's going to throw us an error. And the reason is because we don't have those API keys, right? But just to make sure that it is redirecting or it is doing something, let's click. There we go. We're seeing errors. It's saying request failed with 401, and that's because we don't have the API keys. So let's go ahead and grab those keys. So the first thing is you're going to open up LemonSqueezy and you're going to create an account. You're going to create a store, okay? So I've already created a store, but you have to create your own store, okay? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go into your environment file and keep that open in here. I can't do that right now, but I want you to keep your environment file open, all right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually copy something here so I can show you what that will look like, okay? So let's just say environment.examplefile.env.example, so you can still see, all right? And inside this, I'm going to have my LemonSqueezy key. So I'll show you basically what it looks like. And so what you're going to do in here is you're going to first create your store, okay? And once you created your store, it's going to take you into a dashboard that looks just like this, okay? Next, make sure you turn on test mode here. And then once you're done, go to settings, go to stores, okay? And you want to copy only the number, not the hashtag. Please don't make this error. Copy the number and paste it in here for store ID, okay? Next, once that's done, you want to, let me shrink this. Let me open this a little bit more. So you put the number there. Nice. Now we have to go and get the API key. So click on API. You're going to create this and you're going to say testing, whatever you want. I'm just going to call it testing right now. Or you can also call it vivid, whatever you want, right? Okay, let's just call it vivid. And then I'm going to say create. This expiration date, you can set it to a later date. That's another thing to keep in mind. But I'm just going to create this for now and then copy this key and paste it under this LemonSqueezy API key. Okay, it's going to be huge. So just paste it in there. And then once this is done, close this, but don't close it before you copy. You will never get this again. All right. And if you miss out, just delete it and create another one. Then the next thing is you need to get a variant ID. Okay. So to get a variant ID, we need to first understand what a variant is. So how LemonSqueezy works is you can create a product, okay? So a product like this, and each product will have a variation. That's why they call it a variant, which is really odd. But I mean, actually it's not that odd, but it's just weird to come from Stripe and look at how they're working, right? And so what you're gonna do first is you're gonna go up here, make sure you click on new product, and then you're just gonna call this Vivid, whatever you want to call it. And I'm going to say subscription, okay? Vivid platform subscription like this. And then you're going to click on subscription and you're going to set this to whatever you want. I always set my products at $97 per month, so just do whatever you like. And then once you're done with that, repeat every month, change this once a month, and then you can change this to software as a service, SaaS, okay? That way it'll calculate your tax stuff. So that's another good reason why you need LemonSqueezy, all right? And then once you're done, publish this product, and you should see it right here. Then copy, hit this 3 dots, and copy the variant ID. Not this ID, variant ID. And then paste it in here, okay? There you go, done, awesome. Now, the next thing is, when a payment is made inside your dashboard, you need to listen to that payment subscription update. How can you do that? Well, one way is you could do it in real time, right? Of course, which means one way is, without real time, that means a user pays right on the spot and then you update the payment. But sometimes it might take maybe 2 days for their bank to transfer that fund or something happens. And so that's why we need webhooks. A webhook is going to fire an endpoint that you give in real time
behind the scenes, right? You don't even have to have the app open. It's just going to fire it when the service is ready. So when everything is successful, that means the payment came through. At that specific time, it's going to fire your webhook. And so what you're going to do is you're going to go into your settings, go into webhooks, and now all you have to do is create this right here. But when you click on this, it's going to ask for a callback URL. Now, of course, we don't have this right now, and we'll get that in just a second. But let's go ahead and close this for now, and we'll first get this callback URL, and then we can set that up, okay? So you're going to open up another tab, and you're going to look up ngrok. Okay, we've used this tool so much. So just go to ngrok and make sure you log in, create an account, whatever you have to do. So I'm going to go ahead and log in. Just give me a second. And now it's going to give you an installation guide. Please make sure you download ngrok onto your computer, or else this will not work. Homebrew is, I think, the easiest way, so you can do it that way. And once you're done, once you have everything set up, the next one is to deploy your app online. Okay, so copy this endpoint. You're going to open up your terminal, and you're going to need to quit the terminal. Actually, sorry, you don't have to quit the terminal. You can just keep run dev open. That's fine. You're going to open another terminal, and you're going to need to paste that in there. Okay, so now I'm going to first paste this, run this, and there you go. So if you have everything successfully created, you should see no errors in here. Okay, that means it should run your ngrok, and you should also have an endpoint for your application. You see, it's forwarding everything. Let me expand this. It's forwarding all API requests to this specific endpoint. So this is how you can listen to webhooks in a testing environment. In production, we don't need this. So ngrok is going to help us listen to these webhooks only in testing. Okay. In production, again, we're not going to use this. We're going to use the API. We're going to use the published URL. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead, pause this video, and I will set up all my environment variables, and then we'll continue. All right. Peace out. Okay, so I just went ahead and spun up my server, and I also added all of my environment variables. There's one more thing you need to add, which is your webhook secret. Just go ahead and put whatever you want in here. I'm just going to call it vivid testing, okay? And I'm going to use this for my endpoint. So once you're done with this, cancel everything, shut down the server, shut down ngrok, and redo this once more, okay? Do this once more, and that's going to spin up your app. Now, I'm going to zoom out real quick, because I need this URL. So I'm going to copy this like that. And now I have my ngrok URL. Okay, great. It's copied. So let's zoom back in. Awesome. I'm going to shrink this. And now I'm going to go back to this file right here. Okay, which is my LemonSqueezy file. And then after that, inside my browser, I'm going to go back to my LemonSqueezy dashboard, and I'm going to create this endpoint. So first, paste the callback URL. And also, I think we need the other one. So I'm going to go back here and grab my webhook secret and paste the secret in here. Now, this is a secret, so I'm only sharing it with you because I'm going to shut down everything in here. Please do not share this with other people, okay? And do not use my variables, guys. Do not use this. Use whatever you find, okay? I will come to know. Please don't do that. So once this is done, you're going to go ahead and click all of these. All right, so I'm just going to check all of this. I wish they had a check all option. So just check everything. Okay, awesome. And then we're going to go ahead and save the webhook. So down here, click on Save Webhook. Awesome. And the webhook is saved along with your ngrok URL. All right. And it's listening for 17 events. If you don't have this, go back and delete it and change it once more, or edit it, okay? So now we have everything set up on their end, but we have to set up our redirect URLs, okay? So that's one thing we need to do. So open up your folder structure. I'm going to scroll up top into LemonSqueezy in here. Sorry, not in here, guys. Sorry, inside. Let me shrink everything. There's so many folders. So go into App. And inside app, you're going to find a folder. Okay, actually, we deleted this folder. That's why I was confused. So create API like this. And this API folder is where you can have all of your endpoints. And inside this, I'm going to have a webhook endpoints. And inside that, I'm going to have LemonSqueezy. Okay. or let's rename this to subscription. So that makes more sense. Okay. Subscription like this. And inside this file, we can essentially fire the callback to this route. And so now I'm going to create a a route.typescript. Okay. And this route will be fired when LemonSqueezy is successful. And so that's the next error I made, which is in here. So let's go ahead and edit this. This is actually, you're going to need to change this to /API/webhook/subscription. Okay, subscription like this. Okay, make sure you do the same and save the webhook. And then you should see API/webhook/subscription. Just verify API, webhook, subscription. Okay, route. I make a lot of spelling, so I need to make sure. And now the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to export dynamic, force dynamic in here, just so that nothing gets cached. Okay. And then we're going to need a couple things. First one is I'm going to need crypto, because this is not the real crypto. This is just to create different IDs on the server. And then I'm also going to get client from Prisma client. And then finally, I'm going to get next request from next server. Okay. Then down here, I'm going to export a function called post like this. And this function is going to be an async function, of course. So let's change that as well. All right. Now inside this, guys, we're going to create a try catch. And now inside this try catch, we're going to need to get the stuff, to get the things that are coming in through this request. So when this webhook fires, LemonSqueezy is going to pass in some JSON body into this request object. And so the way to grab that is by saying request is next request. Now in here, we can say const raw body equal await request.text. And now we have that right in here, okay? And the reason why we have to do await is because this is also a promise, okay? This is gonna go too much into JavaScript if I explain why, how, and why this works, but I'm sure there are a ton of resources. So you're gonna say await request.text, which will get you that JSON body, okay? Now, we need to parse this JSON body. So we're gonna say const body equal to JSON.parse, and you're going to put raw body inside this. Now, some of you, if you are a beginner, you might be like, Perrin, how do you know you have to parse this? Why do you have to parse this? Well, if you print everything in the console, everything will make more sense. If you print this in the console, you will get a promise that shows you that this is a promise. And so you need to await it in order to get the response from that, okay? And the other thing is right here, if you print this in the description, you will see that it is not JSON straight up. And so that's how you understand everything. So whatever, like each and every single line of code that you see today and that I wrote today was something that took me a very, very long time, okay? Because I had to type everything and read every single thing under the hood, all right? So if you have any confusion, if you don't know why I'm doing something, just console it, print it in the console and read everything. That's the only way for you to improve, okay? So now the next thing is, if you remember, we passed in some metadata inside this request for, when we were creating the checkout, right? That will come back to us. And so we need to extract that and get the user's ID. Remember, we were passing the buyer's user ID, right? And so we need to grab that ID, and then we're going to look and make sure it's valid. So first, let's grab it. I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure like this. And this is equal to body.meta. body.meta.custom_data. Okay? And in here, we're going to get the following. So I'm going to say buyer's user ID like this. And let me also make sure I don't have any spelling errors. So inside LemonSqueezy, I want to make sure I'm saying the same thing. So where is this? Buyer user ID. Let's go back. Buyer user ID. Okay, perfect. Now, once we get this, we want to verify and make sure the ID exists. And so you would do an if condition and see if this does not exist, throw an error saying invalid buyer user ID or ID does not exist. All right, guys. And now that we have this buyer's user ID, the next step is we have to verify that the webhook signature is genuine. And so we can do this by creating a hash. okay? And we're going to create a hash with the help of a secret key that we have inside our environment variables, okay? Remember the LemonSqueezy webhook secret, right? That's what we're going to be using. And then after that, we're going to create a digest. If you don't know what all this stuff is, it's totally fine. Don't worry about it. Honestly, I don't even care. As long as you can get this app in front of your users, it doesn't matter. They don't care about, if you understand JavaScript or not. You got to get the job done. That's it. And so just to understand what we're doing, okay? That's pretty much it. So we're just verifying the signature, all right? So first, let's go ahead and create the HMAC, which is the hash. So I'm going to say HMAC equal to crypto dot create HMAC, and then inside this we're going to use the following type. So let me see, it's not giving me anything. So I'm going to say SHA256, okay? And then after that we're going to say something looks wrong here, guys. Just give me a second. Okay, there's one more argument. That's correct. And then after that we're going to say process.env.LemonSqueezy like this webhook secret, okay? And it says that this might be undefined. And so what you want to do is this, and that should solve that error. You can also check here, right, before you move forward. That's fine as well. But this should solve this problem. Then let's go ahead and create the digest. So digest is equal to buffer dot from HMAC dot update. We're going to invoke that, and we have to pass in our raw body, okay? So raw body, where is that? Why is it not passing? Raw body like this. Okay, and once that's done, we're going to do dot digest, and we're going to invoke this and say hex, and then the second parameter after this right here is UTF-8, okay? The one that actually UTF-8 like this is fine as well. So UTF-8 without this dash, okay? And then go ahead and save that. Awesome. And then once that's done, down here, we're going to say const signature equal to buffer.from request.headers.get. We're going to invoke that, okay? And then inside this, we're going to pass in the following. So we're going to say x signature, just like this, okay? And then after that, we're going to say or empty string. And then we're going to put a comma, and we're going to say UTF-8 like this. Nice. Then after that, I'm just going to have a console log to print all of these values. So console log signature, digest, and signature. I'm just pretty much printing everything. So I'm just going to put the signature itself. Okay. Request headers. Okay, I don't need this one. So digest and signature. Okay. Next, I want to make sure that it has a timing safe comparison. Okay, so to securely compare the generated digest with the provided signature, we use a method on crypto called timing safe equal, and so this prevents timing attacks. All right, so this is where an attacker could guess the signature based on responses or based on the response time, and if the signature does not match, then we can basically reject that request. So that's what we have to do. So we want to say if the crypto.timing safe equal digest, comma signature, okay? And if this looks good, if this does not look good, then we're going to throw an error. So I'm just going to copy my error message here. Okay, so throw new error, invalid signature. All right. And then after that, at the bottom, we're going to basically validate and update, sorry, not validate, we're going to update the user's subscription in the database, okay? And so once we have verified the request, everything looks good, then we can update their status, and we can update the data in the database by setting their subscription to true, and that way we can indicate the user has a valid subscription, okay? So I'm going to say const buyer equal to await client.user.update, and then in here we're going to have an object. We're going to say where the ID is the buyer's user ID, which remember it came from our metadata, right? And then what do you want to update? Well, we want to update the data and set its subscription to true. Awesome. And then after that, if this failed, so if there's no buyer for some reason, then we're going to return a response.json of 404 saying cannot update the subscription, okay? But if everything was successful, well, return a beautiful 200 response, and that's it. And then finally, I'm just going to console any error that took place. And at the bottom here, I'm going to essentially return response.json. And I'm going to say message internal server error status of 500 if this error took place. Okay. And that's it for our subscription route. How awesome is that? You are pretty much done with, well, not pretty much, there's one more part, but you're almost there. Okay. You're getting close. So now I want you to go back to our page that we were on before this, not this one. So now I'm going to open up the terminal and I'm going to quit the terminal because remember we updated our environment variables, right? And let's go ahead and restart everything. Make sure your ngrok is running or you will not get, webhook responses. And then also, also have my Prisma, Prisma Studio up and running. So that's fine. And now let's go ahead and click on upgrade. Let's see what we see. Okay, something went wrong. Request failed with status of 401. So what seems to be the problem? Let me just take a quick look. All right, be right back. All right, guys, I found the error, okay? And I also solved it, but I want you to do it as well. So I'm going to give this to you as a challenge, and I'll also show you I'll give you some hints, and I'll also give you the answer, okay? So the first thing is, let's open up our terminal. So this is how you should debug, okay? You have two ways to debug. One is through the console, and one is through the network error. So in our code, I know that we also console our errors, right? So we should either see that on the server here, or we should see it in here as well, okay? So the first thing I want to do is I'm going to click on this and just see what happens. So I see an error saying something went wrong, okay? And in the server, I don't see anything. So I guess what's happening is we have a try catch and that's firing somewhere, okay? And so as a result, like something's not working. That means the code here is fine, but we're getting a different type of error. It's not a code error, it's unauthorized error, okay? So first thing I would do is I would probably try to console that error. And so I also see this error being printed right here. You see this? It's being printed here, right? And so this means that this is being called on the client side, right? So weird. It should be called on the server side, right? Here's the proof for this. Let's close this and let's refresh this. And in here, if I say console.log, and I'm just going to put a message for now. I'm just going to say hi. And if you refresh this, and let's clear this as well. And now if you make this call, you see nothing was printed on the server. Why is that the case? Try to guess. So if a server action is not being fired on the server, what's happening? Okay, pause this video and try to guess. It's just a quick answer. If you don't know, that's fine. All right, I'm going to show you the answer. Okay, awesome. Hopefully you got the right answer. So if it's not showing on the server, well, it clearly means that that server action is not being fired on the server itself, okay? And so that brings us to the next thing. So if we're printing this, that means we're not going to get these API keys. Why? Because if it's not on the server cannot basically get access to these keys because they don't have next_public in front of them, because those are the only type of variables that you can access on both server and client. But these can only be accessed on the server. And so what that means is if I technically say console.log right here and I print this, I should get a value if this is actually running on the server. So that's another way to prove. And so let's go ahead and click here. And boom, there you go. Nothing showed up. And if you clear the terminal, you'll see undefined. That shows you that we don't have access to this. So something is happening because we're not getting access to this. And that proves that it's not running on the server. So the reason is because up here, we didn't say use server. And so when you don't say this, these functions become client functions. Okay, we want these functions to fire on the server, and that's why they're called server actions. And that gives us the power of using server-side stuff, logic, and it's basically secure, right? It's an endpoint. It's just done in a slightly different way. Now, if you print this out, so let me just quickly comment out everything inside the try block and catch block. Okay, and now if you just console.log process
.env.lemonsqueezy API key. And if you fire this, there you go. Now you can see the API key. But of course, we see an error here because nothing was returned, right? And so it's just showing nothing. And so because of that, we see an error here because we're destructuring data on the client side. Okay? That's pretty much all that I wanted to point out. That's how you should debug. And so now let's make sure this is use server up top. So now this will fire on the server, so that way we get access to the API keys. And now when we refresh and when we click on upgrade, boom. Okay, I see one error, but this error is something called fail to fetch. I'm not sure why I'm seeing that, but we'll get to that in a second. But there you go. Now it redirects us to the checkout page for LemonSqueezy. Now I want to go back and actually see this. I want to click on that error. So because it happens so fast, I'm going to show you a little trick. You can go into your network and set it to throttling and set it to slow 4G. Okay, I think there was another option for 2G. Oh, I think they changed that. Or maybe 3G. That's better. And now when you click on this, it's going to throttle. And you'll see the error eventually show up. It says CORS error. If you click on this, it says fail to fetch. So I think it might just be a CORS error or something like that. But hey, it's working. So we are fine. I don't think it's anything for us to worry about. I mean, if anything, it should show up in the console. Let's see in here. Forbidden. So PayPal. Check out PayPal. Okay. So I think that is the error. It's just showing some sort of CORS error. So we shouldn't have to worry too much about it. Okay. You're good for now. Okay. There's more here. Let's see this one. I think this is the object that Axios is printing. Failed with status 403. And let's try to break this down a little bit more. Response. PayPal checkout is not supported. Okay. So nothing is wrong. It's just that PayPal mode is not supported. And I think that's why we got that error. Okay. So now you can go ahead and this is in testing mode. So you can just put fake credit card information and try to make a payment. And then we'll see what happens. Okay. So give me a second. Let me go ahead and fill this in. Okay. I just put some fake credit card info and I clicked on pay. Let's look at our server to see what's going on. Order completed. All right. And it took us back here. It looked like our payment was completed and ngrok might have not fired the right way. I believe so. So let's take a look at that as well. Okay. So the way to debug that is to go into ngrok. Oh, what did I do here? Oh, that's bad. Okay, there we go. And we have to find our endpoint. So what is the endpoint? Is it this one? How can I click on it? Traffic. Nope, not that one. Traffic inspector. Setup. Where do I find this? Okay, give me 1 second, guys. Let me find this real quick. All right, guys, so I found the error here. So what we did is, remember, we restarted our server and even our ngrok, right? But I totally forgot that every time you restart ngrok, they're going to give you a new endpoint. And so what happened is our webhook URL could not find that endpoint. That's it. And that's why I got a 404 response. And I guess, you know, LemonSqueezy is really nice with this. They show you everything. So if you go into the webhook and you click on the webhook, or I don't think you even have to, it'll just show you the recent deliveries and the recent API calls. And you see it's telling me that 404, this could not be found. And I looked at this, I was like, wait, I don't have that letter here. And so all I had to do was update it right here by putting in the right endpoints, okay? And then once you save it, you can also resend this call to see if it, you know, fixes the error. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my server here. I'm going to just clear this. I'm not quitting it. And then I'm going to click on resend, webhook resent. And then let's see what happens here. Let's refresh this. Okay, not entirely sure what happened now. Or is it not able to resend that? So 4 results, there should be even more, right? You see it's sending it to the old endpoint. So I don't, oh, it's still, okay. Oh my God, never mind. Sorry guys, I'm making stupid errors. It's resending it to this endpoint. So we have to make the payment again. So let's go back to our beautiful app. Let's click on upgrade. Okay, 200, that's fine. Forget about this. And it should redirect us. Awesome. And just give me 1 second. Okay, I added all the details. Why is this not giving me? Okay, and now I'm going to click on pay. Please take my money.
Okay, let's give that a second. Processing. This is the moment of truth. Okay. And payment was successful. Receipt is on your way, but my endpoint was not hit. Oh, never mind. Wait, no, it wasn't hit. So what happened here? Let's take a look. So 502 response. This one is beautiful. Okay, let's take a look at what's going on. Just give me 1 second, guys. Oh my God. So this is what I did wrong. I changed the API, but I also accidentally removed this section here, and I didn't see that, and I had to add this again. So I'm going to try it again. At this point, I just don't want to subscribe to this platform. So this is why it's so important to get your subscription stuff done. Let's give this another shot. And if not, I give up. There is no more. This application is going to be free. Okay. All right. 4.2. Just give me 1 second, guys. All right. Let's go ahead and click on pay. I'm going to clear my terminal so I can see clearly. And processing. Fingers crossed. All right. What is going on, man? Don't give me another 502. It's another 502, but I have API slash. Did I make a spelling error? Let's take a look. All right. So we have slash API. Awesome. Then we have subscription. Awesome. We have route. Let me copy this and let me just hit this endpoints. What happens? To visit this, the website is for free. I know it's not a website. Let me just visit this site. Let's see what happens. Oh, it's not letting me do it. Traffic was successfully tunneled to ngrok, but the agent failed to establish a connection to the upstream localhost 8080. It's not localhost 8080. What's going on? All right, give me 1 second, guys. There's something really bad here. Let me fix this real quick. Okay, I am sorry. I really, really apologize for this. It's part of the process, okay? You see this when we say ngrok, HTTP, HTTP localhost 8080. Oh my God. All right, so let's set it to 3000. And it's saying to do HTTP 3000 like this. Let's try this version because it's worked for me in the past. And I'm going to try to copy this link. So let me copy this. Okay, so it's forwarding to 3000. This is what we need. And now if I copy this, paste it here. No, oh, why did it not work? I'm copying the wrong thing. Why did it not even copy that? Like this. Let's paste it here. Visit site. Okay, cool. Something is working. So nice. Let's see how this goes now. So the next thing is we need to also update our variables. So I'm going to copy that URL and I'm going to first clear this terminal. I'm going to go into LemonSqueezy. I'm going to update these. Don't forget to, keep the API folder. So I'm going to remove everything up till here like this. And also make sure you remove the HTTPS in front of it. And mine starts with 91F. Okay. And then let's close this. 91F2. Awesome. And then we have /API /webhook /subscription. And this is pointing to localhost 3000. So let's give this a shot and let's see how this goes now. So upgrade. All right. And let's put in the credit card info. Okay. And I also want to change this email. And now let me click on pay. Okay. Successful here. Hey, there we go. At least our endpoint was hit. So that's good. So post 400. Beautiful. And we'll figure out what the hell is going on here. Okay. So let's quit this and let's go back here. And we are seeing a 404. And so the 404 error is happening here, or it's saying 404. Let's see. So let's refresh this. Okay. And what's the most recent one? It's giving me all these crazy errors. Let's go in here. It hit this endpoint with a 404 because there's no buyer? Or is it because anything was printed up here? Let me see. Console. Well, our digest, this was not printed. /API post webhook subscription. So let me expand this again. All right, guys. So I think it might be coming from this file right here, which is our middleware.typescript. So you see how we have created public routes, right? Now the problem is if we don't have that route set up in here, which is a webhook, then it's not going to be, I think, added, right, as a valid route. And so it's going to require some sort of authentication. And so I think Clerk just throws a 404. Okay, I think that's how it works. So go ahead and add this in here, and then you want to spin up the server, not ngrok, just spin up the server again. And let me do that once more. You want to make sure you refresh everything so you lose all cache and stuff. And now let's do this once more. Let's just refresh, and that's going to fetch more data and do all the stuff. Please send me to dashboard. Okay, awesome. And now, once you're in here, if you try to access it, let's just see what it does. Okay, so it's going to take us to the page. LemonSqueezy internal server error. What Web Prodigy's testing 2? What is this? Have I made some sort of error somewhere? Okay, I'm not sure what that was. I think that was probably because I didn't refresh, but anyway. So we're gonna put the credit card info in there, and then let's just put some address, Alabama, and then let's just wait for that. Okay, and let's pay now. Let's just give that a second. Okay, there we go. So our signature was created, and we got a 200 response for our side on our side. And now the user has a subscription. Great job. That was very confusing, even though it was very small. And trust me, it's part of the process, okay? You're going to need to keep fighting these challenges and overcoming each and every single one of them. That way you can build your own software company, okay? Everything is possible. It's just code. It's literally like, I'm so happy I have ChatGPT. Not even kidding. Like, you guys have ChatGPT now, so you can just put whatever questions you want in there, and it's going to give you the answer. Well, when I started coding, we didn't have all these resources, right? So you were very lucky. Even if you go through any sort of a blocker, just copy paste into ChatGPT and it will tell you everything. Now, I didn't have to do that because I have experience. So I've done this so much, so I don't need to, right? But if you're newer to this, you're going to need to do this in order to first understand how things work. And that way you can learn from it. It's just a hack, okay? It's a workaround for everything. But don't ever stop reading documentation. If you're looking to become a web developer, I really suggest you read documentation and not just get help from ChatGPT all the time. All right, learn how to read documentation. It's something you're gonna need to do. It's part of what you chose. Okay, that sounds very scary. You chose this path. Okay, all right. So, okay, now we're done with this part. So now we can accept subscriptions to our platform. How cool is that? So give yourself a little pat on the shoulder because you have come so far, and I am super, super proud of you. And now is your next challenge, okay? So this is going to be a little bit of a challenge. Of course, it's already done for you if you have the code base in the description, along with the other features that I promised. I'm going to try my best to have some additional features like real-time streaming all of the slides, and I'll try my best, okay? Because I want to focus on better projects, right? But I'll put a description down below with whatever you're going to get. It's just a little bit more, right? Just to give you some more value for your money, and at the same time, this will save you so much time. But I also want to give you some additional value on top of the time benefit, and put some newer features in there. So maybe right now I'll put 2 more features, and like I'll have the real-time streaming, and I'll also have the LemonSqueezy templates. Okay, so that's a challenge, and I'm going to show you how to do this. Please pause and watch. Okay, it's not too complicated, but just pause and watch. All right, so here is Excalidraw. Okay, and so you need to keep in mind that LemonSqueezy does not give you a way to have Stripe Connect natively, right? So you don't have LemonSqueezy Connect. It's not possible. And so the way to do this is you need the user's keys. You need all of their API keys. And so you're going to need them to give it to you. Okay? And so what that means is you're going to need to create a way to essentially accept all of this data. And that's why we have the settings page. The settings page is where the user will basically have input fields where they can enter their LemonSqueezy API key, their store API key, and remember a couple of things, right? Let me just scroll down here so we can look at that. So we have the LemonSqueezy store ID, their own variant ID, and the webhook secret, right? So they're going to need all of this stuff. And we'll get to variant ID in a second, but they need store ID, they need this API key, and they need a webhook secret, right? Without these, we cannot make an API request to their LemonSqueezy API, okay? So that's the first thing we got to keep in mind. The next thing we have to do is we also need for each product, so for each template they need to sell, we need a variant ID. What is a variant ID? Well, it's just a product. It's just a product that they created inside their LemonSqueezy account. And so only when we get that variant ID can we get that product and charge any customer for that template. Okay? So in order to do this, first thing is inside this home, let's go in here. You see when we click on this, it says unexpected error happened or something happens here, right? And I think we have partially done it, but if not, it's fine. Maybe create a button here that says sell template or something like that, okay? When the user clicks on this button, you have to show a pop-up. And in that pop-up, you have to accept the user's API key. So the keys you need in here are as follows: variant ID and webhook secret, okay? Also, I think just make it as simple as possible as this. Just accept the variant ID right here. So just have an input field where you can store the variant ID. Now, our Prisma schemas, if you look at them, let's go back here. Let's go into user. You see we're going to have some data in here. There we go. LemonSqueezy API key, right? And we also have webhook secret and store ID. So we have these values already on our end. We just need to give the user the ability to store these in here now. So all these you can store inside your, where is that? Right here in your settings. Okay, so store it in the settings. The only thing that is attached to the project is the variant ID. So the variant ID will be for each project. Okay, so if you go into project, let's search right here. There we go, variant ID. And it's optional, of course. So if the user wants to sell a template, they need a variant ID, right? Of course. And then once the variant ID is in there, you can set this to is sellable true, okay? Now, of course, there's a whole bunch of things like verifying the variant ID to make sure it's right. That's not the whole point of this. I think that's just unnecessary work for now, okay? You're just learning, so you don't need all of that. And so what you're going to do is prompt the user for the variant ID from here. Once that's done, you also want to make sure that they have their store ID, the webhook secret, and the API key populated. If not, they're going to need to capture those and paste it in there. And then just save it in the backend. That's it. Very straightforward, okay? Now, when the user, now that this template is purchasable, right, you can buy it, you can go back home, and if you click under templates, you should see the same projects that we created right here, right? But it should show a buy button, all right? So you can do this by going into the project component. I think we partially left some space for that, and I also put a comment, right? Remember, let's see, work in progress. We also have a bunch of work in progress. We'll get to that in a second, but let me see if I can show you right here. So you see work in progress, LemonSqueezy sell template. So we have this component, right? So in here, you can essentially have a button where they can click on buy, and then that will take them to their LemonSqueezy page. How do we do that? Well, remember we have that API called buy, right? We have that buy subscription, right? Let me see if I can find that right here. It's the same exact thing, but you're going to create another hook similar to this, but instead of passing our API key, you're going to pass in their API key. That's it, okay? Pass in their API key, and then basically, I think everything else should be the same. Just change whatever you need to. So for example, the store and the variant ID, of course, I think that's a no-brainer, right? So just change those variables as well, and just make sure everything else is good. I think everything else should be fine. Just make sure you put their buyer ID because they are buying another person's template, right? So put their buyer ID in here as well. So now this is completed. Awesome. The next thing is you're going to create another endpoint. So inside the code base in which you'll find in the description, which is a premium code base, In that one, I created another endpoint in here called LemonSqueezy endpoint. Okay, so let me go ahead and do that for you as well, so that way you can copy this. So in here, we're going to create a folder. We're going to call this LemonSqueezy, and inside this a route.typescript like this. Okay, and inside this you're going to have a post endpoint. It's the exact same thing. Nothing changes. Okay, now the only difference here is you are going to get, you're going to need the project ID, buyer's user ID, and the secret to come through the metadata. So that means inside your API request, where is that API request? Hello? Okay, there. So here, you're going to create one for the customer, right? For the people who are selling the templates, for a seller, basically. Think about it that way. You're going to need to also pass in those values inside the custom values. So you need buyer, you also need project ID and secret key, okay? So this is the easiest way. The other way is you can just use the buyer's ID itself and you can go into the database. You can fetch all the info and do that is okay as well, but this is free. It's literally free. And this is safe because it's on the server. So you can pass it in here, okay? Now, once another thing you can do, this is actually not part of the premium code base, is you can also do the hashing for these values just to create an extra layer of security, and you can store them in the database. So it's the same thing that you would do for a password. So if you've watched MERNstack or MERNstack tutorials on YouTube, you'll see how they created a hash for the code and salted that password, and then they store it in the database, right? You can do the same thing if you want. It's not required for now, but I'm just saying that's additional, all right? We're not doing that anyway, even in the premium code base. But all you need is the buyer's user ID, and then you need the secret, and just pass those in here. So you can capture those on the server, okay? I hope you're taking notes here. So in the server, inside your API endpoints, inside LemonSqueezy route.typescript, you can now have that stuff in here, okay? Basically, you can have a post endpoint for yourself. And then in this post endpoint, you're going to do pretty much the exact same thing that you're doing inside this endpoint, which is a subscription endpoint, okay? But now you might ask, well, how are we going to get the response? They are going to need to create a webhook. And so the way to do that is you're going to give them information, okay? So when they try to sell something, you're going to give them instructions, create a modal and say, this is how you have to create a product in LemonSqueezy. And this is why LemonSqueezy is not for such type of applications. And so a lot of you guys said, Parent, please use LemonSqueezy, please use LemonSqueezy. I understand it. You guys are new to this, and so you're not aware of what LemonSqueezy does. It's not like Stripe. Stripe is the only platform so far that I found, there's others I'm sure, that give you Stripe Connect features. Okay, you don't have Stripe Connect type features in other softwares like LemonSqueezy. Okay, well, like I said, technically LemonSqueezy is Stripe under the hood. So that's why I can't use LemonSqueezy for these amazing projects that I build, and that's why I stick to Stripe. Okay, so in the future, maybe I will make some sort of a template that you guys can get, because these templates are, templates are like lifesavers, right? They have everything in one single location, so you don't have to go everywhere and watch all my videos again and then get these templates together. So hopefully I'll create something like that. Just put something in the description. Let me know if you guys absolutely want a template, and I'll see if I can put something together. I might have to spend a lot of time on it because I want to make it as polished as possible, and maybe I'll create some tutorials, maybe few, right? I'm not going to do a crazy 20-hour tutorial, but maybe something that gives you a good step-by-step instruction as to how to use the template as well, all right? And so maybe in that one, I'll create the same LemonSqueezy reusable method, so you can use that for all your other projects in case you are in a different country that does not have Stripe, okay? But that's the only way to do this. That's literally the only way. If you want to go by this in a much easier approach, well, you're going to need Stripe. Okay, so it's a trade-off. Like I said, it's a trade-off. And LemonSqueezy is also going to take 5% of all your payments, which is a lot of money. Okay, Stripe takes 3%, so they take some more on top of that. But yeah, so feel free to experiment with both. I just wanted to give you guys what you asked for, and that's why I made this happen. Okay, so like I said, this is a challenge for you. I'm going to put the code base in the description down below so you can grab it from there and you're good to go. You don't have to waste any time. You can just spin it up and you're all set. Okay, so that's pretty much it, guys. You have come so far. I hope we covered all features. There's so much in this, and maybe after this video, we might have to focus on feature priority first, right? That means right now we're doing too many things. And so as a result, I'm going to be very honest, it's very, very difficult from my side because we also have our businesses, right? We have things that we run on the side. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to maybe reduce the complexity of the videos, right? That way I can explain everything in more detail because you saw how I had to copy paste. And I'm sure this video is already more than 5 hours long without even like just even after copy pasting it's that long. Imagine if I wrote everything. It would take 20 hours, guys. And we also have a life, okay? So I just want to make sure, I know you guys understand, but I just want to explain my side so you know how I feel. And that way you are able to relate and the comment section doesn't blow up saying, Perrin, do this, and you guys don't care, okay? So I just want to make sure you understand how I feel, okay? And that's pretty much it. So that's why I might tone down the complexity and maybe focus on 2 features, right? And what we'll do is we'll focus on those 2 features and you will understand every bit of those 2 features only. Okay, so there's no confusion, and that way it's simple, bite-sized content. I will still stick to the 1 hour type content. I prefer that. I hate creating 100 videos that are 1 minute long. It's very annoying. In fact, it's not good from a YouTube standpoint as well. Okay, there's a little some YouTube tricks, I guess. All right, guys, and that's pretty much it. Thank you so much for watching this video. Again, I think you guys are probably already did it, but if you haven't subscribed, if you want such amazing projects and such unique projects on your feed, not the other type of videos, things that you have not seen on YouTube like what I just showed you, then please give this video a thumbs up. Please give it a subscribe so that way you'll get more videos like this on your feed. Okay, and that way we can hit our goal as well. I think we already hit 100K subscribers. I'm not sure. Like, I hope we did. But if not, please help us. We're so close to the finish line. And thank you for everybody who has come so far in this journey with us. And that's pretty much it, Prodigies. All the best. And I hope you start your SaaS someday so I can have the opportunity to help you guys get clients, grow your software, and yeah, quit your 9-to-5 job and just make money from anywhere around the world. And by the way, once we do hit 100,000 subscribers, I'm gonna try to focus more on helping you guys start software companies. And the reason is simply because I strongly believe that web development jobs are not going to be how they used to before. And so now you as a web developer have so much leverage in the field of entrepreneurship. You can create software just like what you're doing right now. And believe it or not, it's the same style. You don't need to create some sort of crazy architecture. You don't need that. Okay, those are only for companies that get hundreds and thousands of requests per day, right? So for example, some people are talking about micro front end. Do you guys even know what that is? Micro front end is so complicated. It's like having a container application with different technologies like Vue and all these kind of technologies in one platform. You don't need that, right? You only need that if you want a job. And so if you're looking for a job, then, sure, you're going to find a lot of opportunities and a lot of YouTubers are helping you guys with that. My goal here is to help web developers quit their boring 9-to-5 jobs, because eventually what happens is every 9-to-5 job web developer I've spoken to eventually gave up on web development. And so I have interviewed so many people, just had a chat with them, right? I've spoken to more than 1,500 students in order to create a community called Prodigies University, which is where we help you start, run, and grow a profitable SaaS. And so I spent about 1.5 years. This was a dream for me because I really wanted to help these people. And so I created a program that essentially helps entrepreneurs live their dream life, right? Now, of course, this is not a way to tell you that that's going to happen for you, because it is not easy. And I will tell you that for a fact. And the reason why it's not easy is because people don't do it. It's not easy for a reason, right? And so if something is not easy, it means that the treasure hides in there. There is something that's in there that's waiting for people who are willing to take the extra steps in order to get there. And so I'm just here to show you a clearer path and pretty much show you how easy it is to get to that point where you can make money from anywhere. So for example, one of our students made $22,400 in 1 month of joining Prodigy's University. Now, I'm not saying, again, I'm not making these fake promises. I hate it. I just want to show you the capability of the knowledge that we teach. That's literally it. Now, at the moment, spots are going to be open. If you paid attention to the announcement, then you probably already grabbed your spot. If not, please go to the website and grab your spot if you want to learn from us. Okay. So our businesses make close to 5 figures, multiple 5 figures every single month. We know these strategies work because we've done the same thing for our students. Like Fani made $840 in 2 weeks of joining. Now, these are not crazy wins, but I want to show you that anyone can do it. It's not just only successful people because, of course, the person who made $22,000, he brought something to the table, so it was easier to tweak his offer, right? But there are students who have not done anything in their career and still made money. So for example, Ashir. Ashir managed to get leads through social media from inbound strategies in 1 week through automations. How cool is that, right? And so there's a lot more testimonials. If you want to get to the big stuff, well, here's David, 13,000 in pipeline value. And then here's some wins from my side. Well, here's Joe, who made $3,000. Here's one of my students, Derek, made $3,000. Damien, 750 in recurring revenue. There's Aman. Here's Saksham. I mean, there's so many. You can take a look at it. And if you go into the community, which you probably, I mean, I don't think I've ever showed anybody. But if you take a look at this, here's Julian, just 2 days ago, hit 20 signups on his SaaS using a strategy, an inbound strategy, and we call this the illusion funnel, which is my proprietary strategy of how I start SaaS companies and how I start all of my businesses, okay? And here's a testimonial from Hazik, who made $22,400, and then within the first 2 weeks, he actually made 2K, which is great, right? And then here's Sanjay, who has never posted on social media, but he got 1,000 followers. Now I think he is at 1,500. I'm not entirely sure, 1,400. In just less than 2 weeks of posting using a strategy that I created. And then, of course, I share my wins as well. Let's not count my wins. And his video, I think, in the first week, one of his videos went viral, just using the simple strategy, right? And then you can see Fani already made his SaaS website. Damien got invited to showcase his product at a Bubble meetup in front of 100 people. And there's so many more, guys. You can take a look at this. Alfredo has his software up and running inside the App Store now. So he is a SaaSpreneur. Here's Saksham, made $200 through his first client. And the list just keeps going over and over. Like, it just keeps going on, right? So the strategies work. And we teach you through in-depth tutorials and everything you need, right from a personalized roadmap to creating, the offer, reprogramming your subconscious mind to believe in the success mindset, change from a scarcity to an abundance mindset, how to think like an entrepreneur. That means what do you need to do in order to handle your cash that comes in, how to break that money, how to invest that, all that kind of stuff. So that way it brings you more in the future. And then you'll learn our illusion funnel. We'll also show you how to create an offer around your idea, which is a massive course that breaks down every single thing that you need to start an offer that makes people feel stupid saying no to buying. And then we'll also show you kind of like a quick roadmap, right? And this is a massive course. I can't even open this. And then this is basically the ultimate SaaS course, which is, by the way, none of these courses are for people who want to learn how to code. These are only for people who want to start their own software company, right? Because everything else, like the coding stuff, is very easy. I'll just post it on YouTube for free. This is for entrepreneurs who want to learn how to get leads on autopilot through automation systems, through lead generation strategies, through advanced sales course. So, by learning the advanced sales course, you can also close high-ticket leads, so you can get high-ticket clients paying you thousands of dollars per month, just like Hazik and David and Derek and the other students as well. And we also have a quick win system, which you can implement straight when you enter if you qualify for it. You can see how I'm scaling my businesses to $100,000 per month, and just a fun way to look at all my SaaS companies, behind the scenes of how I'm doing it, and you get a full insight, full in-depth insight into that as well. And yeah, there's a ton of stuff that you get in here. Also, another quick one is if you are a part of Prodigy's University, you essentially get all the code bases included. You get all the Figma files included, and you get 2 weekly coaching calls right now at the moment. So you can hop on your calendar and you can speak to my team and me. So you can speak to technical leads, right? And take a look at this. So lowered my lead cost by 66%. So this is the best thing right here. People are sharing real data that's working in their company. So for example, the demographics of their channel and what's working, what's not. And these are from the strategies where A/B testing. This would take you years of your time. That means you would have to do all of this by yourself. And imagine this, right? Imagine a pool of resources where everyone's telling you exactly what's working. And that way we can only follow those stages and tweak that and A/B test it a little bit more to get better results, right? And so here's David, another student who also created his first SaaS. And here's a picture. I don't think he wants to show that, so I'm actually not going to do that. But he also has started his SaaS as well. And guys, this is real data. This is where you should have been. But again, right now, this is not for everybody. I already told you guys that this is only for entrepreneurs who are looking to start, run, and grow a profitable SaaS, and you're genuinely serious about taking the next step in your career, okay? For this month's enrollment, we do have some crazy bonuses, which are not going to be offered next enrollment period. So yeah, if you are serious about your career and you want to join, then I think this is the opportunity for you. Now, some qualification stuff is you have to have a job, okay? If you don't have a stable job, go get a job. It's very easy. Just go find a job online, start your 9 to 5, get some money through the door, because you need at least $2,000 to $5,000, maybe $1,000 to $5,000 to invest inside your SaaS itself, right? And so if you don't have that kind of investment, it's going to be very hard for you to decide whether to drive traffic through ads or whether you have to. Basically, we have something called the 4 pillars of lead generation. And so we'll show you how to leverage all 4 pillars of lead generation to get leads through the door, okay? All right, guys, and that's pretty much it. I hope you learned a ton on this video, and I will see you in Prodigy's University or in the Discord, okay? Thank you so much for watching this video. Don't forget to subscribe. Have a great day, and peace out.